Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Special reminder, prepare a cream cake, it might make her more willing to listen to your suggestions. This is incredible. This wristband can summon Miyuki Kirishima to the real world. With a mental power requirement of 20, this isn't simple. Previously, to use the strange item Snake Eye Pearl, Lin Yi had raised his mental power from 15 to 18, and now he was about to add more points. You have used 2 free points, your current mental power is 20, you currently have 3 free points remaining. Just as Lin Yi was about to call for Miyuki Kirishima, he suddenly remembered the last special reminder. So he quickly got up, put on his coat, and left the apartment to head for the nearest convenience store. The convenience store nearby is open 24 hours. Cream cake, cream cake. This should be fine. Seeing the ordinary cream cake at the convenience store, Lin Yi thought it should be okay. At this time, all the cake shops are closed. I should have bought a small cake on my way back from Chiba Mall. After returning to his apartment, Lin Yi quickly tidied up the place, then held the wristband and silently said the invocation. 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Did I get rejected? How embarrassing. Lin Yi had been looking forward to seeing Miyuki Kirishima again, but this was the result. I'm here. A cold voice came from behind. Lin Yi immediately turned around and saw Miyuki Kirishima, sitting on the edge of the bed. She was wearing the female uniform of Kyoto Private Elite High School. A beige top paired with a black gray pleated skirt, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, looking both sexy and seductive. Miyuki Kirishima gave him a slight glance, her eyes radiating a cold, icy aura. Lin Yi suddenly didn't know what to say. I guess I've kept my promise. Though, you came here as a guest. Miyuki Kirishima stood up, her gaze sweeping across the apartment, seemingly understanding Lin Yi's situation. This is the world of the living? Yes, do you want to go outside and take a look? She glanced out at the pitch-black night and shook her head. Next time. Miyuki Kirishima refused. Why did you call me here? First, I wanted to see if I could summon you into the real world. Second, I wanted to see if I could touch you in reality. Lin Yi suddenly realized his phrasing was a bit off, so he quickly added, I just wanted to see if I could touch you in the purely strange state of reality. If you don't want to, it's fine, I won't force it. The next second, Lin Yi saw Miyuki Kirishima extend her hand, silently agreeing. He stepped forward and reached out to take her hand. But he passed right through it. It was like a phantom, unable to touch her at all. I can't touch you. Lin Yi withdrew his hand. I just don't know if others can see you, touch you, or sense your existence. I don't know. Miyuki Kirishima shook her head. Since I appeared in the real world, I'm not sure if people here can observe my presence. Too bad, I bought a cake specifically for you, but seeing your situation, it looks like you can't eat it. However, next time I go to school, I'll bring you a cake. What flavor do you want? Miyuki Kirishima noticed the small cake on the table, walked over to it, and picked it up, tasting it. Lin Yi? What's going on? He can't touch the girl, but she can touch the cake? I need to investigate this further. Could it be because I'm a living being, and the cake is a non-living object, so it can be touched? Lin Yi thought of several possible explanations, but in the end, he still couldn't reach a definitive conclusion. 5 minutes is a very short time, and only 30 seconds were left. Miyuki, I have one last favor to ask you for an experiment. She merely looked at Lin Yi's face without speaking, but her meaning was clear, and Lin Yi had gotten used to her style of communication. After the 5 minutes are up, I want you to try resisting any force that might try to send you back. I want to test if you can stay in this world longer by force. It's dangerous. Miyuki Kirishima said softly. How powerful must the mysterious force that brought her to reality be? If it feels wrong, don't resist. I mean, you might be in danger, as I came here relying on your existence. That made sense. Let's give it a try. Maybe you won't resist and will just return immediately. Lin Yi didn't want to give up. And he thought that if Miyuki Kirishima resisted returning and caused him lethal harm, it wouldn't make sense. She agreed. 5 seconds left until the 5-minute timer expired. 3 seconds. 1 second. Time's up. I heard the return prompt sound. If I don't return, I'll suffer a mental shock, and in the end, I'll fade away. As for you. Soon, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming mental exhaustion, rapidly growing stronger. Snap. He couldn't stay standing and fell into a sitting position, while Miyuki Kirishima's figure disappeared from the room. Lin Yi broke into a cold sweat. I'll try again after increasing my mental power. The strange game still had many rules waiting for him to discover and develop. Lin Yi didn't want to limit himself to the strange game's rules. Testing boundaries and finding bugs was one of the fun parts of the game. Since strange game has the word game in it, it's still a game, just more advanced and realistic than most others. Feeling the mental fatigue, Lin Yi forced himself to get up and walk to the bed. He lay down, adjusted his position, and pulled the blanket over himself. Sleep. Lin Yi turned off the light. Surviving in the strange teaching building had already consumed a lot of energy, and the final test brought an unprecedented mental shock. Lin Yi just wanted to sleep, a good long sleep. The apartment was dim, with only faint starlight coming through the window, casting a cold glow. Ho! Ho! His breathing was steady. Lin Yi quickly fell into a deep sleep. On Monday, the bell for class at Sobu High School rang right on time. Many students quickly took their seats. Shizuka Hiratsuka arrived at the second-year J class and immediately spotted the empty seat at the back of the classroom. Isn't Lin Yi absent today? Wasn't he the one who said he would study hard and improve every day? How come he's late on the first Monday of the new week? Teacher, I haven't seen Lin today. Maybe, like before, he decided not to come to class again. The class president answered. As an international student, Lin Yi still had some recognition in Class J, but unfortunately, his grades were average, and he had skipped class multiple times, which caused his reputation in the class to quickly decline. There were almost no students in the class who were close to him. I see. Let's begin the lesson. Shizuka Hiratsuka suppressed her thoughts and started the class. Alright, open your textbooks to page 20. Today, we will cover. Soon, the second-year J class entered into study mode. Sitting by the window in the last seat, the girl with long black hair stared at the figure on the podium, studying and memorizing seriously. After class, Shizuka Hiratsuka returned to her student guidance office with the textbooks. Thud. She threw the book onto the desk, immediately revealing a frustrated expression. The first class is over and he still hasn't shown up. That brat is definitely skipping school again. How does he expect to make it into the top 3 of the year? Even if I gave him Yukino's test papers, I'm sure he'd still mess it up. She was really angry. Shizuka Hiratsuka had genuinely thought that Lin Yi had improved, that his amnesia had turned him back into a studious student who loved learning. But now, after just one weekend, he was already skipping school again on Monday. Did he go chasing idols again this weekend? Boys. At this age, they should be striving, studying hard. If they don't study now, how are they going to find a good girlfriend in the future? Sigh. Being blinded by idols and celebrities, this is what happens when you indulge in distractions. Shizuka Hiratsuka sighed to herself. Shizuka-senpai. What's going on? Outside the office, a young female teacher in a black business suit appeared. It was Hina Takabana, her junior, and the new English teacher at Sobu High. Hina, I'm just sighing because Lin Yi hasn't come to class again. He's probably skipping school again today. Eh? Hina Takabana was stunned. Maybe he's busy with something. How about Shizuka-senpai, you try calling him? She had originally intended to say I'll call him myself. But then realized that Shizuka Hiratsuka was Lin Yi's teacher, and it might not be appropriate for her to contact him, so she dismissed the idea. Shizuka Hiratsuka took out her phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. Beep beep beep. No answer. The call was automatically disconnected without being answered. Can't get through. This brat is probably avoiding my call. Hina, you try calling him. Thinking of this made Shizuka Hiratsuka even angrier. Alright, Shizuka-senpai. Hina Takabana dialed Lin Yi's number, but once again, no one picked up. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. If Lin Yi had answered, Shizuka-senpai would have been furious. Didn't answer. Maybe he really has something to do. Or maybe he knows I asked you to call him, and he's too scared to answer. Let's check again around lunchtime. Okay, Shizuka-senpai. Hina Takabana nodded and left the student guidance office. At lunchtime, Hina Takabana was having lunch with her younger sister, Rua Takabana, who had just transferred to the school. Here, Rua, eat more. The rolled omelette is really delicious today. Hina Takabana picked up a piece of the rolled omelette for her sister. The girl with shoulder-length blue hair gave a wry smile. Sis, I made the rolled omelette. Hina's sister was a terrible cook and couldn't make anything edible, yet she always tried to cook. Ah. But the rolled omelette is really delicious. Rua's cooking skills are amazing. Any man who marries you will be very happy. Sis, you should worry about yourself. You still don't have any experience with dating. Hinata Kabana took a direct hit and placed her left hand over her chest in a dramatic gesture. I'm still young. I'm not like Shizuka-senpai. I still have time. No need to rush, no need to rush. Sis, isn't Hiratsuka-sensei the one with long black hair who wears a white lab coat? Why? Ruata Kabana immediately stood up and respectfully bowed. Hiratsuka-sensei, good afternoon. Hinata Kabana? I'm getting old, and I really should be worried. A faint voice came, making Hinata Kabana feel like she might cry. The brunette teacher hurriedly stood up and immediately apologized to Shizuka Hiratsuka. Sorry, Shizuka-senpai. I didn't mean it. I think you're wonderful, and since you don't have a partner, it must be because those men are blind. If I were a man, I would definitely pursue you and marry you. At that moment, Hinata Kabana, with her head lowered, was trembling in panic. Sigh, I know you didn't mean it. Don't worry, I'm used to it. Used to it. The whole of Chiba, no, all of Tokyo men have no taste. Humphrey. Come here, I need you to help me with something. Call Lin Yi again. Shizuka-senpai, still no luck getting in touch? Hinata Kabana asked, puzzled. Could something have really happened to him? She couldn't help but think of strange events. Could Lin Yi have once again been caught up in some dangerous, mysterious situation? I'm worried that if I try and then have you call him, he still won't pick up. So, you go ahead and try first. If Hinata Kabana couldn't get through, then there was no point in her trying either. Got it. Hinata Kabana put down her chopsticks and immediately picked up her phone to dial. However, it was still the same, no one answered. No one picked up. Shizuka Hiratsuka frowned slightly. This had happened before, and it wasn't just once or twice. Hina, continue eating. I've decided to go check his apartment. I don't have any classes this afternoon anyway. After thinking for a moment, Shizuka Hiratsuka decided that going to his apartment would give her peace of mind. I'll go too. Hinata Kabana immediately said. I don't have any classes this afternoon either, Shizuka-senpai. I'll go with you. No need. I already bothered you enough last time. It's no trouble at all. I'm also his teacher, though not his subject teacher, ha ha ha. After smiling, Hinata Kabana immediately quickened her pace at eating lunch. 2 minutes later, she was done. Rua, could you take care of the dishes? You go home alone after school. I might have something to do. Okay, sis. While we're at school, call me sensei. Yes, Hina-sensei. Ruata Kabana said earnestly. Soon, Shizuka Hiratsuka and Hinata Kabana left the school building. Ruata Kabana thought about the name mentioned by the two teachers. Lin Yi. She was slightly puzzled, thinking about what her sister had told her during dinner last night. Rua, don't get interested in a boy named Lin Yi at school. Even if you like him, don't be the one to make the first move. Why did sis say that? Is he very handsome? Very popular with girls? Ruata Kabana considered asking her classmates for information about Lin Yi. But soon, she abandoned the idea. She had just transferred to Sobya High, and today was her first day. She didn't yet know anyone well enough to ask such a question. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang repeatedly. But the door remained tightly shut. Teacher, what should we do? Open the door. But we don't have a key. I do. Hinata Kabana? She watched as Shizuka Hiratsuka took out a set of keys and selected one to insert into the apartment door. He asked for the keys before, just in case this situation came up. Hey. Click. The door opened. Standing at the doorway, Shizuka Hiratsuka immediately walked in. With the light from outside streaming through the window, the room looked bright. At first glance, Shizuka Hiratsuka immediately saw Lin Yi lying on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. A big question mark appeared in her mind. Still sleeping at this hour? What time did this guy stay up until last night? He shouldn't be so crazy about playing games. Shizuka Hiratsuka quickly walked over to the bed in 2 steps, placing her right hand on Lin Yi's shoulder and shaking him hard. Hey, wake up. Lin Yi, it's morning, wake up. If you don't wake up now, I'll have to give you the iron fist. Finally, after Shizuka Hiratsuka is shaking, Lin Yi groggily opened his eyes, feeling a headache and a little dizzy, like he had been drinking. He held his head and tried to sit up, but found his body a little uncontrollable. Don't pretend to be sick. Shizuka Hiratsuka was worried that Lin Yi might be faking illness, so she immediately placed her hand on his forehead. It wasn't hot, he wasn't running a fever. Humphrey, you're not sick. No, I just stayed up a little late last night. Lin Yi shook his head and slapped his face with both hands to wake himself up a bit more. Then, he looked at Shizuka Hiratsuka. Teacher. This Isn't really appropriate, is it? He saw something. He saw that Shizuka Hiratsuka, in his apartment room, was only wearing underwear, with black lace panties fully exposed to the air. Her snow-white skin was even more apparent under the black lingerie. Damn, she's so sexy. Moreover, Shizuka Hiratsuka had a great figure, which made Lin Yi feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. What's inappropriate? You skipped school, and you don't want me to come here and find you? Because you didn't come to school and I couldn't reach you by phone, Hina came along with me. Lin Yi sat up and looked at the brunette teacher, Hina Takabana, standing behind Shizuka Hiratsuka. What the hell? Hina-sensei, why are you wearing only underwear too, like Hiratsuka-sensei? She looks more reserved than Hiratsuka-sensei, but her underwear is also sexy, and red, no less. It's even more stimulating than black lace. Hina-sensei has a nice body too. No way. Did they really put on sexy underwear just to come find me at school? This is inappropriate. Really inappropriate. I, Lin Yi, won't be swayed by this kind of temptation. Unless. PFFT. Cough cough cough. Lin Yi suddenly started coughing, immediately pounding his chest with his right hand to calm his shaking emotions. What did he just see? He saw that the red lace underwear on Hina Takabana disappeared, leaving only her delicate, snow-white body exposed. That beautiful figure was completely etched into his mind, and the image wouldn't fade for a while. What's wrong with you? Did you play games all night and get too tired? Lin Yi glanced at Shizuka Hiratsuka. Her large chest immediately jumped into his view. What the hell? So big. Such a beautiful shape. At this moment, Lin Yi realized it was his own problem, not Shizuka Hiratsuka or Hina Takabana is. Of course. How could Shizuka Hiratsuka and Hina Takabana, as teachers, come to his apartment in their underwear? It's all in my head. It must be X-ray vision. I must have gained a new superpower. Wait, what about my time stop ability? Time stop. Activate. In an instant, everything froze, falling into a static state. It was completely silent, not a single sound. Still here. Lin Yi poked Shizuka Hiratsuka. She didn't respond. He walked over to Hina Takabana and poked her again. Kid, what are you doing? Lin Yi? The next moment, he looked up at Hina Takabana and saw that her face was red, and she was holding her chest with both hands, looking shy. Watch my iron fist. Time stop. It didn't stop. What's going on? Why can't I use it now? The fist wind howled toward him. Hina Takabana instinctively pulled Lin Yi and shielded him behind her, facing Shizuka Hiratsuka. Hina, what are you doing? It's nothing, really. It was just an accident. Lincoln certainly didn't mean it. He's just confused from sleep. Shizuka-senpai, please don't take this seriously. I don't mind, really. So please, Shizuka-senpai, let's not dwell on this. Hina Takabana said seriously. Alright. Seeing that Hina Takabana said this, Shizuka Hiratsuka let Lin Yi go, but still gave him a stern look, reminding him not to think he could act recklessly. Sorry, Hina-sensei. Lin Yi apologized to Hina Takabana, and as he did, he controlled his X-ray vision, returning to his normal sight. At that moment, he confirmed his situation. Superpower, X-ray vision. A new superpower for a new week. Chapter 92, Yukino, did I gain X-ray vision? The sudden change caught Lin Yi completely off guard. In reality, when Lin Yi gained the time stop ability, he did consider the possibility that one day this superpower might disappear. However, after using it repeatedly, day after day, and seeing no sign of it failing or vanishing, Lin Yi gradually began to believe that the time stop would never disappear, that he would always have it. But now, it seemed he had been overthinking it. This superpower only lasts for 1 week. Lin Yi suddenly saw some text appear in his vision, just like when he first traveled to this world and saw that string of words. Your time stop ability from last week has ended, defect unlocked. The defect is, the female closest to you when you first use the time stop will not be affected by the time stop during its use. Lin Yi? So this is the defect? Who was the closest female to him at that time? It was Hoshino Ai. In other words, when he used the time stop while interacting with Hoshino Ai, she had been able to see everything, including all the inappropriate things he did to her. He was shocked. Hoshino Ai didn't show any reaction at all. Lin Yi marveled at her acting skills. Your superpower for this week has been updated, superpower, X-ray vision, but the defect is, at this moment, Lin Yi was completely certain about his situation. The superpower experience period lasts for 1 week, and this week's superpower is X-ray vision. Last week's time stop experience had already ended. Such a huge loss. Compared to X-ray vision, time stop was far more useful. Everything X-ray vision could do, time stop could do as well. But there were many things Time Stop could do that X-ray vision simply couldn't. Lin Yi suddenly felt the pressure. The strange game had just switched from easy mode to hard mode in an instant. I don't want X-ray vision, I want Time Stop. Replacing Time Stop with X-ray vision was a huge loss. He felt completely demoralized, looking lifeless. The images of Shizuka Hiratsuka and Hinata Kabana in their beautiful forms, which had once excited him, were now pushed into a corner of his mind, unable to stir any emotions. In his frustration, Lin Yi suddenly thought of another problem. Just now, he had used X-ray vision to see Shizuka Hiratsuka and Hinata Kabana in their underwear, but he also used the Time Stop afterward. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was indeed the Time Stop ability. Who else understood the feeling of using Time Stop better than him? No one. He had definitely used the Time Stop. Otherwise, how could this teacher, who had a violent tendency, not react at all when he poked Shizuka Hiratsuka? This was absolutely impossible. So, what's going on? Could it be that the Time Stop ability wasn't fully reset? Did it leave a little bit behind? No way. Lin Yi pondered repeatedly but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you trying to come up with an excuse to get out of this? Let me tell you, I won't let you off easily for skipping class today. Shizuka Hiratsuka said, crossing her arms and looking at Lin Yi with slight dissatisfaction. No matter what, she never expected that in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi would actually go and touch Hinata Kabana, taking advantage of her. If Hinata Kabana pursued legal action, Lin Yi would definitely be taken to the police station, and if things got serious, he might even be deported. Shizuka Hiratsuka was so angry just now and even resorted to a fist to punish him, hoping that this would calm Hinata Kabana down and prevent her from holding Lin Yi accountable. But, Shizuka Hiratsuka never expected Hinata Kabana to step in and actively protect Lin Yi, even explaining things on his behalf. This was completely unexpected. There's something off. She felt that something must have happened between Lin Yi and Hinata Kabana, otherwise, Hinata Kabana wouldn't have gone this far to cover for him. Shizuka Hiratsuka's curiosity was piqued. Teacher, how should I put it? I stayed up too late last night, and just missed my alarm, so I overslept. Lin Yi coughed twice and explained. The test last night was too draining, putting too much strain on his mental energy, which caused him to sleep until now. Be honest. The tall, black-haired beauty came to my apartment last night, and I couldn't sleep all night. Lin Yi admitted. The small apartment was silent, and Shizuka Hiratsuka's eyelid twitched, turning into helplessness. Who would believe that? Beep beep beep. The sound of horns from passing cars outside broke the silence. It's really not good to keep skipping class like this. If the school holds you accountable and even asks for your expulsion, I won't be able to do much as your teacher. I really don't want to see the day you get expelled. Shizuka Hiratsuka said, speaking sincerely. This wasn't because she cared particularly about Lin Yi. She always tried to treat all students equally and would do her best to guide and change any problem students, helping them get back on the right track. Sorry, I've caused trouble for you, Hiratsuka-sensei. Lin Yi said. But this made Shizuka Hiratsuka even more frustrated. If Lin Yi had argued a little or even stubbornly said he didn't want to go to class, she could have used some more forceful methods to change his attitude. But this guy's polite and sincere attitude made it difficult for her to push further. Shizuka-senpai, I'm sure Lin-san didn't do it on purpose. He'll definitely be more careful next time, right, Lin-san? Hinata Kabana smiled and gave a subtle glance. Yes, teacher, there was an unexpected situation last night. I won't be late again, won't leave early, and I won't cause you trouble anymore. I'll try my best. Lin Yi said, though his last words made Shizuka Hiratsuka almost believe him once again. Go wash up and change into your school uniform, I'll wait for you. Huh? What are you staring at? Hurry up. She urged. It's almost 2 o'clock. We still have to go to school? Lin Yi immediately headed to the bathroom to wash up as he saw Shizuka Hiratsuka's expression. Splash, splash. The sound of running water filled the apartment. Shizuka Hiratsuka now had the leisure to observe the state of the apartment. The room is quite clean. She noted. It was much tidier than her own apartment. For a high school boy's apartment, the hygiene was remarkable. She thought that Lin Yi must have strong self-control. But why didn't he like studying? Shizuka Hiratsuka sighed. Meanwhile, Hinata Kabana opened the window, letting in a cool breeze that tousled her chestnut-colored hair. Fresh air filled the apartment. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi finished washing up quickly and came out dressed in his high school uniform. The black, well-fitted uniform of Sobyu High perfectly accentuated Lin Yi's tall and athletic frame. Teacher, I'm done. Shizuka Hiratsuka glanced at him. To be honest, she thought that if Lin Yi were a bit more proactive and pursued other girls from Sobyu High, his chances would probably be high. But unfortunately, the person he once pursued was Yukino Shida. She knew exactly what kind of girl Yukino Shida was like. Trying to date Yukino? Sigh, it would be more reliable to just focus on getting into the University of Tokyo. Let's go. Shizuka Hiratsuka turned and walked toward the door of the apartment. At that moment, Hinata Kabata flashed a smile at Lin Yi, signaling him not to worry, and patted her chest with her right hand, indicating she would help. Good teachers are always helpful. Lin Yi followed them downstairs to the street. However, when Hinata Kabata reached the dangerous road they had walked down the night before, she subconsciously felt tense and glanced around, worried that something strange might appear again. She had deliberately avoided this road on the way here, but she had forgotten on the way back. Sigh. Teacher, I didn't have breakfast or lunch. Lin Yi suddenly said, drawing the attention of both Shizuka Hiratsuka and Hinata Kabata. You're not thinking of finding an opportunity to escape, are you? Shizuka Hiratsuka asked. No, I'm really hungry. If I don't eat something, I won't even have the strength to walk. If you, Shizuka-sensei, give me a piggyback ride to Sobuhai, we can continue. Lin Yi said, stepping toward her and dramatically extending his arms as if trying to jump on her. The female teacher quickly sidestepped, avoiding him. Let's see if there's anything to eat around here. There's a ramen shop over there, the taste is quite good. Teacher, if you haven't eaten lunch, you should join us. No need, both Hina and I have already eaten. Shizuka Hiratsuka replied. A few minutes later, under Lin Yi's guidance, the trio arrived at the ramen shop. Lin Yi ordered a bowl of tomato egg noodles. 5 minutes later, the steaming bowl of tomato egg noodles was served, with golden eggs paired with red tomatoes, and green onions sprinkled on top. The noodles were submerged in a rich broth, and the whole bowl emitted a tempting fragrance. Lin Yi started eating. The moment the noodles and broth entered his stomach, his previously empty belly felt satisfied, and his weak body regained some energy. At this time, the ramen shop only had Lin Yi as a customer, Shizuka Hiratsuka and Hinata Kabata were just accompanying him. The owner and the waitstaff didn't say much, but couldn't help but glance a few more times since both Shizuka Hiratsuka and Hinata Kabata were beautiful women. Shizuka Hiratsuka stared at Lin Yi while Hinata Kabata started scrolling on her phone and sent a message to her sister, Ruita Kabata. Soon, she got a reply. This made Hinata Kabata hum and immediately sent another message. No playing with your phone during class. Focus on studying. She knew that this time was precisely during class hours. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, while eating noodles and savoring the broth, subconsciously began to think. Now that he had lost time stop, his bold approach in the past would have to change. If he was going to continue with the strange game, he had to be more cautious and thoughtful. Currently, his game level was level 1, and to level up to level 2, he needed 50 experience points, which meant he just needed to complete one real-life regular task to level up. As for the items he currently possessed, they included the initial card obtained from the box, a gas mask, and various weapons like guns, ammunition, and grenades taken from the Atlantic Federation military base. Lin Yi was glad he had acted quickly and taken multiple trips to collect a good amount of weapons. Otherwise, without his time stop ability, he wouldn't be able to obtain military supplies. The strange items he had were the snake eye gem, girl's bracelet, and movie ticket. As for skills, he had persuasion level 3 inches and... Wait. Looking at the golden skill listed in his skill bar, Lin Yi was stunned. Time stop level 1, what? How did this time stop skill suddenly appear? Name, time stop level 1, category, skill, quality, gold, ability. After using this skill, the world, except for the user, will fall into a relative state of stillness for 3 seconds. Cool down, 1 hour, usage requirements, none, usage method, whisper time stop activate. Note 1, you were definitely blessed by the goddess of luck in your previous life. Was her name Aqua? Note 2, 3 seconds, plenty of time to do a lot of things, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about, special reminder, use with caution and keep it secret. If this skill is exposed, you will immediately become a target, and players will try to steal it from you and kill you to prevent future threats. Lin Yi finally understood. The time stop ability was still there. He hadn't completely lost it. Suddenly, Lin Yi saw an email notification and clicked on it. He read the message. Detection has found residual traces of the time stop skill on the player. The game has collected and reassembled it, granting the player this skill. Congratulations, you've gained a new skill time stop level 1. Thank you for discovering the new skill and enriching the weird game database. We look forward to your future performance in the game. It continues to monitor your activity. Good game, good game. The superpower time stop indeed disappeared after being refreshed, and the new superpower, X-ray vision, replaced it. However, the weird game detected residual traces of the time stop ability and recollected it, granting him this skill. The time stop skill is naturally much weaker than his experience version of the superpower time stop, but it's better than nothing. Moreover, this skill can be upgraded using game points, so there is hope for the future. Golden skill, this is the highest quality rating in the weird game. You could say it's a slight compensation for what was lost. But since the superpower time stop can be transformed into the game skill time stop after a week, the superpower X-ray vision might also be transferable, right? In that case, wouldn't there be a new skill every week? Feels great. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, his lips curving into a grin. Clearing the weird game is just a matter of time. There's not much pressure, this game can still be played casually. Lin Yi took a bite of his noodles and suddenly noticed the strange gazes from the two beautiful female teachers sitting across from him, especially Shizuka Hiratsuka's smile, which sent an involuntary chill down his spine. Teacher, this. What's so good? Tell me, let's share the happiness. I was thinking, if I suddenly awaken X-ray vision, how should I make money? Shizuka Hiratsuka sighed. Study well, stop fantasizing. And if you had X-ray vision, I'm sure the first thing you'd do isn't making money. Ah. Then what would it be? Peeping at beautiful girls. I bet the first person you'd look at would be Yukino. If that happens, let me know, I'll call the police. I have a friend at the police station who could get some more cases. Shizuka Hiratsuka patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said seriously. Teacher, how could I be that kind of person? I'd be using the X-ray vision to see you first, teacher. You have an amazing figure, better than most 20-year-olds, and you dress so sexy. You definitely know how to show off, and men would love it. After Lin Yi calmed down, a nameless fire began to burn within him. He consciously restrained himself to avoid reacting. I hope so. As your homeroom teacher, I wouldn't want my students to go down a path of crime. Hinata Kabana, standing nearby, just smiled and nodded to show her presence. 5 minutes later, Lin Yi finished his last spoonful of soup, and the three of them set off for the tram station. At the tram station, Lin Yi began experimenting with his X-ray vision. He focused on the briefcase of the man sitting across from him. Concentrating his gaze, the first layer of the black briefcase disappeared. He continued. The inner compartment also vanished, revealing the documents inside. Lin Yi could clearly see the text, then, he continued. The text on the second sheet also entered his field of vision. After staring for a few minutes, Lin Yi began to feel his eyes strain, so he closed them and ended the first experiment. The effect was still strong. However, further testing is required to determine the intensity and duration of the X-ray vision. At 3:02 p.m., Lin Yi arrived once again at Sobya High. Under the sunlight, the school was bright and clean. During class hours, the campus was quiet, with the occasional sound of students reading aloud and teachers giving lessons. After crossing the front yard, Lin Yi entered the classroom building and changed into his indoor shoes. Teacher, I'm going to class. Don't. Shizuka Hiratsuka stopped him. At this time, the students are about to finish class. Don't go to class now. Come with me to the guidance office. Is this a special mission to educate me properly in the school's guidance office? What's the matter? Don't want to? No, I'm very willing. Shizuka Hiratsuka looked at Hinata Kabana. Hina, thank you so much today. Hina-sensei, there's no trouble. Lin-san is my student, it's what I should do. Thank Hina. Shizuka Hiratsuka urged Lin Yi. Hina-sensei, thank you. No need to thank me. After greeting her, Hinata Kabana returned to her office, and Lin Yi went to the guidance office. Since Shizuka Hiratsuka hadn't arrived yet, Lin Yi started using his X-ray vision to observe. Oh. There are quite a few people sleeping in class. Watching hentai, too much. The middle-aged male teacher is giving a lesson, and you're watching hentai beneath him. This is too much. One person is also looking at model photo books. Lin Yi adjusted his gaze to look at other classes. Tap 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 footsteps were heard. Lin Yi quickly withdrew his gaze. Shizuka Hiratsuka entered the guidance office and took out a disposable cup, pouring Lin Yi a glass of water. Teacher, you really don't have to be so polite. Hee, don't worry. I won't be polite later. No, please continue being polite. Shizuka Hiratsuka pulled out a chair and sat down. She seemed a little tired, so she subconsciously opened a drawer and pulled out a cigarette. But soon, Shizuka Hiratsuka remembered that Lin Yi, a minor, was present, so she put the cigarette down and extinguished it. Teacher, you can smoke, it's fine. No, I won't. She put both the cigarette and lighter back into the drawer. I've talked to you several times before, but you've lost your memory. So I don't know if you remember our previous conversations. So, while we have the time today, let me have another proper conversation with you. Lin Yi was surprisingly not rejecting this. In his previous life, he was always a good student in elementary, middle, and high school. Even in university, he never skipped classes. Even when there was an emergency, he would contact the teacher in advance to explain and ask for leave. So, he had never experienced being criticized by a teacher, let alone a one-on-one educational talk. This feeling was somewhat new and fresh. Teacher Hiratsuka, please go ahead. Have you thought about what to do for the next 2 years of high school? Study, exercise, fight monsters, clear the weird game, and become a winner in life. Study hard, and make progress every day. Let's be serious now. Shizuka Hiratsuka knew Lin Yi would say that. Teacher, I'm serious. I'll study hard, at least in subjects like math, physics, chemistry, and biology. I'll definitely get good grades. Every day, I'll spend a bit of time revisiting the knowledge I've missed and return to studying for the teachers. For other subjects, I won't push for perfection. What about your plans for the future? After high school, do you plan to return to your home country or continue studying in Japan for university? I haven't really thought about it. This response was the same as before, no change. Teacher hopes you study well, master knowledge. Although grades don't determine your entire future, you can create a wonderful and happy life with your own hands. However, good grades give you more choices and help you develop better willpower and self-control. Shizuka Hiratsuka said a lot, hoping Lin Yi would study hard and not give up after a week, returning to his previous bad habits. Lin Yi's improvement in the past week gave Shizuka Hiratsuka hope, but today's truancy did worry her. I understand, teacher. I'll do my best. Compared to Hikuman's harsh punishment in the original, Lin Yi was doing much better. At least Shizuka Hiratsuka didn't use her fists to teach him. Now, Sobuhai had finished classes, teachers had returned to their offices and started packing up textbooks and materials. In the hallway, students walked in small groups, and the sound of cleaning could be heard. Shizuka Hiratsuka didn't speak, so Lin Yi just continued sitting. Are you going straight home after school? Joining a club to expand your social circle is also a major part of life. I'll consider it. Alright. Shizuka Hiratsuka stood up, dusted off her clothes. Well, teacher, I'll take my leave for now. See you tomorrow. Don't hurry off, come with me for a moment. Huh? Amidst his confusion, Lin Yi followed Shizuka Hiratsuka's steps. They left the teaching building and arrived at the club building of Sobuhai. Turning a corner, Shizuka Hiratsuka stopped in front of a classroom door, her right hand reaching out to place on the door. Could it be? Lin Yi thought of something. Could this be the service club? Shizuka Hiratsuka was bringing him here to join the service club. Isn't this a treatment exclusive to the male protagonist? Whoosh! The classroom door opened. Shizuka-sensei, how many times do I have to say this? Please knock before entering. Sorry, Yukino, I forgot for a moment. Shizuka Hiratsuka chuckled. At this moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel internally. He was experiencing what the male protagonist from my teen romantic comedy Snafu went through. At this moment, he was the male protagonist. The feeling was surprisingly good. The next moment, Lin Yi followed Shizuka Hiratsuka inside and looked up at the girl by the window. The girl had an incredibly cute face, with long, smooth black hair that fluttered in the breeze from the window, creating a graceful arc. Her skin was as white as snow, and she wore nothing at all. Was she not wearing any clothes? Lin Yi was completely confused. At this moment, Yukino Shida was completely naked, her skin as white as snow. The usual black school uniform from Sobuhai was missing. When did he activate his X-ray vision? He hadn't. Lin Yi consciously turned off his X-ray vision but found that the girl was still exposed, her smooth, fair skin and delicate body completely visible to him. What was going on? Why couldn't he turn it off? Lin Yi quickly looked towards Shizuka Hiratsuka, who was wearing a white lab coat, unaffected by the X-ray vision. Consciously, he activated it again, and the lab coat disappeared. Soon after, her suit also vanished, revealing the black lace underneath, covering her alluring body. This was normal. The X-ray power seemed to work fine, so why did it malfunction with Yukino Shida? Could it be a flaw? Lin Yi immediately found an explanation for the situation. This must be a flaw in the X-ray vision. Don't blame me, Yukino, I really didn't mean to. But your skin is amazing. Too bad your figure can't match Shizuka-sensei or Hina-sensei, but you have potential. Really, I'm serious. He quickly suppressed his inner emotions and tried to compose himself. A few seconds earlier, Yukino Shita had seen Shizuka Hiratsuka burst in and let out a slight sigh as she put down her literary anthology. She lifted her head, brushing her black hair back, and looked toward the door of the classroom. But the next moment, she froze, her pupil shrinking, and her legs gave way as she immediately sat back down in her chair. Why was there a naked man following Shizuka Hiratsuka into the room? A pervert. Wait, this man seemed familiar. Wasn't he Lin Yi, her classmate? The one who skipped class today, and now he was here, naked, caught by Shizuka Hiratsuka and brought to the service club. Calm down, Yukino. Yukino Shita kept reminding herself, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Teacher, you just didn't want to knock, but what exactly does this pervert want by following Shizuka-sensei to the service club? She glanced at Lin Yi, only to see that he was still completely naked, so she immediately turned her gaze away. It wasn't an illusion. He really wasn't wearing any clothes. This image. I need to erase it from my mind. Ahem, although Lin Yi sometimes skips class, he's not a pervert. Staying in the same room as him, I feel like I'm in danger. Shizuka Hiratsuka? Don't worry, even if Lin Yi is bold, he wouldn't do anything to hurt girls. I can guarantee that. He's fundamentally a good person. She patted Lin Yi's shoulder and chuckled. Yukino Shita began to realize something and furrowed her brows as she pondered. Had Shizuka-sensei not noticed Lin Yi's nakedness? Was he actually wearing clothes? The problem wasn't Lin Yi, but her own perception? Yukino Shita endured the urge to look at Lin Yi again but reluctantly glanced at him, seeing that indeed, he was still naked. Could it be that she had developed an X-ray vision ability? So, teacher, what brings you here? Suppressing her inner turmoil, Yukino Shita remained calm and spoke slowly. I brought him to join the service club, to add a new member to your club. Yukino Shita's hand trembled slightly. Reject. Ah. You haven't even heard my reasons. Reject. It's inappropriate. Having a male who has confessed to me multiple times joining my club would make me feel a threat to my chastity. Sorry, Shizuka-sensei. Shizuka Hiratsuka immediately glared at Lin Yi. Why did you confess so many times before? That was all from the original me. Lin Yi shrugged. Those were the original confessions, not mine. I'll say this though, Yukino, you can still trust me. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, somewhat understanding but also not fully. Shizuka Hiratsuka immediately organized her words. Here's the thing, Yukino. Last Monday, he encountered a sudden event and lost his memory. Yukino Shita sat up, her gaze meeting Shizuka Hiratsuka. He can't remember many things. He has no friends in school, and he's always alone in class. Today, he fainted in his apartment, and no one knew. It was me and Hina who rushed over and found him. Well, strictly speaking, I didn't faint. But since Shizuka-sensei said so, he didn't want to contradict her. So, I hope he can join the service club, and you can help guide him, help him build a new, positive life outlook. With your guidance, I'm sure he'll be on the right path. This is my request. Please, Yukino. Shizuka Hiratsuka asked earnestly. Teacher, you're putting me in a difficult position. Her tone was slightly hesitant and troubled. Please. Yukino Shita pressed her lips together, struggling internally. She wanted to reject it, but Shizuka-sensei had asked so sincerely. However, regarding her X-ray vision, she did have some thoughts maybe keeping Lin Yi in the service club could help her find out something. Although she really didn't want to see a naked man polluting her eyes. But this guy's body wasn't bad, and well. Wasn't there something? Yukino Shita immediately suppressed her rising thoughts. Seeing this, Lin Yi spoke up. Teacher, since Yukino-san is feeling troubled, let's forget it. There's no need to force her. I'll make sure to keep my promises to you. You don't have to worry about my studies. I'll get good grades in the next exam. Here, Lin Yi looked at Yukino, admiring the beautiful view in front of him. Art. A perfect work of art. But Lin Yi felt that if he stayed any longer, he might have a reaction. So, rather than stay in battle with his willpower and physical response, it was better to leave. After all, Yukino Shita didn't seem to want to accept him anyway. Yukino, this is my request as your teacher. If he causes trouble or bothers you in the club, just tell me, and I'll immediately take him out of the service club. The sunlight outside grew even redder, and a gentle breeze blew, cherry blossoms falling. She made up her mind. The girl with the long black hair, bathed in the breeze, spoke slowly. Chapter 93, I have a girl I like. Shizuka Hiratsuka is a good teacher, responsible and dedicated. Even when dealing with underperforming students, she does not choose to ignore them, which is different from many other teachers at Sobya High. In this fast-paced era, a teacher who cares about and takes the time to help her students is truly rare. Yukino Shita also understands that Shizuka Hiratsuka brought Lin Yi to the servant club today to make a request, and this decision was based on the fact that Shizuka had already spoken with Lin Yi multiple times. In the end, she chose to send Lin Yi to the servant club, hoping that Yukino could help change him. As a classmate of Lin Yi, Yukino Shita knew quite a bit about his performance over the past 6 months. He had been frequently late, skipped school, and his attendance rate was one of the worst in Class J. His grades were also poor, ranking at the bottom of both his class and the entire second year. If it weren't for Lin Yi not engaging in violent behaviors like fighting, he probably would have already been expelled by Sobyu High. Yukino Shita suspected that Lin Yi hadn't been expelled because Shizuka Hiratsuka had intervened multiple times with the school. Despite her sincere efforts, Lin Yi had been constantly letting her down. To be honest, Yukino Shita had no good feelings towards this boy. Since the teacher has requested so earnestly, I'll accept. The cold, black-haired girl replied somewhat reluctantly. This decision had taken a lot of resolve. Having a naked male member in her service club made her feel constantly in danger of losing her chastity. She hoped that tomorrow things would return to normal. She couldn't help but think. I knew you'd agree, Yukino. Shizuka Hiratsuka sighed in relief. Yukino had already rejected twice, and if she rejected again, Shizuka would really feel embarrassed to ask any further. Then I'll leave him in your care. Teach him well and help him become a student who loves learning. She patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and gently pushed him toward Yukino. The distance between them shortened. Yukino sat on her chair, suppressing the urge to escape. I can't guarantee that. I believe you can do it. After all, you're Yukino. Teacher, I feel like you've attached some special meaning to the name Yukino. Haha. Shizuka Hiratsuka smiled, her gaze landing on Lin Yi. Kid, remember this, I let you join the service club to help you change your current life situation. Integrate into the group, study hard, and improve your grades. Don't think about anything else. She warned him. I promised Yukino. If you dare to harass or bother her, don't blame me for not being polite. Whoosh. Shizuka Hiratsuka swung her right fist, and the air rushed by. The righteous Iron Fist's judgment. Teacher. Lin Yi raised his hand. You said. With such violence, you'll have a hard time finding a man in the future. Whoosh. The wind from her fist rushed toward him, and Lin Yi tilted his head to avoid it. Nice reaction. Next time, it won't be so easy. Shizuka Hiratsuka retracted her fist and whispered in Lin Yi's ear. If you attract Yukino's attention, then this won't be an issue. Shocked, Lin Yi thought, isn't she practically hinting at him? Moreover, at this distance, Lin Yi was sure Yukino could hear it too. Their eyes met for a brief moment before quickly shifting away. As expected of Shizuka Hiratsuka, hitting two birds with one stone, getting Lin Yi to behave well in the service club while also making Yukino stay alert. Teacher, you don't need to worry about that. I've already liked someone else, a new girl, not Yukino. Shizuka Hiratsuka's memory was triggered. Mai Sakurajima, or Ai Hoshino? Can it be both? Hee. Hearing this from Lin Yi did indeed put Shizuka Hiratsuka at ease. If he could openly say in front of Yukino that he liked Mai Sakurajima and Ai Hoshino, it meant Lin Yi had truly let go of Yukino. Otherwise, who would mention liking other girls in front of the one they liked? Good luck. The teacher will be waiting for your good news. With that, Shizuka Hiratsuka waved and left, turning her back as she walked away. I'm leaving. Yukino, I'm leaving him in your hands. Click. The door to the service club closed. The large room was now left with only Lin Yi and Yukino. At this moment, unaware of each other's thoughts, the two saw through each other's bodies. After Shizuka Hiratsuka left, Lin Yi felt the stillness of the atmosphere, especially since the black-haired girl's situation made him think more. Calm down, don't overthink it. Sit down first. The cold voice broke the silence in the service club. The girl turned and picked up a literary anthology from the desk, continuing to read. Lin Yi walked over to a large table made from 6 desks and pulled over a wooden chair to sit down. Yukino sat upright, her expression calm, her eyes focused on the book in her hands. Her slender fingers occasionally turned the pages, which made a soft rustling sound. Lin Yi glanced at her, then took out his phone and pretended to casually browse. This week's superpower was X-ray vision. The superpower lasted for 7 days and would be replaced with another ability next Monday. If we analyze this from the perspective of the time stop ability, his game character panel would also show X-ray vision. But the ability would definitely have limitations in terms of usage, time, or other aspects, unlike the superpower X-ray vision. Therefore, if he wanted to use X-ray vision to improve himself, this week was the best time. Knowing the regularity of his own powers, Lin Yi now felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to make use of the weekly limited superpower to improve his overall abilities. And money was, of course, one of the key aspects. Without money, many things were difficult to do. The fastest ways to make money were gambling, drugs, and other illicit activities. X-ray vision was a powerful tool in gambling. With X-ray vision, he could claim to be the next gambling god. However, gambling was illegal in Japan, and while underground casinos existed, he currently had no connections to get in. Even if he found a way, the winnings wouldn't be high enough to avoid attracting the attention of criminal organizations. He had weapons and the time-stop ability, which could help him handle some dangerous situations, but the risk was still high. If things went badly, it could easily lead to conflicts and investigations by the Japanese police. So, he couldn't choose Japan for gambling. Las Vegas casinos are world-renowned. But being an Asian, going to the Atlantic Federation to gamble and win big money would still mean dealing with breaches of contract from the casino side. They'd let him go, but the money would stay, or worse, he wouldn't be allowed to leave because of maintaining the casino's reputation. There was also the important factor that Japan was too far from the Atlantic Federation, and a visa was required. He couldn't possibly get a visa in a short time. Thus, there was only one choice. Australia. It was close, and a weekend would be enough to go there and back. In the future, I'll repay the country tenfold, 100-fold. Right now, he was just temporarily borrowing money, much like borrowing arms from the Atlantic Federation. He would definitely pay it back in the future. Lin Yi carefully examined each item in the game panel, making himself familiar with every ability and item. Finally, his gaze landed on the time-stop level 1 skill. Currently, aside from using the game points to upgrade skills, he had no other use for them. Lin Yi guessed that as his game level increased, more permissions would unlock, and the scope for using game points would expand. But for now, he decided to use them to upgrade his skills. He currently had 2 skills, Persuasion level 3, which didn't need further upgrading for now. Time Stop level 1 needed to be upgraded. You used 1000 game points to upgrade Time Stop. Time Stop skill level is now level 2. Lin Yi looked at the Time Stop level 2 skill. Name, Time Stop level 2, ability. When activated, the world will fall into a relative state of stillness for 10 seconds, and it can be used consecutively 2 times, with a cooldown of 50 minutes. The duration had increased, the number of uses had gone up, and the cooldown time had decreased. Nice. Especially the number of uses. With the same total duration, Lin Yi preferred more uses. You used 3000 game points to upgrade the Time Stop skill. Time Stop skill level is now level 3. Name, Time Stop level 3, ability. When activated, the world will fall into a relative state of stillness for 15 seconds, and it can be used consecutively 3 times, with a cooldown of 40 minutes. Good, very good. Now the margin for error was much higher. With his current strength, Lin Yi was confident that he could board the number 18 bus again and still pass the entrance exam for Kyoto Private Elite High School. Skills were just an aid, a help. The most important thing was his own strength. The Time Stop superpower wasn't invincible, especially with his current skill level. Outside the window, the sunset painted the sky in gold and red. The sounds of bustling students from Sobuhai reached his ears. A gentle breeze blew in, making the curtains flutter in beautiful arcs. Lin Yi glanced at the classroom clock. It was already 4:50 p.m. He had been sitting in the service club for over half an hour. He felt it was enough, he could leave now. Minister Yukino, I will leave and go home for now. After speaking, Lin Yi stood up. Wait a moment. At this moment, Yukino spoke. The club application form is a must. Alright, I will fill it out. Since you've joined the service club, you must understand the scope of our club's activities. She glanced at him briefly and then turned her gaze away. As expected, the scene before her eyes didn't change at all. It's something like a volunteer department, right? Oh. I didn't expect you, Len, to guess our service club's activity theme. After all, Teacher Shizuka just gave you a commission. You're smarter than I imagined. If you used that intelligence on your studies, I'm sure you could get better grades, and Teacher Shizuka could rest easy, and I'd save some energy. The last point seemed to be the main focus. There's no need for you to worry about my studies, Minister Yukino. Oh, do you have more confidence than I do? Her cold voice held a hint of provocation. At least in math, I'm confident. I'm pretty good at math. If I remember correctly, your math score last semester was 57. And yes, compared to your other subjects, 57 is indeed a high score. This woman was just like the one in anime, showing a ruthless side to strangers. Never mind, let me enjoy this for a moment, to comfort my wounded heart. Lin Yi no longer averted his gaze but looked directly at the girl. Quite nice. Never get tired of looking at her. But how should I put it? If there were some underwear hiding beneath, that kind of teasing, almost revealing feeling would be even more alluring and stimulating. Yukino Shita trembled slightly, feeling an intense discomfort rise within her. She glared at Lin Yi, took out her phone, and consciously closed her hands to cover it. Looking at him there, She felt almost as if she were naked herself. She couldn't help but feel that way. If you keep looking at me with such lewd eyes, I can choose to call the police. But before they arrive, I'm sure Teacher Shizuka will teach you a lesson. I was just admiring you. Looks like you were using lewd eyes on me. She quickly typed 110 on her phone. So in your eyes, Minister Yukino, admiring equals lewd? Well, from now on, I'll look at you with lewd eyes. In your view, that should be admiring. Since you, as the cute schoolgirl Yukino, must be used to such admiring eyes. This guy is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Goodbye, Minister Yukino. Lin Yi turned to leave. I will correct your attitude and bring you back to the right path. Yukino lightly exerted force to leave her seat, standing by the window. The cool breeze outside blew in, and her long black hair fluttered gently. She swept her hair with her right hand and spoke calmly. Since I accepted Teacher Shizuka's commission, I will fulfill it. I hope you can do it. I look forward to that day. Yukino Shita's dark blue eyes met Lin Yi's. The two locked eyes, and in that moment, there was a brief silence. Welcome to the service club, Lin Yi. I'm glad to join the service club, Minister Yukino. Lin Yi extended his hand to Yukino Shita. At that moment, Yukino hesitated. She stared at the man in front of her, hesitated a little more, and then reached out to shake his hand. The two shook hands. At that moment, from a certain angle, the scene was extremely intense. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. If only it weren't for this situation. Yukino silently thought to herself. Lin Yi nodded and turned to leave, leaving Yukino with the image of his bare back. At this moment, Yukino had seen Lin Yi in every way possible. Splash. The door to the service club closed, and the room returned to its quiet state, with only the black-haired girl inside. Ugh. After Lin Yi left, Yukino finally showed her true feelings. She rubbed her eyes, blinking hard. What was that about? Why did I see a naked man? Could it be that other men also appeared naked in her eyes? Yukino immediately went to the window of the service club and looked towards the sports field in the distance. Under the reddish glow of the setting sun, a few boys were still playing basketball on the field. Normal, they're wearing clothes. Was it just Lin Yi who appeared naked in her eyes? Why is this happening? What's changing in me? She hadn't encountered any special events today. Could it be something strange? There were rumors circulating online and among students. Many people knew about it, but it was unclear whether they were true or false. Why was she thinking about it now? It was because Yukino had once heard that people who experienced strange events gained some special abilities. She was now experiencing what could be considered a special ability, right? Yukino wanted to ask someone, but after thinking for a while, she realized she had no one to ask. Maybe I should ask Teacher Shizuka. If Teacher Shizuka didn't give an answer, she'd have to ask that other woman. Strange? Yukino, you don't look like the kind of person who would believe in these mysterious rumors. Teacher Shizuka laughed. I don't believe in them, but there's been a lot of talk about it, so I came to ask you, teacher. Haha, there's nothing strange. It's just students with too much time on their hands passing rumors. Don't believe it. Yukino calmly accepted the answer and left. After she left, Shizuka's expression returned to its calm state. I'm doing this for your own good. Belief increases probability, that's a situation where belief helps. According to the information Shizuka had, those who were more likely to believe in the existence of the strange were more likely to be chosen by the strange game. Now, various governments worldwide were actively suppressing the spread of related information, controlling public opinion to reduce the number of strange occurrences and slow their spread, to avoid social chaos. It was said that the Atlantic Federation had once conducted an experiment on a remote island with 500 people, intentionally increasing their belief in strange phenomena to increase their chances of being selected by the strange game. But the result was a disaster. Powerful strange beings appeared. The island became a hell, and of the 500 people, fewer than 5 survived. Since then, countries had been more cautious about related information, mixing true and false rumors. For example, a country once spread a rumor about an immortal practitioner slaying demons with a sword, accompanied by a video that briefly went viral, only to be debunked soon after. And in Europe, there were many rumors about vampires attacking women at night, angels descending to Earth, and various other stories that appeared on the internet to influence public perception and prevent the widespread belief in strange phenomena. This was information Shizuka had learned from her family. If anyone is going to tell you about these matters, it should be someone from the Yukino Shita family, not me. Although Shizuka didn't believe that telling Yukino about these things would involve her in a strange incident, as a teacher, she hoped her students would have a carefree high school life. The farther away from the strange, the better. On her way out of Sobya High, Yukino Shita kept thinking about the moment when she asked the question and the brief look of shock that appeared on Shizuka's face. Was she surprised by me asking such a ridiculous question? Or was she shocked that I knew about strange occurrences? Both were possible, but for now, she couldn't make a judgment. I'll have to ask my sister when I get home. Aside from her, Yukino Shita couldn't think of anyone else to ask. Chiba Elementary School. After seeing that all the teachers had left the office, Kyowa Fujibayashi stretched and loosened her muscles. My first day at work was really exhausting. The mental fatigue, she liked children, which was why she became a primary school teacher, but even so, managing them was still a headache. Hang in there, Kyo, you'll get used to the new job and life here in Chiba soon. Kyowa Fujibayashi stood up and encouraged herself. After tidying up her desk, she looked around, ensuring the windows were closed before leaving the office and shutting the door. Next, I'll go home and have dinner with Ryo. She was looking forward to it. But as soon as she thought of her younger sister, Kyowa Fujibayashi couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in her heart. The situation between Ryo and Lin Yi still weighed heavily on her mind. Until she cleared it up, she wouldn't be completely at ease. Anyway, the best thing I can do for now is stop my sister from meeting Lin Yi alone. That was all she could do for the time being. A few minutes later, Kyowa Fujibayashi walked out of the gates of Chiba Elementary School, turning left and heading towards the train station. Teacher Fujibayashi. A childish female voice called from behind, and Kyo turned to see a delicate little girl with long black hair. Rumi-san. She said, recognizing the student from her class. Are you not going home yet? Kyowa Fujibayashi approached Rumi Tsurumi, squatting down and smiling. You're waiting for me here? Waiting for me? Did you need something from me? Wasn't she able to just go to the office to find her? Why wait at the school gate? There's something I wanted to tell you, Fujibayashi-sensei. You're a good teacher, so you should know. The little girl looked at Kyo, her eyes filled with a faint concern and determination. Rumi Tsurumi was very young but quite observant. In just less than a day of contact, she could tell that Kyowa Fujibayashi was a kind and gentle teacher, someone who genuinely smiled at them. What's the matter? Our school isn't very clean. Kyowa Fujibayashi? I think maybe you should consider teaching at another school. Kyo's eyelid twitched. Had she upset this student somehow today? Rumi-san, did I do something wrong today? Is that why you think I should leave? Rumi Tsurumi shook her head. Our homeroom teacher has already left twice in the past 2 weeks. Teacher, you probably don't know about this, right? She really didn't know. Kyowa Fujibayashi only knew that the 6th grade homeroom teacher had to leave due to health reasons. To her, that seemed like a normal situation, but 2 homeroom teachers leaving in 2 weeks? Something didn't add up. Did you all bully the teachers together? Rumi Tsurumi rolled her eyes. Do you think that's possible? Then. You're a good teacher, I don't want to see you shocked. At this point, Rumi Tsurumi bowed to Kyo and left, leaving only her retreating figure. Kyo was left confused, wondering what just happened. What is going on? Her gaze fell on the small, sunlit school. Everything seemed normal. There was nothing dirty or suspicious here. Shaking her head to clear her confused thoughts, she murmured, maybe it's just a joke. I won't back down because of this. She clenched her right fist. In fact, she felt that Rumi Tsurumi didn't want to say this herself, but was probably pressured by her friends. Elementary school students still had many things going on. The phenomenon of kids teaming up to bully someone still existed. More than half an hour later, Kyo returned to her apartment. About 10 minutes later, the door to the house opened. Ryo, welcome home. Sis, you're home so early. It should be me asking you that. Aren't nurses busy? Her sister had gone for an interview today and had sent a message midway she had successfully gotten a job at Chiba City Hospital, the same hospital as her friend, Ren Nanes. I just started today, mainly to get familiar with the hospital layout and the staff, but yes, the hospital was very busy today, especially with the car accident that happened yesterday. It exhausted all the medical staff, so quite a few people were missing today. With such a situation, how did you come home so early? Sis, are you hoping I came back, or are you not happy that I came back? Ryowa Fujibayashi looked at her sister. Ah, of course, I'm happy you're back early, haha. If you came back late, that would worry me. There will be night shifts from now on. With that, their opportunities to talk would become even fewer. Just night shifts, then. I'll keep you company while you stay up at the hospital. Ugh. If I put on a nurse's uniform and tie up my hair, do you think your colleagues would be able to tell the difference between me and you? Probably not. Ryowa Fujibayashi thought for a moment. Ren might notice. Haha, then no one else would. Ryo, tell me if there's anything interesting happening at the hospital, Or if there are any handsome guys. As soon as Kyo mentioned it, she became eager, waiting for Ryo's response. Are you trying to find a boyfriend, sis? I can keep an eye out. Who wants a boyfriend? I'm just worried that you might get swept away by some handsome doctor at the hospital. Not gonna happen. Ryo Fujibayashi quickly denied, her face slightly flushed. It's not because of him, is it? It has nothing to do with Lin Yi-kun. She continued shaking her hands to deny it. I never said it was Lin Yi. Silence stretched between them. Ryo Fujibayashi's expression froze. Sis, I won't talk about that anymore. Let me tell you something I heard at the hospital. Don't change the topic. Do you remember the car accident yesterday? The one where Ren was urgently contacted to return to the hospital to assist with that series of car accidents. I know. Kyo Fujibayashi didn't press the issue of Lin Yi. She decided to deal with it slowly, in due time. But she was interested in the car accident from yesterday. If it weren't for that accident causing Ren Nanes to leave, her sister and Lin Yi would never have had a chance to be alone, and whatever was happening behind her back would never have happened. Yesterday's car accident was strange. After the first car crash, many cars just slammed into the vehicles in front. Was that strange? It seemed like a normal accident. There were no brakes, just full-speed crashes. Kyo Fujibayashi was stunned. It wasn't just one or two cars. According to the surveillance footage, at least 7 cars crashed into the vehicles in front without braking. 1 or 2 might be a coincidence, but 7? That didn't seem like a coincidence. It really feels like something's wrong. Yeah, some nurses were saying they might have been possessed. Ugh. Some nurses were even wondering if that stretch of road was cursed, like there were evil spirits. Unlike others, Ryo Fujibayashi had experienced eerie incidents firsthand. Her instinct told her that this might be connected to something supernatural. Could the people who died in the accident have perished because they didn't pass some strange game? She decided she would contact Lin Yi and tell him about this matter. Sis, just don't ride your motorcycle down that road in the future. What? Ryo, you're just trying to scare me. No, I'm serious. I just want you to avoid dangerous places and stay safe for the rest of your life. Eerie events should be kept away from her sister forever. So, she subtly expressed her desire for her sister to stay away from dangerous places. Got it. I won't go down that road. Happy now? This made Kyo Fujibayashi temporarily dismiss the thought of sharing what happened with the little girl Rumi Tsurumi and the strange things she said. Good thing she hadn't mentioned it. If she had, her sister might have really suggested she leave the school and find another job. She couldn't just quit after one day. Besides, she was Kyo Fujibayashi, fearless and strong-willed. Tomorrow, when she went to class, she'd stay for a couple of extra hours with 2 dictionaries in hand. Alright, I'll go prepare dinner. You rest well, Ryo. Kyo had a natural talent for cooking, so she usually handled it at home. Okay, sis. Ryo Fujibayashi went back to her room. Sitting in the chair, she dialed Lin Yi's number. Lin-kun, good evening. Good evening, Miss Ryo. I didn't get a chance to say congratulations on getting the job at Chiba City Hospital. Ryo Fujibayashi sent him the job offer information. Although Lin Yi replied with congratulations, it still felt appropriate to say something now that they were talking on the phone. Thank you. Ryo Fujibayashi was happy, her left hand unconsciously rubbing the bed sheets. Today, aside from telling Lin Yi about the car accident, she also wanted to ask Lin Yi out, but she wasn't sure if he would agree. At the same time, a sense of guilt emerged. Was it right for her to do this to her good friend, Nanes Ren? Chapter 94, Yukino, you must be scared, right? Ryo Fujibayashi had also encountered her friend Ren Nanes at Chiba City Hospital today, and the two had a brief conversation during their lunch break. She cautiously probed Ren Nanes about her feelings toward Lin Yi. Lin-kun is my friend. He once helped me with a big problem, and I'm very grateful to him. Going to the mall with Lin-kun over the weekend was just because he wasn't familiar with Chiba and needed a guide. Ryo, don't overthink it. That was Ren Nanes' response to Ryo Fujibayashi. Ryo Fujibayashi didn't believe it. As a girl, she was very sensitive when it came to matters of affection. A girl willing to accompany a man alone to the mall, have dinner, shop, and even watch a movie together, how could that be just a normal friendship? It's just. Her purple short hair swayed gently with her slight movements as she took a deep breath and made a decision. She decided to trust Ren Nanes. As a friend, she should believe Ren Nanes' words and not rely solely on her own feelings to judge. Yes, that's it. She and Lin Yi were friends too. Inviting Lin Yi out over the weekend as a friend shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin-kun, Hesitant words emerged, immediately making Lin Yi on the other end of the phone understand that the girl had something she wanted to say but hesitated to. Go ahead. We're friends now, right? She was a little nervous. Aren't we already friends? Yes, of course, we're friends. So? From now on, just call me Ryao. Miss Ryoa feels too formal. It doesn't sound like something friends would say. At the end, Ryoa Fujibayashi suddenly changed her mind. Inviting him out, how hard it was to say, how embarrassing. Her face was flushed with heat at that moment. I'm worried Miss Fujibayashi might kill me if she hears me calling you that. My sister wouldn't do that. I don't believe it. Really? My sister isn't that violent. Your tone doesn't sound convincing at all. Ryoa Fujibayashi wanted to cry. After all, her sister Kyowa Fujibayashi had indeed been a bit violent during their high school days. If I'm here, my sister won't do anything to Lin-kun. Really, believe me. I'll protect Lin-kun. By the end of her sentence, the girl had used almost all the courage she could muster. With Ryoa protecting me, I feel relieved. A wave of joy surged in her heart like a fountain. Ryoa Fujibayashi couldn't suppress her delighted smile, and her charming expression seemed to fill the room with a cherry blossom-like atmosphere. Yes, and, do you have time this weekend? Striking while the iron was hot, Ryoa Fujibayashi went all in. The girl's voice was soft, her tone trembling slightly with embarrassment. She was nervous and shy. Lin Yi could tell. It was a pity, though. It was rare for a girl to invite him out for the weekend. It could be said to be a first in his life. But he already had plans. Sorry, Ryao, I've got something going on this weekend. Was it a date with Ren? Ryoa Fujibayashi's expectant expression instantly turned into disappointment and dejection, her entire demeanor dimming significantly. Alright, Lin-kun, take care of your own matters first. How about next weekend? I don't have plans for next weekend for now. But Ryao, you just started as a nurse. I remember nursing is a shift-based job, and your break times aren't fixed. It's okay, I can adjust my schedule. Ryoa Fujibayashi blurted out quickly, afraid that Lin Yi would refuse. Let's go with your schedule. I can take leave more flexibly. The purple short-haired girl's heart warmed. Lin Yi was being so considerate. It was so gentle of him. Alright, and there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? Ryoa Fujibayashi recounted yesterday's chain car accident in Chiba. Amid the pile-up at the front, at least 7 vehicles in the rear had failed to brake or slow down, crashing into the ones ahead. Lin Yi sensed something strange. If it wasn't a bizarre incident causing it, then it was highly likely that the people in the cars had already been involved in an anomaly and had died in the incident, leading to this suicidal behavior. I understand. Don't go to the accident site, and be cautious when dealing with the injured. Prioritize your own safety. If you notice anything unusual about the individuals, keep your distance and contact me immediately. Also, ask Miss Kyowa Fujibayashi to avoid it as well. Try to stay away from that area. Lin Yi had thought about asking Ryoa Fujibayashi to stay away from Chiba City Hospital altogether, but after considering reality, he abandoned the suggestion. First, it wasn't confirmed whether the chain car accident was related to the anomaly. Second, whether the accident victims would attract anomalies. And third, similar incidents were only going to increase in the future. It wouldn't be feasible to keep asking Ryoa Fujibayashi to stay away every time. As long as Ryoa Fujibayashi intended to continue working as a nurse, contact with injured people was inevitable. Yes, I'll be careful. If there's any danger, I'll contact Lin-kun immediately. After chatting a bit more, the two ended the call. Sitting on her bed, Ryoa Fujibayashi clenched her fists in celebration. That's great. No time this weekend, but he'd be free next weekend. What should she wear for the outing? No, it's not a date. Ryoa Fujibayashi shook her head vigorously, her face red. A date with whom? Ah. At that moment, Ryoa Fujibayashi noticed her sister standing at the door, wearing a white apron and holding a spatula. Sis. That guy wants to date you? No. Not at all, sis. Ryoa Fujibayashi hurriedly explained. But her flustered explanation only made Kyowa Fujibayashi more certain of her guess. Dinner's ready. With that, Kyowa Fujibayashi turned and headed to the kitchen. She knew there was no point in pressing now. Her younger sister might appear soft and timid, but she was surprisingly stubborn about certain things. She would approach Lin Yi instead. Thinking you can date my sister? Dream on. Clang. Clang. Kyowa Fujibayashi slammed the spatula against the iron pan with force as she stir-fried the vegetables, seemingly venting all her frustration onto the greens. Hearing the sound from the dining room, Ryoa Fujibayashi felt a surge of nervousness. The two sisters soon sat down and began their meal. At that moment, Ryoa Fujibayashi hoped their parents would return home soon. After finishing his call with Ryoa Fujibayashi, Lin Yi immediately tried to contact Ren Nanes. But the call didn't connect. However, within half a minute, his phone rang. Sorry, Lin-kun. I was eating just now, so I didn't notice the ringtone. On the other end of the call came Ren Nani's apologetic voice. It's fine. How have you been feeling these past couple of days? Is work tiring? Tiring, but many of the injured have survived and are recovering quickly. My exhaustion is nothing compared to that. This sense of achievement and fulfillment made Ren Nanis feel that her work was meaningful and valuable. Angel Ren, you're a true angel. Lin-kun. Ren Nanis' shy voice came through, but she sounded happy. I wanted to ask about yesterday's chain car accident. Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, I was planning to tell you after dinner. Ren Nanis recalled and began explaining. Aside from the vehicles failing to brake, she mentioned something else. Some of the injured had very peculiar wounds, which couldn't possibly have been caused by a car accident. Did any officials came to the hospital? Yes, people dressed in black suits, very formal attire. But I don't know which department they were from. Should I try to find out tomorrow? No, Ren, don't investigate. Promise me this, just focus on your duties as a nurse at the hospital. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Ren Nanis could sense the seriousness in Lin Yi's words. Alright, I'll listen to you. Also, just call me Ren from now on. Miss Ren doesn't sound like something friends would say. Did she and Ryowa Fujibayashi plan this? Both of them asking me to call them by their first names on the same day. Aren't you worried about your admirers misunderstanding? I don't have any admirers. I might misunderstand. Ren Nanis. Her brain turned for a moment, and then she realized what Lin Yi meant. A blush of shyness appeared on her face, a faint crimson spreading across it. This weekend I have a day and a half off as compensation for working overtime yesterday. If Lin-kun is free, I'll accompany you to continue exploring Chiba. I promised to make it up to you yesterday. Is it the kind of compensation I'm thinking of? Lin-kun. Ren Nanis' shy voice grew even softer. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to your compensation, Ren, but I won't be free this weekend. Sorry. The nurse with chestnut-colored long hair let out a sigh of relief but also felt a tiny bit of disappointment. For a moment just now, she seemed to genuinely think that if Lin Yi did something to her over the weekend, she might not refuse. What about next week? I probably won't have time next week either. Let's see by then. Okay. If you encounter anything strange or dangerous in the hospital, make sure to stay away and contact me immediately. I will. After 2 consecutive phone calls, Lin Yi sat at his desk, writing his summary notes for the day. The sound of paper being scratched by the pen added a unique charm to the otherwise quiet room. It's 8 o'clock. Lin Yi changed into workout clothes, grabbed a few items, and headed out for a night run. At this time of night, there were few pedestrians on the streets, with occasional passing vehicles. Lin Yi ran along the pedestrian paths of the streets. The evening wind was chilly, blowing directly in his face, bringing a constant coolness. Huff. Huff. He maintained steady breathing and ran forward with even steps. Half an hour later, Lin Yi stopped running and switched to walking. I thought I might encounter something eerie. In Lin Yi's opinion, the probability of encountering something eerie was higher at night. Tomorrow night, I'll run in another direction. It would also help him familiarize himself with the area while looking forward to encountering something eerie. Without encountering eerie events or participating in the eerie game, he couldn't earn game points and experience to quickly improve his overall strength. On the other side, in an apartment belonging to the Yukinoshita family's properties in Chiba, a black-haired girl changed into loose beige loungewear, hiding her slender figure. In the simple and sparsely furnished living room, after thinking for a long time, the girl couldn't resist her curiosity and dialed a number. Beep. 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 After a series of rings, the call connected. Oh my, Yukino taking the initiative to contact me? That's rare. On the other end of the call came a cheerful female voice tinged with a playful smile. Haruno Yukinoshita, the eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family, currently a sophomore at Chiba University, also a graduate of Sobya High, and well acquainted with Shizuka Hiratsuka. You must have missed your sister. You definitely missed me. I'll drive over to see you right away, Yukino. I miss you so much too. The barrage of words overwhelmed Yukinoshita. She slightly distanced the phone from her ear, and after sensing that her sister's emotions had stabilized, she brought it back to her ear. Alright. Since you probably don't want to hear your sister's heartfelt words about how much she misses you, tell me, what's the reason for contacting me? If there wasn't a reason, Haruno didn't believe her sister would reach out. After a few seconds of hesitation, Yukino spoke. Do eerie things really exist? Haruno fell silent, and the phone call plunged into silence. The next moment, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, this is killing me. Yukino actually believes in such rumors. Ha 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 ha. She held her stomach and burst into laughter. The joyful and melodic laughter instantly darkened Yukino's expression. Though she had mentally prepared herself to be ridiculed by her sister, she still felt very upset when it actually happened. After a while, big sister. Sorry, it's just too funny. The ever scared of ghosts Yukino actually believes eerie things exist now. Haha, one sentence couldn't hide Haruno's uncontrollable laughter. This isn't something to laugh about. It is. It's absolutely hilarious. How about this? Yukino, let's visit Chiba Shrine. Why should we go to Chiba Shrine? To pray for blessings and ward off evil? Because recently, I overheard some classmates chatting, mentioning that the deity statue at Chiba Shrine smiles at night, walks around, and even caused a shrine maiden to faint. Yukino Shita's heart began to feel unsettled. She wasn't good at dealing with matters related to gods, ghosts, or eerie things. Perfect. I also happen to have free time tonight and really want to see Yukino. I'll come over now, and we can have a nighttime visit to Chiba Shrine as sisters. The shrine would already be closed at night. Don't worry, we're Yukino Shitas. Or is Yukino scared? Sister. Yukino must be scared. Of course, late at night, how could Yukino dare to visit Chiba Shrine with me? Sister, I'll wait for you to come over. We'll go to Chiba Shrine together. Holding her phone tightly, Yukino spoke seriously. Okay. I'll come over right away. But immediately, Haruno covered the microphone and spoke to someone on the other side. Alright, I understand. I'm coming. She then said to Yukino, sorry, Yukino, something came up. I can't make it to you tonight. Such a shame, I was really looking forward to seeing you cry from fear. I won't cry. Back when I told ghost stories as a kid, who was it that cried and hid under the blanket? Yukino bit her lip. I'm hanging up. Wait. Good night, sister. Not waiting for Haruno to respond, Yukino hung up the phone. Sister's reaction is normal, she probably wasn't lying. Maybe I'm overthinking this. However, in the end, Yukino Shida pulled out her laptop and began searching online. In addition to looking up information related to eerie occurrences, she also searched for clairvoyance. Suddenly discovering you've awakened the superpower of clairvoyance. Clairvoyance only works on one man, what should I do? How do I get rid of this superpower? In front of the red laptop screen, the liquid crystal light illuminated Yukino Shita's face. Now wearing red-rimmed protective glasses, Yukino Shita was staring at a piece of text on the screen. Conscious training of superpowers can increase their strength and control. Which meant that conscious practice could further enhance the control and power of her clairvoyance. Could she turn it on and off at will? But how should she train? Yukino Shita couldn't help but wonder. Was it through conscious observation? But. She hesitated. Her pale face couldn't help but flush again. The scene of the naked man from earlier emerged in her mind once more. That was a man's body. Let's see tomorrow. Maybe this strange condition will disappear by then. If it persisted, she might as well give it a try. Yukino Shita couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, Haruno, who was quietly sitting in her seat, had maintained the same posture for a while. Just now, in reality, no one had called her. It was all her own act. Something strange is happening around Yukino? It shouldn't be, right? But it wasn't entirely impossible. I need to pay attention to what has been happening around my sister lately. Haruno nodded to herself, making a decision. This eerie world is still too much for her. Even if she finds out, what can she do? Being targeted by something eerie? Being summoned to participate in an eerie game? No matter which option it was, for her younger sister, it was a matter of life and death. Becoming a player was a fortunate thing, but only if one could survive the first game, and more importantly, continue to face the dangers of subsequent game scenarios. Let alone Yukino, even she did not have the courage to face it head-on. Let's call Shizuka and ask about the situation. A few minutes later, Haruno ended the call and put down her phone. Yukino even asked Shizuka, it seems she is genuinely suspicious now. Let's see what mother thinks about this first. As a natural sister complex, Haruno sincerely wished for her younger sister to stay away from the bazaar and continue her current peaceful daily life. What the future held, no one knew, but Haruno was acutely aware that the mundane and ordinary daily life of the present would become increasingly rare in the future. She stood up and walked towards the bed. Rustle. Haruno slipped under the blanket. Good night, Yukino. April 16, Tuesday, Tokyo Naruma University. A male university student, with slightly trembling fingers, was editing a message and sending it to an email address. Dead. Zawano is really dead. Otaku had already received the news directly from Zawano's father. 2 nights ago, near the Chiba Mall, he was bitten by a stray dog and suddenly developed rabies. But he knew that Zawano's death was definitely not caused by rabies. Even if Zoano was indeed bitten by a stray dog and infected with the rabies virus 2 days ago, rabies would not have taken effect so quickly. So, this was still similar to the double suicide of that couple. Zoano died in the Erie school building and was rationalized in reality as an accidental death. Terrifying, even after experiencing it once, Otaku couldn't help but shiver. The shadow of death still loomed over him. It's fine. Calm down. Hug a big leg. That's the way to go. Otaku Kazuya slapped his bed, startling his still sleeping roommate. Hey, Kazuya, what are you doing? Early in the morning, and there's no class today. Why are you acting crazy? Help a brother out. What's the matter? I need all the information on Chizuru Mizuhara. I'll treat you guys to a big meal. As soon as the words fell, the 3 sleepy roommates instantly woke up. You're crushing on her? You dare chase after Chizuru, the campus queen? The rich and handsome guy from our school was rejected by her. Just answer whether you'll help or not. I need her information. Don't worry, I'm not pursuing her. I'm fully aware of my own level. Then what is it? I'm helping out my big brother. Immediately, the 3 lay back down. Sleep. Good luck on your own. We're not in the mood for this. It's me who wants to pursue her. Help me, brothers. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. It might really be possible to die. Otaku Kazuya thought. On the train heading to Sobuhai, Lin Yi received an email from Otaku at Tokyo Narama University. Died of rabies. The Erie game caused participants who died in the game to die in reality through different means. In a way, it could be said to contribute to maintaining order in society. Otherwise, if a large number of people suddenly and mysteriously disappeared or died unnaturally in a short time, such as a mass suicide by jumping, this phenomenon would inevitably arouse suspicion and panic, destabilizing social order. The Erie game is consciously avoiding causing major chaos. It seemed to need human society to remain relatively stable. Was it to ensure a steady influx of players? Lin Yi speculated. The next station is approaching. With the broadcast announcement, Lin Yi left the train station. On a street where cherry blossoms fluttered, Lin Yi strolled towards Sobuhai. Ahead, high-spirited high school girls in Sobu uniforms exuded youthful energy. The air even carried a faintly sweet fragrance. Yo. As he walked through the school gates, Lin Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw the familiar figure in a white lab coat Hiratsuka Shizuka. Not late. You're doing well today. Thanks to your great teaching, teacher, I've learned the importance of being a punctual student. Hey, it's obviously because of Yukino Shida. Hiratsuka Shizuka smiled and waved her hand, signaling Lin Yi to quickly enter the school building. Hurry to your class. Whatever the reason, I hope you keep it up. I will, teacher. Arriving in Class J, Lin Yi took his seat. He pulled out his math book and began studying. Knowledge he had long forgotten slowly resurfaced in his mind. He didn't have much trouble with science. Physics, chemistry, biology Lin Yi felt they weren't too difficult. As long as he devoted some time each day, he could manage. Other subjects, like English, weren't overly complex either. However, for courses different from those in his homeland, he would need to start from scratch and study seriously. Study. My foot. Just copy. Lin Yi quickly made up his mind. If it weren't for the foundation he had in math and science, which allowed him to perform well with minimal review, he would have chosen to copy answers there as well. As class time approached, the last student of Class J entered the classroom. It was Yukino Shida. Lin Yi observed the girl's appearance and couldn't help but lament the perspective flaw he now had. This would last for a week. Fortunately, the subject was a beautiful girl like Yukino Shida. If it were a man, it would be an eyesore. If it were one of the teachers in the class, he'd risk angering Hiratsuka Shizuka to request a week off to avoid this uncomfortable situation. Sitting at her desk, Yukino Shida felt the breeze from the window, brushed her long black hair behind her ear with her right hand, and glanced out of the corner of her eye at Lin Yi, who sat diagonally behind her. Sigh. She let out a soft sigh. There was no apparent change. But why was it Lin Yi? Could it be because Lin Yi was the closest male to her? The first to visit the service club? The first male she made contact with after gaining the perspective ability? She proposed several plausible hypotheses. Ding ding ding. The bell signaling the start of class rang. The middle-aged female teacher entered the classroom. Class begins. A day of learning officially commenced. At noon, after the other students had left, Lin Yi finally stood up and left the classroom. Lin-kun. It was Hinata Kabana. This is for you. Hinata Kabana handed Lin Yi a bento. Enjoy it. Her younger sister had prepared extra lunch, so Hinata Kabana had brought it for Lin Yi to try. She knew Lin Yi hadn't prepared lunch today either. Thank you, teacher. Watching Hinata Kabana walk away, Lin Yi's smile masked a hint of concern. The incident with Miyuki Kirishima had been a wake-up call. At least during his time as a student, he couldn't have close interactions with Hina Takabana. He could disregard rumors and public opinion, but Hina Takabana, as a teacher, couldn't. Lin Yi could hardly imagine what immense pressure Hina Takabana would face if rumors about the two of them spread at so high. In front of Class J's door, Yukino Shita, holding her bento, walked towards the club building. Yukino Shita-senpai, mind if I join you? Yukino Shita glanced back but said nothing. This means there was no refusal, and Lin Yi quickly followed. Walking along the corridor, the black-haired girl kept reminding herself, this is to train my superpower and enhance my control. Otherwise, how could she possibly allow Lin Yi to eat in the service club? Just the thought of watching a shirtless guy eat made her uncomfortable. But for the sake of improving her superpower control, Yukino Shita endured it. In the service club room, the two started eating across the table. When Lin Yi opened his lunchbox and saw the variety of dishes inside, his appetite increased. Teacher Takabana Hina is really good to you. Yukino Shita surprisingly took the initiative to speak. This was the second time she had seen Teacher Takabana Hina prepare lunch for Lin Yi. I once helped Teacher Takabana Hina with something. As your club president, I don't want to hear any rumors about you and Teacher Takabana. At this age, both boys and girls love gossip, and the power of rumors is immense. Lin Yi understood this was Yukino Shita kindly reminding him to watch his actions and behavior. I understand. You don't understand. After Yukino Shita said this, she seemed to realize her words were inappropriate and showed a fleeting hint of apology. She then silently started eating her own lunch. Rumors can easily trigger a bloody case and lead to a tragedy. I can be indifferent, but as a teacher, Takabana Hina may not be able to. Thank you for the reminder. I'll take the initiative to talk to her about it. From now on, there's no need for her to prepare lunches like this. Yukino Shita responded softly. Then, Lin Yi's tone suddenly carried a hint of amusement. Shouldn't President Yukino Shita be responsible for my lunch? Yukino Shita glanced at him. Give me a reason to be responsible for your lunch. Isn't being your first club member enough? Not enough. How about being the first member to confess to you multiple times and express their feelings? If I remember correctly, Lin-san, you've already moved on and now like my Sakurajima and I Hoshino, don't you? Yukino Shita had a great memory, she remembered everything. What do you mean by moving on? I'm just broad-minded. Ha, only a scumbag would say something like that. Congratulations, Lin Scumbag Yi, on earning this title. The previously quiet classroom unexpectedly became lively. After school, Lin Yi still came to the service club to participate in club activities. But for now, the service club had no one coming in with any requests. Knock, knock, knock. The classroom door of the service club was knocked on. The person who entered was a girl dressed in Sobuhi's uniform. Her delicate makeup instantly marked her as a trendy girl, and her pink bun hairstyle immediately reminded Lin Yi of who she was. Yui Uegahama, the second female lead of Arugaru. The male lead's car accident was also related to her family's dog. To come to the service club so soon, this must be the original plotline where she seeks advice on baking cookies for someone. Oh hello. Yui Uegahama said timidly. She quickly introduced herself. I'm Yukino Shita, the president of the service club, and he is Lin Yi, a prospective member of the service club. Why is he a prospective member? You haven't submitted your membership application yet. He really hadn't. So, Yua-san, what brings you to the service club? I. She hesitated to speak. It's just about baking cookies. Is it that hard to say? My dachshund, Sabir, is missing. I can't find him. Last weekend, I took him to Chiba Mall, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. I took a day off yesterday to search for him, but I still couldn't find him. So, Yui Uegahama was on the verge of tears. Lin Yi was stunned. A dog, Chiba Mall, so the dog that bit Sawano and caused his rabies infection is your dog, Sabir, isn't it? Lin Yi immediately sensed a near event brewing. This request must be accepted. Chapter 95, Hukuman's appearance. Be my brother-in-law. The voice of the girl with pink bun-shaped hair suddenly broke in, instantly painting the quiet atmosphere of the service club with a faint sense of tension. Yukino Shita appeared somewhat flustered, unsure of how to respond. She had never encountered a situation where a girl cried in front of her. Uegahama-san, don't worry for now. Please have a seat and drink some water. Let's take it slow. With that, Yukino Shita stood up and walked toward the table 5 meters away, where her teacup and kettle were prepared. Lin Yi, on the other hand, pulled out a chair and gestured for Yui Uegahama to sit down. Please. Thank you. After Uegahama sat down, Lin Yi returned to his seat. By now, he had grown accustomed to Yukino Shita's demeanor. You get used to it. The more you see it, the more normal it feels. Yes, though he still acknowledged that Yukino Shita's fair and beautiful complexion was truly stunning, it was unfortunate that certain parts of her figure were, well, average. Not to mention compared to Shizuka Hiratsuka-sensei or Hina Takadana-sensei, even the classmate beside him, Yui Uegahama, outshone her. This one really was a bunny. In comparison, Yukino Shita was more like. Lin Yi glanced briefly and immediately locked eyes with Yukino Shita's piercing gaze. It was as if she had seen right through his thoughts. Uegahama-san, have some tea. Yukino Shita placed a cup of tea in front of Yui Uegahama. A faint white mist wafted from the teacup, carrying the refreshing fragrance of tea leaves. Thank you. Holding the teacup, Yui Uegahama calmed her sorrowful emotion somewhat. President, where's my tea? Lin Yi glanced at Yukino Shita, who had returned to her seat, and felt that the empty table in front of him was missing something. There is none. Why? Probationary members don't get tea. I'll fill out the club application form right away. However, Yukino Shita did not take kindly to his next statement. President, if you wanted me to officially join the club sooner, you could have just said so. No need to use such methods. If it weren't for Shizuka Hiratsuka-sensei's repeated requests, I wouldn't have allowed you to join the club at all. Hiratsuka-sensei gets blamed again. Yui Uegahama blankly watched the exchange between the two, feeling that Lin Yi and Yukino Shita had a seemingly good relationship. She wasn't familiar with Lin Yi, but she knew Yukino Shita to some extent. A second-year beauty in the international J class, known for her cold personality, excellent grades, always ranking first in her year, from an affluent family, a prestigious household in Chiba. She was very popular in Sobu High and the dream girl of many male students. However, no man could get close to her. But now, it seemed like there was one exception. The pink-haired girl stared blankly at the two, her thoughts running wild. Uegahama-san, have you calmed down? Yukino Shita decided to ignore Lin Yi. Yes, much better now. Thank you. Yui Uegahama blew on the tea and took a small sip before slowly beginning to speak. Saburo has been missing for 2 days. My mother and I searched all day yesterday and also posted lost dog notices, but we haven't heard anything. Thinking of her dachshund, she became sad and worried again. Today, Shizuka Hiratsuka-sensei noticed something was wrong with me and asked what had happened. After I told her, she suggested I come to the service club for help. Yukino Shita-san, can you help me find Saburo? She couldn't say no. Seeing the eager anticipation in Yui Uegahama's eyes, Yukino Shita couldn't bring herself to refuse. What do you think? Yukino Shita turned to Lin Yi. Me? As a probationary member, I don't have the right to express my opinion. You do now. Of course, we should help. A classmate in need comes to the service club for assistance. As a member of the service club, I must extend a helping hand. Isn't that right, Yukino Shita, President? From the day the service club was established, wasn't it meant to help others? Primarily, he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate whether there was any connection to supernatural phenomena. Lin Yi had a hunch. However, his enthusiastic and righteous demeanor almost left Yukino Shita visibly stunned. This wasn't the Lin Yi she knew. Could it be? Truth. Uegahama-san, take a good look. You're a beautiful girl. This is a busy matter that must be helped. Hee. Yukino Shita now believed it. This man wasn't hiding his desire for beautiful girls at all. Yui Uegahama, on the other hand, blushed slightly at what Lin Yi said. Although she knew she could be considered pretty, being told so directly in front of herself and Yukino Shita still made her a little embarrassed. What's more, Lin Yi didn't seem worried at all that Yukino Shita might misunderstand. But if she remembered correctly, hadn't Lin Yi confessed to Yukino Shita before? Was she mistaken? Yukino Shita shifted her posture. Her slender hands clasped together, her navy blue eyes landing on Uegahama's face, her gaze steady. Uegahama-san, we can help you search for your lost pet dog, but we can't guarantee we'll find it. Yes, I understand, Yukino Shita-san. The fact that you and Lin-san are willing to help me is already the greatest support. I'm really grateful. For 2 or 3 days, we'll help you search for 3 days after school until 8 p.m. Looking for a dog indefinitely wasn't realistic. Rather than suddenly stopping later and creating unnecessary resentment, it was better to set a time limit from the start. This was Yukino Shita's way of thinking. Thank you, really, thank you so much. 3 days is already a lot. If we still can't find him in 3 days, then Saburo might never come back. The pink-haired bun girl spoke with a tone of sorrow. She knew that if Saburo wasn't found within 3 days, The chances of finding him alive were slim. But for now, she didn't want to give up and wanted to hold on a little longer. Although her mom said they could adopt another pet dog, it wouldn't be the same. Saburo was family to her, and she didn't want to give up searching just like that. Yukino Shida accepted Uegahama's request, and the three quickly set off from Sobuhai and headed to Chiba Mall. After taking the train for more than half an hour, Lin Yi and the two girls arrived at Chiba Mall. The tall mall stood by the plaza, with pedestrians coming and going and vehicles honking non-stop. At 4:30 p.m. the Chiba Mall was already crowded. Students wearing Sobuhai uniforms could be seen shopping, enjoying the bustling city vibe. This is the place. Lin Yi and Yukino Shita followed Uegahama to the spot where Saburo was last seen. Surrounded by stores, some of them already had lines forming. Let's split up and ask the store employees around here. After saying this, Yukino Shita walked toward a candy store. She asked the shopkeeper, pointing to a picture of Saburo on her phone. Sorry, I didn't notice anything yesterday. Uegahama and Lin Yi also started asking the staff at various stores. However, whether it was bad luck or something else, after going around, they couldn't find a single clue. After some thought, Lin Yi spoke up. Let's check the surveillance cameras. Yukino Shita had already considered this and asked about it, but unfortunately, the store managers directly refused. They needed to run their businesses and weren't willing to retrieve footage of the entrance surveillance just to find a lost dog. Lin-san, the manager probably won't agree to that. We'll see. Lin Yi replied. He approached a sushi shop with a surveillance camera at the entrance. After buying a sushi set, he directly made his request. Excuse me, manager. My friend's dog went missing near here the day before yesterday. Could we take a look at the surveillance footage from the evening 2 days ago? The manager immediately wanted to refuse. However, faced with a paying customer, he chose to decline politely. Persuasion level 3, activated. Please, my friend's pet is very important to her. It's like family. She's had him for years and is deeply attached to him. Yukino Shita thought Lin Yi had no chance of success. The manager's refusal was already written all over his face. After all, she had asked this very sushi shop herself without success. How could Lin Yi succeed? And yet. Alright, but since more customers will be arriving soon, you won't have much time. Please make it quick. Thank you. Yukino Shita was left stunned, while Uegahama exclaimed in amazement. The computer monitor displayed surveillance footage from the evening 2 days ago. What time, roughly, Uegahama-san? Around 5:30 p.m. Got it. Lin Yi operated the video skillfully, like a professional. After fast-forwarding to the specified time, the three of them watched the footage, their eyes scanning for the dachshund. There. Lin Yi paused the video. On the screen appeared a small dachshund. Is this your dog? Yes, that's Saburo. That collar is definitely Saburo's collar. Uegahama was so excited she nearly jumped up. Finally, they had a lead on Saburo. She was so emotional she almost cried. He went that way. Lin Yi said. After thanking the store manager again, Lin Yi, Yukino Shita, and Uegahama followed the direction Saburo had gone in the video. After repeating this process 3 or 4 times, the trio had left Chiba Mall and reached its outskirts. The sky had darkened, and a cool evening breeze brushed past them. Growl. Suddenly, someone's stomach growled. Lin Yi turned his gaze to Uegahama. It wasn't me. Sorry, how about we eat dinner first? None of them had eaten yet. If you're not picky, let's grab some sushi to tide us over. But Uegahama hesitated. Don't be shy. Lin Yi handed some sushi to Uegahama. Left with no choice, she ate 2 pieces and passed some to Yukino Shita. The 8 small pieces of sushi were quickly finished between the 3 of them. Let's search along this street. The street was much quieter, incomparable to the main road in front of the mall. Wearing their school uniforms, the trio stood out. Lin Yi walked ahead, with Yukino Shita and Uegahama following behind. A middle-aged man in a suit walked toward them. He glanced curiously at Yukino Shita and Uegahama but quickly looked away and continued walking. There's not even a shadow of a dog here. Lin Yi turned his gaze to a narrow, deep alley. For safety, I'll go in alone to check. You two wait here. Don't enter the alley alone. If there's danger, shout, and I'll come immediately. Although it wasn't very isolated, Lin Yi still gave necessary precautions. Alright. Yukino Shita nodded. When it came to safety, she was serious. Lin-san, be careful. Shouldn't we go together? 3 of us might be better. Looking at the narrow alley, Uegahama swallowed nervously. She wouldn't dare enter alone. No need. I'll be fine. Whether I find something or not, I'll call Yukino Shita-san in 5 minutes. With that, Lin Yi stepped into the alley. Compared to the street outside, The alley felt darker and narrower. Without the moonlight, it would have been even gloomier. Soon, Lin Yi's figure blended into the shadows, and his footsteps faded away until they disappeared. Lin-san is amazing. He's so good at persuading people, and even the managers were willing to show us the footage. He's also really brave. Yuagahama couldn't help but exclaim. He's showing off in front of you, a beautiful girl. Yuagahama waved her hands vigorously in denial. No, it's definitely because of you, Yukinoshita-san. You're way prettier than me. You're the school beauty of Sobyo High. I can't compare at all. In front of Yukinoshita, Yuagahama's confidence disappeared entirely. You shouldn't belittle yourself, Yuagahama-san. You have your own strengths. I don't think so. Yuagahama's voice weakened. As the two waited outside, time ticked by. 5 minutes later, Yukinoshita's phone rang. It's me, Yukinoshita. Okay. Yuagahama-san and I are still at the alley entrance where you went in. After hanging up, Yukinoshita shook her head at Yuagahama. No useful clues. Suddenly, Yukinoshita noticed something about 10 meters ahead under the streetlight. It seemed like the shadow of a dog. Yuagahama-san, is that it? She pointed hesitantly and asked. Yuagahama looked in the direction Yukinoshita was pointing. Sabir. The word slipped out instinctively as Yuagahama noticed the small figure running quickly ahead. She immediately followed after it. Sabir, wait for me. Yuagahama-san, don't run. Yukinoshita hurriedly chased after her. In no time, Yuagahama saw the small figure dart into an alleyway and vanish completely. Sabir, come back. But her hand was tightly grabbed by Yukinoshita. Yuagahama-san, calm down. You can't go in. Let's wait for Lin-san to return. But. She felt as though Sabir was right ahead, and if she went in, she could find him. Calm down. You're acting impulsively because you care, but you can't be certain that the shadow you saw was Sabir. Yuagahama pursed her lips in silence. Indeed, as Yukinoshita said, she couldn't be sure. When will Lin-san return? Very soon. The two of them waited in place for about 2 minutes before Yukinoshita received a call from Lin Yi. Soon, Lin Yi joined the two. Is it this alley? I'll go take a look. Unlike the alley he had walked through the earlier, this was a completely different one. Lin Yi walked in while using his ability to scan his surroundings. However, even after reaching the end, he found no trace of anything. But this feeling. It does bear slight resemblance to something strange. Yet the eerie game had not provided any prompts. Was it just his imagination, or was it that this strangeness was not recognized by the eerie game as a real-world routine task? As he pondered, Lin Yi returned once again to the two girls. Sorry, I didn't find anything. Sabir. Yuagahama looked disappointed. She gazed toward the deep alleyway as if she still wanted to investigate further. I'll search the area again. No, it's fine, Lin-san. Let's call it a day for now. But Lin Yi had already stepped back into the alley, circling it thoroughly, though he still found nothing. Yuagahama had no choice but to accept this reality with disappointment. We can come back and check again tomorrow. All right. At that moment, a sharp cry came from another direction, a middle-aged man's voice. What happened? Yukinoshita and Yuagahama both turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. I'll go check it out. You two stay here and don't wander off. Lin Yi dashed toward the sound. Within moments, Lin Yi saw a man slumped against the wall, clutching his right leg with his hand, hissing in pain. Hey, what happened to you? I got bitten by a stray dog. Damn it, there are stray dogs around here. All stray dogs should be caught and put down. The middle-aged man grumbled angrily. Go to the hospital quickly to get a rabies shot. I know, but damn it, it's going to cost me. The thought of the vaccine expense made the man grimace in pain. By the way, do you remember what the dog looked like and which direction it ran? It was pretty small, dirt yellow, looked like a dachshund or maybe a Shiba Inu. I didn't get a clear look, and I don't know its breed. It ran that way. The middle-aged man pointed in a direction. Lin Yi jogged a few steps in that direction to check the surroundings, using his ability to scan, but he still found no sign of the dog. Where did it hide? After pondering for a moment, he decided not to keep searching and returned to the two girls. It can't be Sabir. Sabir is very obedient and would never bite anyone. Yuagahama immediately explained. I didn't say it was Sabir. It's getting late. I suggest we end it here for now and come back to search the area after school tomorrow. Yukinoshita naturally had no objections, but the decision ultimately depended on Yuagahama, who was the one who had asked for their help. Would she be okay with ending things for today? All right. Yuagahama sighed. That was all they could do for now. However, the three didn't part ways just yet. Instead, they went to a burger joint near Chiba Mall to have dinner. Although they had eaten sushi earlier, by this time, they were all hungry again. Yukino Shita suggested splitting the bill, but Yui Uegahama firmly insisted on treating them this time. Alright, then I won't hold back. 1 beef burger and a cola, please. And you, Yukino Shita-san? A pork cutlet burger and an orange juice. Okay. Yui Uegahama went to the counter to place the order. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Yukino Shita sat by the window, waiting. The silence between them was palpable, with no conversation exchanged. Ding dong. The bell chimed as a new customer entered. A surprised female voice sounded. Isn't that Yukino? Out so late at the mall? A woman dressed in beige casual wear quickly approached. She had shoulder-length black hair, a faint smile, and a delicate face that bore a striking resemblance to Yukino Shita. Before long, Haruno Yukino Shita was standing by the table, her gaze filled with an even deeper smile. Yukino, who is this? Having dinner so late with someone, it must be your boyfriend, right? It must be. I never thought Yukino would have a boyfriend in high school. I'm so jealous. I haven't even had a relationship yet. She spoke as she casually sat down next to Lin Yi, prompting him to shift inward slightly. Sister, please don't say misleading things. He's just a classmate. Oh, a classmate. Yukino having dinner with a male classmate. I don't believe it. I know you too well, Yukino. You must be shy and trying to hide it. Don't worry. I won't tell Mom. Yukino Shita trembled slightly. To her, their mother was an insurmountable figure. Sister, I'm serious. He's not. Really? Haruno turned to look at Lin Yi, who had remained silent until now, her expression filled with curiosity. Lin-kun, right? If I'm not mistaken, you've confessed to Yukino several times before, haven't you? So you already know everything but are pretending not to? Indeed, just as in the original story, she loved teasing her younger sister, Yukino Shita, a classic case of a sister complex. Yes, I did, but Yukino Shita-san has rejected me every time. You still have a chance. Yukino went out to eat with you. If you confess again, I'm sure it'll work out this time. No, I won't. Why not? Are you shy? Afraid of failure? No. Lin Yi turned to Haruno and said seriously. Yukino Shita-san, who rejected me, has become a girl I liked in the past. People need to look forward, face the future. There will always be better girls waiting for me. Haruno was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. That's so interesting. You're really interesting, Lin-kun. Saying something like that while looking at me, are you hinting that I'm the better girl you're referring to? Could it be? Haruno-san doesn't have confidence in herself? In response to his question, Haruno's smile grew even brighter. For the first time, she found a boy around her sister who was this amusing. Why hadn't she noticed him before? If you say that, Yukino will be hurt. Sister, but Haruno ignored Yukino's interjection and growing discontent. I really like you, Lin-kun. I hope you succeed in winning over Yukino and becoming my future brother-in-law. That's way too direct. I'm definitely getting sentenced to death here. Lin Yi thought to himself. Or maybe I should nope. If you say that, Yukino really will be upset. Haruno raised her finger and made a SHH gesture. Excuse me, the burgers are ready. Yui Uegahama hurried over with the food and drinks. From afar, she had already noticed the new face. Yukino Shita's sister, who looked so similar to her. Sister, we're about to eat dinner. If you have nothing else, please leave. Oh, so cold. Yukino, you're so cold. I came today to invite you to join me on an adventure to Chiba Shrine. Yukino Shita took the hamburger, unwrapped it, and spoke. I don't have time these 2 days. Is that so? After all, you have to accompany your future boyfriend's family, so of course, there's no time for your elder sister. How about inviting Hayato-kun to explore Chiba Shrine with us? It's thrilling. There's said to be a smiling statue at night. Was it because of the rumors about Chiba Shrine? Hayato-Lin had already visited Chiba Shrine late at night last week, but he hadn't found anything. On-san, enough. Oh dear, Yukino isn't happy. Alright. I won't say more. I won't disturb you anymore. Haruno patted Hayato-Lin's shoulder with a mischievous smile full of hidden meaning. She then stood up, her gaze falling on Yui Uegahama. This female classmate. Don't fight Yukino for her boyfriend, alright? Yui Uegahama was shocked and was about to refute when she felt a force on her leg. It was Yukino Shita's hand. Goodbye, have fun tonight. Haruno came in a rush and left in a rush. The lively atmosphere quickly returned to silence. Yukino Shita broke the quiet atmosphere, Speaking up, don't mind what my sister just said. Especially you, Lincoln, don't overthink. Not much of what she says can be trusted. I see. I was kind of inclined to believe it. Don't. That's all there is to say. The three began eating their hamburgers. 10 minutes later, after finishing their meal, they left the hamburger shop. Hayato-Lin initially planned to escort the two girls home, but when he saw Haruno waving from a distance, he realized they could hitch a ride today. On-san. Come on. Get in the car, I'll drive you home. The luxury car was undeniably comfortable, offering a completely different feeling. However, why was Yui Uegahama in the front passenger seat while he sat in the back, with Haruno Yukinoshita in the middle seat, her smiling gaze fixed on him? It made Hayato-Lin inexplicably uneasy. It seemed he'd really been targeted by Haruno. Thinking carefully, it made sense. Ever since Shizuka Hiratsuka had placed him in the service club, he had likely entered Haruno Yukinoshita's sights as a sister-obsessed figure. If not today, then maybe tomorrow they'd meet again. April 17th. Early in the morning, Hayato-Lin received a short message from Ren Nanes. Last night, the emergency department at Chiba Municipal Hospital received a patient bitten by a dog. The patient, bitten by a dog last night, had received rabies immunoglobulin at a nearby hospital. Compared to vaccines, immunoglobulin takes effect faster and better prevents the rabies virus. However, late at night, the patient's family noticed the patient was acting abnormally and called for emergency services. They were taken to Chiba Municipal Hospital, but unfortunately, the patient could not be saved, and the hospital concluded the cause of death as rabies. Hayato-Lin replied to Ren Nanes' message, advising her to be cautious around dogs and minimize contact. Given Ren's age and the description of the middle-aged man from last night, there's an 80% chance this is connected to something supernatural. His suggestion for Ren to monitor rabies patients at the hospital had been more of a trial, considering there were many hospitals in Chiba. Yet they had still encountered something. Whether it was luck or the idea that something supernatural existed in Chiba, anyone heading to the hospital seemed to end up at Chiba Municipal. After school, Hayato-Lin went to the service club. Yui Uegahama arrived even earlier, a rare occurrence. Now that everyone's here, let's get going. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Both girls looked at Hayato-Lin. Today's search, let me go alone. Why? That's not right. How can I let Hayato-kun go alone? If we find Sabir, he might not listen to just you. It's dangerous. There have been reports of stray dogs attacking people in the area. A friend at the hospital told me someone died last night from rabies. That. Could it have been that middle-aged man? Yui Uegahama speculated immediately. Unlikely. Yukinoshita denied. From being bitten by a dog to the onset of rabies, it typically takes at least 7 days. If treated with immunoglobulin in time, there shouldn't be an issue. These two are unlikely the same person. It's highly likely they're the same person. My friend mentioned a middle-aged man who first received immunoglobulin but later acted abnormally and was sent to the hospital by his family. Ultimately, he died. Yukinoshita pursed her lips, thinking. In that case, let me handle the search today. I'll take care of it. No way. I can't allow Hayato-kun to face danger alone. I'm going to. Yui Uegahama stood in front of Hayato-Lin. As the president of the service club, I can't stay behind while the members are on the front lines. Generals are always in the back lines. I'm Yukinoshita. I'm just a provisional member. You are now an official member. Yukinoshita clarified. Realizing their determination, Hayato-Lin understood that even if he refused, the two would still join the search on their own. Alright, but on one condition. Say it. Change clothes. Skirts aren't suitable. Wear something to protect your ankles. I'll provide protective gear. So far, the injuries have all been around the ankle area. Yukinoshita was surprised by Hayato-Lin's caution but didn't object. Alright. Yukinoshita agreed. Yui Uegahama, of course, had no objections. We'll meet at Chiba Mall in an hour, at 4:40. The three left Sobya High School and parted ways at the station. However, Hayato-Lin had already prepared and immediately headed to Chiba Mall after parting with the two girls. He had already prepared clothing. He intended to use the time before their meeting to deal with the lurking supernatural dog. Although it only appears at night, that doesn't mean it won't during the day. Hayato-Lin put on gloves and made basic preparations. But as he left the mall restroom, he saw a calm, long-haired girl standing quietly. Her gaze landed on him, as serene as a still lake, yet with a hint of faint emotion. Yukinoshita President, you changed so quickly? Change quickly? She hadn't even changed. Were you planning to sneak off alone, Hayato-kun? Do you think that's appropriate? I'm just trying to make use of the time instead of waiting around. Together. The single word expressed Yukino Shita is determination. Knowing refusal was pointless, Hayato Lin figured protecting one person was easier than two. If both were present, saving them might be difficult in case of danger. Alright, let's go. Take this. Hayato Lin handed her ankle guards from his backpack. These included metal reinforcements for added protection. Whether they'd hold against a supernatural dog's bite remained uncertain. Better than nothing. Let me buy some clothes. Rich girls were different. Hayato Lin realized Yukino Shita hadn't even changed. After all, in his eyes, Yukino Shita was always the same. 10 minutes later, Yukino Shita finished swiping her card and changed into a black tracksuit. Looking at her reflection in the store's mirror, she noticed her new appearance. The black tracksuit was loose, her long hair tied into a single ponytail. The overall look exuded a sense of coolness mixed with a lively energy. Let's go. Alright. The two quickly started searching nearby. After 2 rounds of searching without results, let's rest over there for a bit. Alright. Shush. A shadow swiftly darted into the alley ahead. Hayato Lin and Yukino Shita exchanged glances and quickly followed. Around the corner, a dark yellow dog ran to the end and turned toward another side. It's a dachshund. I didn't catch the color of its collar. Let's go closer. They hadn't gone far before stopping. Ahead, a large dog appeared. A Tosa dog, its eyes fierce, mouth growling, drooling slightly tinged with dark red. Hayato Lin shielded Yukino Shita. You leave first. He pulled out the stick he'd prepared from his backpack. Tonight, he'd use this dog-beating stick to teach this supernatural dog a lesson. Without hesitation, Yukino Shita left. She couldn't handle dogs touching them was out of the question, let alone facing a ferocious one like this. It could likely already be a rabid dog. Just as she turned to leave the alley, she found that 2 more dogs appeared behind her Akitas. Not very big, but their bare teeth and fixed stares emitted an unending aura of menace. Yukino Shita took a step back and bumped into Lin Yi. Why haven't you left yet? There are dogs. Yukino Shita's voice sounded slightly trembling, a genuine emotion of fear. Lin Yi glanced behind with his peripheral vision and immediately noticed the 2 Akitas. Caught in a trap. Even dogs are playing tricks now, this world is really unkind. Please be serious, Lin Yi. Yukino Shita looked at the 3 dogs slowly closing in from both sides, her fear surfacing uncontrollably, overwhelming her mind and heart. Don't worry. As long as I stand, nothing will happen to you. Save the jokes for later. So hurtful. I'm actually being serious here. He guarded the girl with one arm as they slowly backed away from the Tosa Inu. Compared to the 2 Akitas, the Tosa Inu posed the greater threat. Listen carefully, Yukino Shita. In a moment, you'll run out of here. Don't worry about the Akitas. I'll handle them. Nothing will happen to you. All you need to do is run as fast as you can. Yukino Shita pressed her lips together in silence. At least trust me this once. Worst case, I'll just get bitten a couple of times. I won't die. But what came to her mind was the case Lin Yi had mentioned after school. I'll count to 3. Don't let me down. 3. Yukino Shita froze as Lin Yi dashed straight toward the 2 Akitas. What? By the time she realized what was happening and began sprinting with all her might, all she heard was the pitiful howls of the 2 Akitas ahead. The 2 Akitas collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as they howled. She didn't have time to think further, so she quickened her pace and ran faster. Meanwhile, Lin Yi turned to face the charging Tosa Inu. Roar. The Tosa Inu roared furiously, opening its blood-stained mouth, its strong body bursting forth with unprecedented power. The next moment, it felt a heavy blow to its head, followed by intense pain radiating from all over its body. 15 seconds. For 12 of those seconds, Lin Yi repeatedly swung a solid iron rod, striking the Tosa Inu's head, body, and other critical areas with relentless force. In the last 3 seconds, he pulled back to maintain a safe distance, avoiding the Tosa Inu's desperate final struggle. Roar. Roar. The Tosa Inu lay on the ground, howling incessantly, completely confused about what had happened. Why was it suddenly subjected to such heavy blows, with its head and body beaten mercilessly? Why? Why was this happening? Roar. The Tosa Inu went berserk, its body creaking with crisp sounds. As a medium-large breed, its body suddenly expanded in size, and its bleeding wounds healed rapidly. Roar. Roar. It howled toward the sky, its voice carrying waves of resonance. At this moment, it seemed like the king of all dogs. This was definitely a monstrous dog. Lin Yi observed the now twice as large Tosa Inu. But why hadn't the strange game issued any prompts? Could it be too weak, unworthy of being designated as an official real-world mission target? Or was there some other reason? In any case, he had to act. Beating it to death was the only solution. Chapter 96 Exposure. Yukino, you can see through things, woof woof woof. The roaring sound continued incessantly. The Tosa Inu felt the immense power contained within its swollen, robust muscles and glared fiercely at the man in front of it. To it, the pain and confusion from moments ago had completely vanished. Killing intent and appetite occupied its entire mind. Bite him to death, tear him apart, and devour him to become a part of itself. In the next moment, the Tosa Inu sprang up and opened its bloodthirsty maw. Lin Yi had already anticipated a sidestep, and the solid iron rod suddenly struck the Tosa Inu's head with a dong. Immediately after, he swung the iron rod repeatedly, hitting 3 times in succession, but the injuring effect was minimal. The Tosa Inu only retreated 2 steps, showing no fear at all. Woof woof woof. After a howl, it glared angrily, extended its strong and powerful claws, and fixed its dead eyes on Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi had already grasped the strange object he was carrying, the snake-eye orb. In an instant, at the moment their gazes met, the Tosa Inu's frenzied, bloodthirsty expression quickly changed. Its sharp, fierce eyes gradually softened, soon turning into fear. Ow! A fearful whimper suddenly sounded. It recalled the days of being beaten and screaming in its youth. The Tosa Inu retreated. Lin Yi took a step forward, seized the opportunity, and lifted the iron rod to strike hard. Dong! Dong! With full force, each strike solid and powerful, the Tosa Inu lay on the ground with blood and flesh smeared on its forehead. However, compared to the physical injuries, the Tosa Inu was more wailing in the fear-induced illusion. Ow! Suddenly, the Tosa Inu's voice changed, and its gaze returned to normal. Lin Yi immediately realized that the Tosa Inu had successfully withdrawn from the fear. Continuing to use the strange object, the fear illusion reappeared once again. However, compared to the previous effect, this time the Tosa Inu's fear and dread were significantly reduced. It was no longer timid and instead roared once more, angrily launching another attack. However, it still seemed somewhat affected by the fear illusion, causing the Tosa Inu to have a bit of trepidation. Its reactions and attacks were no longer as fierce and agile as before. Meanwhile, the 2 Akita dogs had already stood up. Under the Tosa Inu's call, they dragged their injured bodies and continuously approached Lin Yi. 1 big and 2 small, continuously advancing. Lin Yi considered whether to call on Miyuki Kirishima for help. Dealing with the strange phenomenon by having Miyuki assist was actually a good choice. He still had 1 use of time stop left and needed to determine how to seize the right moment to use it correctly. Ow! The Tosa Inu pounded the ground fiercely, ready to strike. With its hoarse, grinning voice, the 2 Akita dogs stepped forward first. After being corrupted by the strange phenomenon, their intelligence had even increased a bit. I almost forgot. Suddenly, Lin Yi remembered something important. I still have the superpower of X-ray vision. He had actually forgotten about this superpower. X-ray vision couldn't directly aid in combat or increase his combat strength, but it didn't mean it was useless in battle. Recalling a certain point, Lin Yi immediately used X-ray vision with 1 eye. The Tosa Inu's exterior quickly disappeared from his vision, revealing its internal organs exposed. No, not that. Continuing the X-ray vision, soon, in Lin Yi's left eye, the Tosa Inu only had a skeleton and a clump of black-gray unidentified substances gathered in its abdomen. Found it. The Tosa Inu had no idea why the man in front of it was suddenly happy. Roar. It unleashed all its remaining strength. As the 2 Akita dogs launched their attack, it leaped up, its sharp claws and sharp teeth with a bloodthirsty maw open wide, charging forward. Paw. Time stop activated again at this moment. For 15 seconds, Lin Yi swung the iron rod with all his might at the Tosa Inu's abdomen, striking repeatedly until the clumped black-gray substance began to crack and quickly spread. In the last second before ending, Lin Yi hit the 2 Akita dogs, one with his head and the other with the rod. Time stop ended, time resumed its flow. The fierce and ferocious Tosa Inu felt intense pain in its abdomen as the powerful force dissipated like a broken balloon. Ow! Ow! Its massive body crashed to the ground with a clang. While the other 2 Akita dogs were already lying on the side, whining. Lin Yi immediately moved forward, swinging the iron rod and continuously striking the Tosa Inu harshly. Dong dong dong. Blood splattered, and the black-gray liquid kept flowing out. The Tosa Inu had no ability to resist anymore, struggling and twitching until death. Before dying, it was puzzled and confused about why it was suddenly defeated and killed. Ding! Player successfully killed and eliminated the strange evil dog. White, Level 2, completed reality side quest, eliminate the strange, reward 1, 300 game points. Blessing points split in effect, reward 2, 50 experience points, reward 3, random white quality item X1. Note, you are now on the path of hunting the strange in the real world. Please continue to hunt the strange and contribute to world peace and stability. Your current experience is 300 out of 300. Do you want to spend experience to level up your game character? Level up. Congratulations, your game level has been upgraded to level 2. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Looking forward to your future game performance. Open the random item. Soon, the rewarded white quality item was opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a bitch collar X1, quality, white, name, bitch collar, category, single-use item, quality, white, ability. Using this collar on a living organism, including the strange, has a very small chance of taming it. Establishing a master-servant contract. Usage conditions, none. Usage method, place this item around the target's neck. Note 1, the weaker the target, the higher the chance of taming. If the target is female, the effect doubles. Note 2, this item is ineffective on game players. Do not waste it on game players. Special reminder, have you had any bad thoughts? Please do not misunderstand the true purpose of this collar. You didn't have this reminder, and I wouldn't have thought wrongly, but with this reminder, I couldn't help but think in that direction. Lin Yi complained for a couple of sentences before retracting his thoughts. Killed the strange evil dog, and the box opened to a collar. This made Lin Yi feel that the dropped item was somewhat related to the elimination of the strange entities. The Tosa Inu was already dead, and the 2 Akita dogs were lying motionless on the ground. Out of caution, Lin Yi didn't rashly approach to confirm the 2 Akita dogs' lives or deaths. He slowly backed away, and after a few steps, a tan dachshund suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Lin Yi couldn't help but tighten the iron rod in his hand. If the dachshund attacked again, he didn't mind killing another dachshund. However, through X-ray vision, Lin Yi didn't find any clumped black-gray unidentified substances inside the dachshund, so it shouldn't be a dog infected by the strange phenomenon. Woof woof. The dachshund cautiously barked twice at Lin Yi, revealing its collar, which made Lin Yi recognize its identity immediately. Sabir. It was the dog owned by Yui Uegahama. Lin Yi took a step forward, trying to call it, but the dachshund seemed startled, turned its head, and ran away without a moment's hesitation. Lin, are you okay? A cold yet slightly worried female voice came from behind. It was Yukino Shida. After hearing the commotion in the alley stop for a while, she mustered her courage and walked into the alley again. Earlier, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, she immediately rushed out of the alley. But when she turned to flee, she also glanced back at the situation behind her. Lin Yi was fighting the Tosa Inu with an iron rod in one hand. She immediately called the police and anxiously waited not far from the alley entrance. The occasional roars and howls from the alley made her deeply worry about Lin Yi's safety, fearing he might be injured, or even. Regardless of their past relationship, at this moment, she only hoped Lin Yi would be safe. And now, seeing Lin Yi looking unharmed, she finally felt relieved. No wounds. That's great. She felt that her X-ray vision had been useful this time. I'm fine, I won't die, don't worry. Lin Yi suddenly noticed the scratch on Yukino's ankle. Actually, it's your scratch on the calf. How is it? Did a dog scratch you? If it were the fatal rabies virus, it would be over. Administering immunoglobulin might not be effective. I'm fine. It was just a fall while fleeing earlier, causing the scratch. It's nothing, please don't worry. She pulled up her left pant leg and said calmly. Compared to Lin Yi's life and death struggle earlier, her scratch was nothing. Yeah, the Tosa Inu is dead, but I saw a dachshund earlier. It should be Yui Uegahama's pet, but I scared it away. I think it will run when it sees me, so it's a bit difficult to catch. Lin Yi felt a bit helpless. By now, his short-term explosive combat made him feel physically tired, and using the snake eye orb had also put some mental strain on him. No rush, let Yui Uegahama arrive first. Yukino Shita looked at the 3 dogs lying in the black-red liquid near Lin Yi's back. The largest Tosa Inu was covered in blood and flesh, with its abdomen torn and blood-soaked. She instinctively felt uncomfortable and immediately looked away. If it were her, she couldn't handle even one Akita dog, let alone a fierce Tosa Inu. If it weren't for Lin Yi, her fate would be dire. Thinking of this, Yukino Shita's body trembled slightly. I've already called the police. They should be arriving soon. To be honest, Lin Yi didn't want to interact with the police. I also contacted the driver at home and briefly explained the situation. He will come to handle it. Let's leave first. As expected of a prestigious family from Chiba, they had someone to handle the aftermath. Walking beside Yukino Shita, Lin Yi took off his coat and stuffed it into his backpack, and used a tissue to simply wipe the liquid off his pants. The girl walking beside Lin Yi seemed hesitant to speak, as if wanting to help but feeling embarrassed to ask. Until Lin Yi finished handling it, the long-haired girl withdrew her gaze. Lin Yi smiled, taking a few more glances at the girl's profile. Her delicate and flawless face was always captivating. What's wrong? Yukino Shita seemed to notice Lin Yi's gaze. With a slight movement of her peripheral vision and a slight movement of her red lips, she softly said, "There's a bit of dust on your face." "Yeah." She wiped her left cheek with the back of her hand. The two walked side by side towards the Chiba Mall. The setting sun shone, a gentle breeze blew in the evening, falling green leaves fluttered, and the two bathed in the warm sunlight. "Lin, you go to that coffee shop first. I'll go to the drugstore to buy iodine and cotton swabs." Yukino Shita saw the drugstore not far away and quickly walked over after reminding Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and walked straight to the coffee shop. This was the same coffee shop where he had coffee with Ryawa Fujibayashi last weekend. "Welcome." Guided by the waiter, Lin Yi chose a window side seat on the inside. "2 lattes, please." "Please wait a moment, sir." The waiter in a red and white uniform smiled and turned to go back. Lin Yi put down his backpack, leaned back against the soft cushion of the chair, and relaxed his body slightly. I still need further training. If his strength were strong enough, even without using X-ray vision to find the strange evil dog's core, he could kill the strange evil dog. Besides physical fitness, I also need to specifically enhance my strength. Of course, Lin Yi knew that the simplest and quickest way was to level up his game level, gain free attribute points, and use them to increase his various attributes. Even so, training was still necessary. Through training, he could increase his control over his body and become more familiar with it, further exploring his body's potential. In combat, he could maximize his physical strength. While thinking about the shortcomings in eliminating the strange evil dog this time, a stunning black-haired beauty entered the coffee shop. Yukino Shita entered with a small plastic bag, looked around, saw Lin Yi waving, and walked straight towards him. "What a beautiful girl." "What? Are you trying to hit on her?" "You didn't see that she has a date. I guess that guy is her boyfriend." "Sigh, what a pity. That guy seems so-so. I'm way better looking than him." The conversation was detailed, but in this quiet coffee shop, it was especially clear. Yukino Shita heard it all clearly, but she was completely accustomed to such things, not even causing a flicker of emotion in her heart. "I ordered you a latte. I don't know if you like it." Lin Yi pointed to the coffee on the table in front of him. "That's fine." She placed the bag on the empty seat beside her, picked up the coffee cup with her slender fingers, and took a sip. Sweet with a hint of bitterness. Compared to black coffee without sugar or milk, Yukino preferred latte more, but most of the time, she drank more tea than coffee. Unless she really needed a boost for something important and urgent, she wouldn't choose to drink coffee. "Have you paid?" "No. I pay." "Is this a thank you gift for your help earlier?" "If you think inviting you for coffee is enough as a thank you gift, I have no problem." "That's fine. Having the school flower from Sobu High School invite me for coffee as a thank you gift is already great." Lin Yi took a sip and smiled. But his response surprised Yukino Shita. She had prepared herself for Lin Yi to refuse and suggest other forms of gratitude. It was a life-saving favor. Compared to a cup of coffee, it was nothing. Lin Yi was fully qualified to propose higher conditions, even some unreasonable requests, but he didn't. This left Yukino Shita perplexed. Yukino Shita nodded. She quickly lifted her eyes, her dark blue eyes staring at the man in front of her. In her eyes, the man wasn't wearing any clothes. From the beginning until now, it had been 3 days. She had already gotten used to it, seeing Lin Yi's body without much shame or embarrassment. She had even grown accustomed to it. "Do me a favor." She took cotton swabs and iodine from the plastic bag and handed them to Lin Yi. "Help me treat the wound on my left calf." After saying that, she placed her left leg on the side of the corridor, pulled up her pants, and the rustling sound of fabric arose. Lin Yi had no reason to refuse. He stood up, took a step forward, squatted down, opened the iodine bottle, soaked the cotton swab in it, and then approached Yukino's left leg wound with his right hand holding the swab. Soon, the cotton swab touched the fabric of her clothes. Lin Yi was stunned, puzzled. Why was there fabric? But in an instant, he understood something and was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the hand Lin Yi held in the air froze and couldn't move. He swallowed, completely daring not to lift his eyes to look at Yukino Shita. His X-ray vision had exposed everything. Yukino sat still in her seat, her hands tightly clenched, trying to suppress the emotions surging inside, but her body began to tremble slowly. A cruel fact was laid before her eyes, a harsh reality she had to face. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. She finally confirmed it. Lin Yi had seen through her. Yukino Shita slowly closed her eyes. Scenes appeared in her mind one after another. From Lin Yi questioning why change clothes so quickly at Chiba Mall, to later noticing her leg wound. And now not realizing that there were pants covering the wound. Everything made sense. In Lin Yi's eyes, she was also seen as unclothed. Her body had been completely seen through by Lin Yi. Thinking of these 3 days, her body had been seen countless times by Lin Yi. Yukino Shita couldn't help but feel furious, but at the moment of eruption, the scene of Lin Yi protecting her and helping her escape from danger flashed in her mind. The burning anger quickly subsided. The complex emotions left Yukino Shita completely unsure of how to handle the situation. So difficult, what to do? She bottled up her anger and frustration inside. Yukino. Finally, Lin Yi nervously looked up and met her pair of cold, dark blue eyes. His heart felt as if it were hit by a blizzard, freezing 3 feet deep, chilling him to the bone. He was definitely discovered. Lin Yi could only say, truly, as expected of the top student of Sobu High School, his intelligence was no joke. What to do? What should he do next? Apologize directly? Lin Yi lowered his head, his gaze involuntarily falling on the girl's left leg scratch. Gritting his teeth and being resolute, Lin Yi used both hands, one pulling up her pants leg and the other using the iodine-soaked cotton swab to treat the wound. Yukino Shita instinctively tried to pull her leg back but failed, eventually giving up and letting Lin Yi apply the iodine. The slight coldness and rough texture stirred her heart. Yukino Shita was in turmoil. Her body had been exposed, and now she was being touched. She was no longer pure. 1 minute later, after Lin Yi finished handling the cotton swab and iodine, he sat back in his seat. Just as he looked up, Yukino Shita knocked on the table and immediately said, "Watch your gaze." This time, Lin Yi's gaze, which she called a lewd gaze, was completely fine. Thinking about her body being exposed by the man in front of her, Yukino Shita instinctively clenched her fists, even feeling murderous intent. She even wanted to kill Lin Yi and then commit suicide to end this shame and humiliation. When did it start? Finally, Yukino asked. Monday. At the same time as her, indeed. Yukino Shita exhaled softly. Lin Yi slightly lowered his gaze to avoid seeing the girl's body sitting opposite him. Because the table covered it, the area below her chest was not visible, but her upper body alone was already stunning and alluring. He had considered trying to cover it up, but based on Yukino's current reaction, the matter was already confirmed. Arguing made no sense. It was better to admit it gracefully. Good, at least you didn't deny it. It seemed like a compliment to Lin Yi, but Lin Yi only felt a cold winter breeze blowing towards him. Why didn't you tell me then? She seemed a bit angry, even furious. If Lin Yi had said so then, she would have definitely taken a leave immediately. How was I supposed to say? Tell you I saw everything? Would you believe it? If you did, you'd immediately call the police to arrest me. Yukino Shita admitted that Lin Yi was right. Peeping perverts belong in the police station, stay there for a lifetime, don't look up. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Yukino Shita immediately reminded him. She was now very sensitive to Lin Yi's gaze. Even one more look made her uncomfortable. If she hadn't wanted to figure out her current situation or find a solution, she would have left immediately instead of staying here. This wasn't a conscious act. I don't know how it happened. Lin Yi had a serious expression. He. Yukino Shita snorted, but in reality, she partially believed Lin Yi's words. After all, she didn't know why it suddenly happened. Both of them had been seeing through each other's bodies for 3 days, with no signs of it disappearing. If this state were to continue, Yukino Shita decided that either she would transfer schools and leave Sobu High School, or Lin Yi would transfer. She would never continue to stay with Lin Yi at Sobu High School, even in the same class or classroom. When I was taken to the servicing department by teacher Shizuka Hiratsuka and saw you for the first time, I thought you had some special hobby. You're the one who... Yukino Shita glared at Lin Yi with a fierce, cold gaze. Yukino Shita might have a fondness for public displays of affection. She didn't have one. Thinking that Lin Yi saw her that way made her furious. Her reputation would be ruined. Lin Yi was helpless. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't tell Yukino that he had awakened the superpower of X-ray vision, with the downside being he could see through her endlessly. If he dared say that, Yukino would definitely kill him. The occasional anger and murderous intent shown by the girl opposite him were things Lin Yi could truly feel. This wasn't his intentional act, but it was indeed greatly related to him. In this matter, he had taken advantage of Yukino. Have you encountered anything special recently? Especially on last Sunday and Monday. Yukino Shita took a deep breath to calm her inner turmoil, trying to steady herself. She wanted to find out why she could see through things. She needed to find a reason to find a solution. Now, she had reached her limit and couldn't bear it any longer. No. Lin Yi replied. I hope you don't hide anything. This affects our future. Or do you plan to keep going like this? At this moment, Yukino Shita's dark blue eyes emanated a predatory coldness, like a chilling wind, freezing cold. In a few days, it might get better. Lin Yi hesitantly said. Yukino Shita had thought the same, but it had already been 3 days, and the situation hadn't improved at all. Earlier, it was just her dealing with Lin Yi's body on her side, which she could endure, but now she had to face the fact that Lin Yi saw through her body. Even though her body had been seen through, Yukino Shita had no intention of allowing this man to continue looking. Her body was meant for her future husband, not for this man. She couldn't. Yukino Shita immediately shook her head, dismissing the thought. She wasn't about to succumb to the man in front of her because of this, but at this moment, the image of facing the evil dog, protecting from the front flashed in her mind. He would really protect her with his life. Yukino Shita set aside her complex thoughts and turned to the main matter. I hope you think seriously and recall carefully. Maybe you can find some useful clues. Sorry. Lin Yi pretended to ponder seriously but ultimately shook his head. Yukino Shita had a headache, rubbing her temples with her index fingers. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe Lin Yi, but this matter was too important. She really hoped Lin Yi could provide useful clues because she couldn't think of any special things she had experienced or touched. So, she could only consider from Lin Yi's side. This matter always related to her and Lin Yi. It couldn't be that someone specifically targeted her and Lin Yi. Who would do such a thing? Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Yukino's phone vibrated. It was a call from her sister, Haruno Yukino Shita. Yukino wasn't surprised. Hey, Yukino, after the thrilling and exciting activity, what are your thoughts? No. Oh dear, what a pity. I thought you'd be scared. But Lin Yi protected you. That's great. I also want to experience such a heroic rescue. On the other end of the phone, Haruno spoke with an envious tone. But to Yukino Shita, it sounded full of sarcasm. Sis, you're calling him a hero rescuing me. Sigh, what if I start liking Lin Yi? You don't want him to become your brother-in-law either. Yukino Shita? With this sister, she felt more helpless. At least in teasing, she had almost never won against her sister Haruno. Alright, I'm currently near the Chiba Mall. Where are you? I'll pick you up and take you home. Just came to my apartment. Alright, by the way, I told the driver to keep it secret from Mom. Sigh, sad. Yukino didn't even say thank you. If Mom finds out, you can imagine the consequences. She would likely have to go home and couldn't continue living alone outside. Thank you. You're not sincere, unhappy, and not accompanying me back to the apartment. Yukino Shita paid the bill and left the coffee shop. She looked around and saw her sister Yona waving from afar. She walked over with slightly heavy steps. Meanwhile, not far behind her, pink-haired Yukino spotted Yukino Shita, was about to call out but held back, finally watching Yukino disappear at the end of her vision. Len, were you having coffee with Yukino? When Lin Yi first met up with Yukino, he mentioned having coffee. Yeah, Yukino hurt her leg. Ah. Is it serious? Just scratches. It's not a big deal, but it's not suitable for us to search for your Sabir together. Health comes first. Let's set off. The two walked together, and police had already set up a perimeter at the incident site. Many people were curious and gathered to watch. All 3 dogs were killed. What a pity. What's there to pity? It's said these 3 dogs attacked people and were killed. They deserved it. Don't know who was so hateful. They killed the Tosa Inu, and what were the other 2 dogs again? Dachshund or Shiba Inu? Upon hearing this, Yukino immediately became excited. Hello. Are those 3 dogs really dachshunds? I. Amid the confused onlookers, Lin Yi pulled Yukino away. They're not dachshunds. Don't worry, I already checked. They are 2 Akita dogs. Great. Yukino immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But another doubt arose. Did Lin Yi arrive that early? Half an hour later, in a pit near the incident site, Lin Yi found the hiding dachshund, Sabir. Sabir, it's me. Come out quickly. Yukino leaned in and saw her familiar dog. Woof, woof. Upon seeing Yukino, Sabir immediately ran into her arms, whining. Its eyes moved upon seeing Lin Yi, and it emitted a panicked whimper, its already small body trembling even more. So scary, it was that man. It's okay now, it's okay. Yukino petted Sabir's head to comfort it, but Sabir's trembling didn't stop. Thank you, Lin. Without your help, I definitely couldn't have found Sabir. Since you found it, go back soon and watch over it. Don't let it run again. I will. Yukino was about to bid farewell to Lin Yi and go home. Come on, Sabir, quickly say goodbye to Lin Yi. She held Sabira's front paws, and Sabira trembled even more violently. Sorry, Lin Yi, Sabira wasn't shy before. Haha, I understand. It was scared. Once Sabira recovers, I'll take it to thank you properly. No need. This dog seemed on the verge of crying. Goodbye, thank you for your help. Yeah, take care on the way. Lin Yi didn't escort Yui Uegahama home. It was only 5:30, the sun hadn't set yet, and the time was still early. No need to worry too much about safety. After seeing the girl disappear at the end of her vision, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and prepared to head back to his apartment. But at this moment, he heard a voice from his right side. A female voice, familiar. Lin Yi turned around and looked in the direction the voice came from, seeing a beautiful woman with shoulder-length black hair. Haruno Yukino Shida. Why didn't she come back with Yukino Shida? Did she stay on purpose? Lin Yi immediately realized that the other party's intention was him. She meant trouble. Chapter 97, Haruno, Humiliation. Lin Yi's eyes reflected the image of a black-haired woman with shoulder-length hair waving at him. As he gazed at her smiling cheeks, he couldn't help but wonder about Haruno's intentions. She chose to stay here instead of going home with her sister, which must mean that her purpose for staying was more important than staying by her sister Yukino's side. What could it be? Lin Yi had a guess. The strange and vicious dog, the Tosa Inu, although its body didn't show obvious signs of mutation or unnatural features, the sudden swelling and bulging of its body before it died, even after deflating significantly post-death, still made it vastly different from a normal Tosa Inu. Moreover, official institutions have detection methods. As long as professionals use the relevant equipment to investigate, they can basically confirm that the Tosa Inu had mutated. And could an ordinary person deal with a mutated Tosa Inu and kill it? Yes, but the possibility is extremely slim. Compared to ordinary people, it's more likely that the killer is a player. Therefore, it wouldn't be too difficult to trace this clue back to him by investigating Yukino's emergency call. And it's highly likely that Yukino Haruno has already thought of this, which is why she chose to stay and wait for this moment when he was alone. Lin Yi quickly made a decision, stopped, turned around, and immediately started walking away, leaving only a retreating figure. Under the neon lights of the Chiba Mall, Lin Yi's figure gradually faded into the distance. Tap tap tap. A series of hurried footsteps sounded. Wait. Lin-kun, wait. Haruno started running, calling out for Lin Yi to stop. But Lin Yi ignored her, walking on his own as if he hadn't heard Haruno's calls at all. Tap tap tap. Haruno ran faster, the short-haired woman with shoulder-length black hair, now panting, quickly caught up to Lin Yi. She placed her hands on her knees, raised her eyes, and looked at him with a hint of resentment. Lin-kun. Didn't you hear your beautiful sister calling you? Yukino Shita-san. Lin Yi feigned surprise. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought just now and didn't hear you. Believe it? Definitely not. Haruno was certain that Lin Yi had seen her. Really, Lin-kun, if you can't even hear your sister calling you, girls will dislike you. So Yukino Shita-san dislikes me now, what a pity. I won't stay here any longer to affect Yukino Shita-san's mood. After saying that, Lin Yi made as if to leave, but Haruno moved a step to block his path again. She realized that Lin Yi was a bit difficult to deal with, completely different from the men she usually encountered who fawned over her because of her looks and status. How could your sister dislike Lin-kun? I like you too much. You like me? Yes, I like you. How surprising, there are girls who like me too, but Yukino Shita-san, you're a good person. I already have someone I like, we're not suitable, goodbye. Haruno was stunned, it seemed she had been rejected, handed a good person card. Kamashi, Yukino Shita Haruno, since childhood, had countless suitors. It was always her rejecting men's advances and confessions, handing out good person cards to men. But now, she had been rejected by a man she had known for less than 2 days. You are indeed interesting, Lin Yi-kun. Lin Yi-kun, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'm not a devil who will eat you. Of course, if you're going on a date with a girl to enjoy a wonderful nightlife, I certainly won't stop you. Haruno grabbed Lin Yi's wrist, saying with a smile. You guessed right, as expected of Yukino Shita-san. She chuckled inwardly, her smile on her face even brighter. She had already looked into Lin Yi. At Subiu High, Lin Yi had always been alone, without any close classmates, let alone female friends. In fact, it could be said that her sister Yukino was the closest girl to Lin Yi. If you wanted to date your sister, you should have said so earlier. For Lin Yi-kun's sake, your sister can agree. Haruno, with a beaming smile, her navy blue eyes filled with satisfaction, took a natural step to Lin Yi's side, smoothly linking arms with him, as intimate as a girlfriend, without a trace of unfamiliarity or coldness. If this scene were seen by Haruno's former suitors, many would be shocked, showing expressions of disbelief. Lin Yi glanced at the woman smiling faintly beside him, feeling the soft touch of her delicate body. The enveloping sensation was indeed different. Compared to Yuki no Shita's meager figure, it was a completely different feeling. They're sisters, how can the difference be so big? Let's start our date. Your sister will treat you to something delicious. Lin Yi took another look. Is the dessert Yuki no Shita-san? Ahahaha, Lin Yi-kun is so direct. If Yukino knew, she would be angry. You might not be able to pursue Yukino in the future. Haruno didn't show any sign of disgust. Instead, she hugged even tighter. She knew Lin Yi wanted her to back off, but how could Yuki no Shita Haruno possibly retreat because of Lin Yi's few teasing words? Facing difficulties head-on was her style. The more Lin Yi resisted, the more interested she became. She's already a woman I liked in the past. Yukino would really be heartbroken. I don't think I've ever seen her heartbroken. Haruno was speechless. This guy was impervious to all approaches. Could it be that because Yukino rejected his confessions a few times, he really let go of his feelings for Yukino? Arm in arm with Lin Yi, Haruno led him into the Chiba Mall, entering the nearest elevator. Ding dong. The elevator stopped at the top floor. This was the most high-end restaurant in the Chiba Mall, with prices so high that ordinary people wouldn't choose to dine here. Let's go. At this point, Lin Yi had no intention of leaving anymore. Feeling the soft touch of the beautiful girl, Lin Yi, led by Haruno, headed towards the luxuriously decorated Waju restaurant. Hello. Yuki no Shita-san. The waitress outside immediately recognized Yuki no Shita Haruno, although she was also very curious about the relationship between Lin Yi beside her and Yuki no Shita Haruno. Having worked here for so long, it was the first time she had seen Yuki no Shita Haruno come here for a meal with a man, arm in arm. Could he be her boyfriend? The waitress couldn't help but think. Same as before. This way, please. The waitress politely led the way. Soon, Lin Yi and Haruno entered a very private room. The small room, with its dark golden tones, was understatedly luxurious. The decorative lights emitted a soft yellow glow, rendering the room with a sense of tranquility and elegance. The waitress respectfully handed over the menu, and after Haruno's indication, the menu was passed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi unceremoniously took the menu. The waitress bowed and left the room, leaving only the sound of paper rubbing as Lin Yi flipped through the menu. Looking at the prices on the menu, compared to the high-end Waju cuisine Nanisren had treated him to, the prices here were at least 5 times higher. This is the life of the rich. So unpretentious. Lin-kun, how about it? Do you need my recommendation? Then I'll leave it to Yuki no Shita-san. Haruno proactively got up and sat next to Lin Yi, her slender fingers pointing at the menu. How about this steak? A5 grade Waju, I can guarantee the Kobe beef here is absolutely authentic. Sure. Haruno ordered 2 servings of Kobe Waju, 1 sushi, 1 sukiyaki, and a bottle of sake. Well, your sister will drink the sake, Lin-kun can have juice. I'd rather have milk. But this made Haruno immediately notice Lin Yi's gaze quickly sweeping over her body, his desire undisguised. He's pretending, trying to scare her off. No problem, your sister will order a bottle of fresh milk for you. Haruno called the waitress waiting outside, confirmed the order, and then returned to her seat. She faced Lin Yi, one hand propping up her chin, her cheeks still wearing a gentle smile. Actually, Lin-kun, you don't need to be so wary of me. This time, treating you to a meal is just my way of expressing my gratitude. Expressing gratitude requires holding his hand, intimately coming to a high-end Waju restaurant? Lin Yi didn't believe it. If it were just to thank him for saving Yuki no Shita, Haruno wouldn't need to go this far, even if Yuki no Shita Yukino was the most important person to this sister Khan. Yuki no Shita-san's gratitude, I accept. I don't have many pursuits in life, good food is one of them. So Lin-kun likes good food. Yukino's cooking is quite good, the kind you wouldn't get tired of eating for a lifetime. Compared to Yuki no Shita-san's cooking, I'm more looking forward to yours. My cooking can't compare to Yukino's. If Yuki no Shita-san doesn't want to say it directly, that's fine, no need to hold back. I have a good mindset, having endured various blows before. If you reject me outright, I'd actually think you're a good person, at least you wouldn't intentionally lead me on. In his previous life, although Lin Yi remained single until the day he crossed over, during his 4 years of university and 3 years of high school, he had encountered girls he was attracted to. He had tried to take the initiative, but the result? His initiative was of no use. Not handsome, not rich, and not good at sweet talk, how could he possibly win the favor of the girls he liked? Yukino wouldn't lead people on either, she's always refused. Yeah, so I was rejected. Try again, you might succeed. After all, Lin-kun has now become a member of Yukino's club, something that would have been impossible before. Although there was an element of Hiratsuka-sensei's request involved, it also signified that Yukino had allowed Lin Yi to enter her private domain. Coupled with today's attack incident, Haruno was certain that her sister Yukino's attitude and perception of Lin Yi had significantly changed. Yukino Shita-senpai probably wants to kill me now. Haha, that's not a funny joke. Yukino is more than grateful to you, how could she possibly want to kill you? Haruno covered her mouth as she laughed. At that moment, the waitress arrived with the dishes. Sake, fresh milk, 6 pieces of sushi, and 4 pieces of tempura shrimp. The beef will be ready soon, please wait a moment. The waitress bowed and left again. Haruno picked up the milk, slightly stood up, and poured the white milk into Lin Yi's glass. Here, let your sister pour you some fresh milk. Not a single drop is to be left. Splash splash. The pure white milk gradually filled the glass. Lin Yi tasted it, the flavor was surprisingly good. Here, try the tempura, it's also quite good. Haruno proactively picked up a piece of tempura for Lin Yi, showcasing her initiative and enthusiasm. The feeling was completely different from when Nanae-Ren proactively served him food. Nanae-Ren's actions came from genuine feelings, without much interest or purpose, whereas Haruno, no matter how enthusiastic, Lin Yi knew her actions were driven by a certain goal. The taste is indeed good. Lin Yi started eating, using his chopsticks to pick up a piece of sushi and put it into his mouth. At this hour, he was indeed a bit hungry. Sitting across from him, Haruno smiled, using her chopsticks to pick up a piece of sushi and eat it in small bites, displaying the good upbringing of a young lady. However, when she tasted the sake, she slightly revealed a relaxed demeanor. Sizzle sizzle. The Kobe beef was served on the table. Lin Yi tasted a piece, the tender beef melted in his mouth, a faint milky aroma spreading on the tip of his tongue, the meat's texture continuously impacting his taste buds. This was even better than the beef Nanae-Ren had treated him to before. Haruno's smiling gaze fell on Lin Yi, while her hand used a fork to place a piece of beef into her mouth. Lin-kun, what do you think of Uegahama-san? Pretty. Compared to Yukino? Bigger. Haha. Haruno covered her mouth as she laughed, having to admire Lin Yi's directness. A normal man wouldn't say such things in front of her. But this made her find Lin Yi even more interesting. Compared to the dullness of other men, Lin Yi brought her a fresher and more curious experience, making her wish to continuously delve deeper into Lin Yi's deliberately disguised true heart. Yukino is very cute. Don't be fooled by her cold demeanor, she's actually very gentle with those she's close to. As long as Lin-kun enters Yukino's heart, you can taste the gentleness she opens up only for you. It's too hard. How about you, Yukino Shita-san? I think you're quite nice, more gentle, kind, beautiful, and understanding of men's hearts than Yukino Shita-san. Haha, I'm not gentle, not kind, I can't. I don't want to steal Yukino's boyfriend. If Yukino found out, she'd hate me to death. Haruno waved her hand in refusal. What a pity. Lin Yi shrugged, his tone not showing any disappointment, as if the answer had no effect on him. The small room returned to silence, the two eating wagyu, their gazes intersecting, but neither spoke. Soon, Haruno spoke again, almost forgot, there's something I forgot to tell Lin-kun. The owner of the Tosa Inu that Lin Yi killed also appeared at the scene. She was shouting for Lin-kun to take responsibility, to pay with your life. What a pity. What's a pity? If she had been at the scene, I wouldn't have minded giving her a couple of whacks too. How interesting. If Yukino heard that, she'd be even happier, though she'd definitely say you shouldn't do that. At this moment, Yukino Shita Haruno felt a bit nervous, she was about to bring up the real purpose of inviting Lin Yi. Actually, the Chiba police said there's something off about that Tosa Inu. Its size is much larger than a normal Tosa Inu. Judging by the battle scars left at the alley scene, the destruction couldn't have been caused by an ordinary Tosa Inu. At the scene, the walls and cement ground of the alley had varying degrees of cracks, even obvious dents. How could an ordinary dog cause such destruction? Impossible. Yukino hadn't realized this issue, but she had, and so had the Chiba police. Is that so? It was an emergency at the time, I didn't notice. I thought that Tosa Inu was just rabid. A look of surprise appeared on Lin Yi's face, as if he hadn't noticed at all. But hearing Yukino Shita-san say that dog really did have a bit of a problem. A normal dog wouldn't dare attack people in broad daylight. It makes me wonder if there are too many stray dogs in Chiba lately, starving and daring to attack people during the day. Haha, there aren't many stray dogs in Chiba. That Tosa Inu wasn't a stray either, it just got lost a few days ago and was wandering outside. For some reason, it became that ferocious. I was thinking Lin-kun might know the reason. I don't know. Haruno's eyes moved, clearly sensing Lin Yi's attitude. Should she continue? She was 80% sure he was a mystery game player, and he clearly wanted to hide his identity. So, should she stop here, or continue to express her attitude and friendliness, to make him trust her? Haruno pondered deeply. Hey, Lin Yi can trust me more. I've already had the Chiba police keep it confidential. The relevant information has been handled and won't be passed on to the Special Operations Division of the Public Security Bureau. When she arrived at the scene and determined it was likely a mystery creature-related incident, she used her family's connections to immediately have the Chiba police in charge keep it confidential, treating the incident as a regular dog attack public safety incident. Her goal was simple, to establish a friendly relationship with Lin Yi. Mystery game players are extremely rare, and any one of them could die in a mystery game at any time. But every player is precious, their own strength, as well as the items and skills obtained from the mystery game, are things countless forces and families in reality crave. The world has changed, a new revolution has emerged. Whether for herself, her family, or her sister, the moment she realized someone close was a mystery game player, she didn't want to miss the opportunity. Haruno opened her wallet and placed a black bank card in front of Lin Yi. There's 100 million yen in this card, almost all the money in my little treasury. The password is Yukino's birthday. Lin-kun, use it first. Yukino Shita-san, are you trying to keep me? I'm not that kind of man. The rich lady's approach is different. Directly dealing in units of 100 million, although it's yen, 100 million yen is still a lot, at least more than 1% of his total assets. It's funding you. She said seriously, Lin-kun will definitely need a lot of money in the future. This is my support for you. If Lin-kun ever runs short of money in the future, just tell me, or if you need some special items or equipment, I can help you get what you need using the Yukino Shita family's name. The Yukino Shita family isn't considered a big family in all of Japan, but in Chiba, we can still have a say, and we have some connections that can make things easier for Lin-kun. This was almost laying all cards on the table. Yukino Shita Haruno's intentions were very clear. She wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with him. Deny? His denial wouldn't change Yukino Shita Haruno's judgment and conviction of his identity as a mystery game player. If he denied, Haruno's actions like today would only increase in the future. Unless she found a new target. But for now, Haruno hadn't come into contact with any other mystery game players. Clearly, the number of mystery game players in Japan, and the world, is still very small. The Yukino Shita family, not a notable name in Japan, wanting to come into contact with mystery game players who have already been exposed to official views and even join the official ranks, is completely impossible. But clearly, Haruno, knowing about the mystery game, has realized the importance of mystery game players to the changing world and future landscape. Now, befriending him in advance, using money to win him over, is a highly profitable investment. If it fails, at most some money is lost, but if it succeeds, the future benefits are only going to be greater. The wave of the new era has come, and to board the ship to the future era, mystery game players are indispensable. Yukino Shita-san. Lin-kun, go ahead. Yukino Shita Haruno waited for Lin Yi's response, feeling a bit nervous inside. Why bother? You're making it hard for me. Lin Yi pretended to be troubled. This is my sincerity, and the sincerity of the Yukino Shita family. But suddenly, Yukino Shita Haruno found that Lin Yi, who had been sitting in front of her, had disappeared, and her neck immediately felt the cold blade of a knife, the one used to cut steak. Don't move. The calm voice coming from behind made Yukino Shita Haruno freeze, her heart couldn't help but hang, her breathing quickened a bit. Lin-kun, you. Some things, when said too clearly, make people feel insecure. Actually, stopping just now would have been fine, right? His voice was somewhat cold. Yukino Shita Haruno couldn't help but glance back, but she couldn't see Lin Yi behind her at all. The next moment, she felt Lin Yi's left thumb touch her left cheek, gently rubbing, as if savoring the feel of her skin. Haruno didn't dare to move at all. Compared to cooperating with Haruno-san, trusting Haruno-san, I think making Haruno-san disappear from this world forever is a more reassuring thing. Haruno's heart immediately sank to the bottom. A mistake, perhaps she should have brought Yukino along, that would have been the right choice. No, she couldn't bring Yukino, she couldn't put Yukino in danger. Just as Haruno was about to speak, Lin Yi's finger suddenly pressed against Haruno's red lips, gently caressing. Haruno didn't dare to move even more. Rest assured, I will deal with everyone involved, one by one tonight, ensuring no one has the possibility of leaking my identity. A murderer, completely indifferent to human life. Gulp. Haruno couldn't help but swallow hard, the cold blade pressing even tighter against her skin. She realized she had made a serious misjudgment about Lin Yi. Based on the information she had gathered, Lin Yi was supposed to be an introverted, silent, and kind young man. She had analyzed and concluded that Lin Yi must be a player who hadn't been involved in the mystery game for long, still holding on to the ideals and kindness of peaceful times. As long as she showed sincerity and friendliness, and leveraged her relationship with Yukino, she could gain Lin Yi's trust. But she was wrong. It was all his disguise. Too many people have died, the authorities won't give up the investigation. If they can't trace it back to me, they're good. You'll be arrested and lose your freedom. The authorities have many players, and they're very strong. Miss Haruno, aren't you well aware? I might lose my freedom, but you'll lose your lives. For every mystery game player, no matter how tough the official stance is, unless it's absolutely necessary like a player deliberately causing large-scale panic and murder, they won't resort to killing. Players are too precious to simply kill and waste. I can return to my country. I believe the official institutions of my homeland would welcome a player like me. Lin Yi's left hand continued to gently caress, his voice low and slightly hoarse as he spoke. He felt he was somewhat qualified to play the role of a villain. Dealing with Yukino Shita Haruno, he must not accept the olive branch she offered, nor follow her rhythm into a passive cooperation. Once a relationship starts this way, he would fall into a passive position in the future. He needed to make Yukino Shita Haruno feel the cold deterrence and fear of death he brought, to let her know he possessed the power to take her life or what she valued at any moment. He needed to instill this fear of him deep into her heart, making it impossible to erase. Every time she saw him, Haruno would remember the cold, suffocating fear of death he brought at this moment. Only then would Yukino Shita Haruno be obedient and stable. And he would hold the initiative. Yukino would be sad. Our sisterly relationship might seem ordinary, but Yukino really likes me. If I die, she would definitely be sad. Playing the emotional card now, Haruno didn't have many cards left to play. I just said I really wanted to see Yukino Shita-senpai's sad expression. Haruno's eyes twitched. Lin Yi really had said that. I sincerely hope Lin-kun can become my brother-in-law. I do have thoughts of becoming Yukino Shita-senpai's brother-in-law. Hinting? Yukino Shita Haruno's heart tightened, her hands instinctively gripping the chair. If she could have treated Lin Yi's similar words as jokes before, she couldn't afford to think that way now. Did he want her to serve him? The rubbing sensation on her face continuously stimulated her nerves, teasing her heart. What to do? What should she do? What was she to do? Since childhood, facing men, Yukino Shita Haruno had always firmly controlled the initiative and rhythm. No man could refuse her. But now, at this moment, she was completely passive, her life entirely in the hands of the man behind her. And she had no way to persuade him to abandon his killing intent. Actually, Miss Yukino Shita, your luck is quite good. I don't think my luck is good. If it were, Lin-kun should have agreed to cooperate with me, and we would have become close companions. Maybe in the future, you could even become my brother-in-law, and we would be family. Clack. The blade left her neck, and shortly after, Haruno heard a sound from the table. She looked up and saw an item. A prop I recently acquired, a collar. Guess what its full name is? Lin Yi's voice sounded in her ear again, his tone suppressing laughter, raising Haruno's bad premonition to the highest. Bitch collar. Haruno trembled all over. The effect is to put it around the target's neck, and you can sign a master-servant contract with her. So I said, Ms. Yukino Shita, your luck is quite good. This is a great way for me to completely trust you. Haruno was dumbfounded. There's such a prop? She didn't want to believe it, but if it were just an ordinary collar, why would Lin Yi carry it around? Lin Yi felt the girl's slight trembling and suppressed his laughter. He must have scared Haruno. The effect was full, but the chance was extremely low. Lin Yi was just using it to scare Haruno. Not to mention the collar couldn't succeed. Even if it did, his relationship with Yukino Shita Haruno would officially be over. Someday, for freedom and revenge, Yukino Shita Haruno would definitely dare to raise a rebellious blade against him. Moreover, he had a use for this collar. Lin-kun, don't scare me, your sister can't withstand your intimidation. She was forcing herself to stay calm. Really, truer than gold. If you don't believe me, why not try it on and see? Yukino Shita Haruno's gaze fell on the black collar on the table. She swallowed hard, staring at it intently. Was she supposed to put that collar around her neck and become Lin Yi's servant? She had thought about running away, thought about screaming for help, but it was useless. She clearly remembered the moment before Lin Yi turned hostile, how he had appeared behind her without her noticing. Facing Lin Yi, she was too powerless. At this moment, Lin Yi's caressing left hand moved down from her cheek to Haruno's neck, still gently touching, feeling the smoothness and delicacy of her fair neck. He had occasionally wondered about the feel of Yukino Shita Yukino's skin when he looked at her body. And now, the skin of her sister Haruno should feel similar to Yukino Shita Yukino's. It felt really nice. He was becoming more and more qualified as a villain. My dear Miss Haruno, you wouldn't want your sister Yukino to wear this collar, would you? The eerie voice, cold as ice, made Yukino Shita Haruno grit her teeth, her whole body trembling. Should Yukino Shita senpai wear it, or you? One of you sisters has to wear it. Otherwise, I really can't feel at ease. Lin Yi's right hand, holding a phone, extended in front of Haruno. On the screen was Yukino Shita Yukino's contact number. His finger pressed the call button on the screen at an extremely slow speed. Don't. Haruno grabbed Lin Yi's right hand. I'll wear it, I'll wear it. She closed her eyes and gave up struggling. The consequences of all her actions today, she needed to bear the responsibility alone. She had been impulsive, choosing to show goodwill and reveal her intentions without fully investigating Lin Yi's true nature, leading herself into a passive situation. Now, she might even lose her freedom. Yukino Shita Haruno admitted her defeat, accepted her loss. But someday in the future, she would definitely seek an opportunity to retaliate, to make Lin Yi pay tenfold, 100-fold. Until then, she would choose to submit, to comply, to use every method to satisfy and lower the man's guard, at any cost. Yukino Shita Haruno opened her eyes, reached out, and took the collar. The moment she touched it, the cold texture transmitted from her fingers to the depths of her heart. Her heart was as cold as ice. Lin-kun, if you wanted your sister to be your bitch, you should have said so earlier. It's not impossible, you know. Her playful tone showed no trace of anger. As expected of Yukino Shita Haruno, her ability to control her emotions was truly impressive. But after your sister becomes your pet, you can't have any thoughts about Yukino anymore. I hope you can agree to this request of mine. Miss Yukino Shita really cares for her sister. After all, Yukino is the cutest sister in the world, don't you think so, Lin-kun? She is indeed very cute. She unfastened the collar, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. But the moment she was about to put it on, Haruno suddenly felt a force. She opened her eyes to see Lin Yi's hand tightly gripping the collar. Alright, Miss Yukino Shita, this was just a little joke I played on you. At the sound of her words, Haruno realized Lin Yi had no intention of controlling her with the collar. Wait, could the collar's function be fake? She couldn't help but doubt again. Your sister really wants to be your pet. A beautiful pet, don't you want that? Now relaxed and eased, Haruno's words carried a hint of jest, both a probe and a way to lighten the mood. I'm afraid that one day, when we're having fun, my little brother might get bitten off. Ha ha ha, your sister wouldn't dare. Haruno laughed. Rather than a beautiful pet, I now prefer a cooperative partner. I wonder if Miss Haruno is willing? Lin Yi patted Haruno's shoulder and returned to his seat. He smiled, but at this moment, Lin Yi's image in Haruno's heart had completely changed. He was no longer just a simple, innocent male student, but a villainous character hiding a dark self. Haruno didn't want to cooperate with Lin Yi anymore, truly didn't want to. If she could choose again, she would never want to have more contact with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was dangerous. But she knew it was all too late. This cooperation wasn't something she could refuse just because she didn't want to. It would be my pleasure, an honor for your sister. Haruno proactively stood up and extended her hand towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook it, feeling not only the soft and delicate touch but also the moist sweat from her palm, sweat from being scared earlier. Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. Lin Yi knew his goal had been achieved. An unexpected development, but the result wasn't bad. Seeing Haruno scared and sweating was also a rare sight. By the way, Miss Yukino Shita, are you free this weekend? Weekend? Was he asking her out? Haruno's pressure skyrocketed, but she still nodded. Sacrificing herself to protect her family and clan, she found no issue with that. As the eldest daughter of the Yukino Shita family, her existence was meant for the sacrifice of the family. Chapter 98, Yukino Shita Yukino's shame. She wants to commit suicide as the eldest daughter of the Yukino Shita family. Yukino Shita Haruno is already the heir and the de facto next head of the family. After graduating from Subu High School and enrolling at Chiba University, she began to familiarize herself with the family's businesses, network, and related affairs under her parents' arrangements. Her future has already been set. At the appropriate age, her parents will find a man she can accept to marry into the Yukino Shita family, have children, and produce the next generation. Her younger sister, Yukino Shita Yukino's life has also been predetermined. Since Haruno was confirmed as the heir, Yukino's role has been to secure greater benefits for the family through marriage. With her striking beauty, Yukino is the perfect tool for the family to use in forming alliances through marriage. Haruno has thought about resisting, about defying her parents' arrangements, about fighting for a better future for her sister. She even wished that Yukino could inherit the Yukino Shita family, while she herself could be the one used for a marital alliance, but facing reality, she knows this is impossible. The family's arrangements are not something she can change just because she wants to, especially now that her mother has made the decision. It's not something she can simply refuse by not wanting to inherit. Yukino finds it hard to face their mother, and so does Haruno. But now, an opportunity has arisen. Haruno's gaze falls on the face of the man smiling before her. Having sacrificed herself for the sake of the family, she is no longer qualified to inherit the Yukino-shita family, and Yukino will become the new heir. She never expected that today's impulsiveness would lead to this situation. A pleasant surprise? To be honest, Haruno would rather not have this kind of surprise. Mr. Lin wants to go on a date with me, so even if I don't have time, I'll make time. All my future time belongs to Mr. Lin. She puts on a smile, switching to her usual cheerful yet slightly mischievous expression. I'm not forcing you. Oh my, the assertive Mr. Lin says he's not forcing anyone. It makes me wonder if Mr. Lin's earlier dominance was just an illusion. Maybe it really was an illusion. I dare not take it as an illusion. What if Mr. Lin decides he wants me to be his pet again? Haruno glances at the collar on the table, a fleeting panic in her heart. But now she thinks the collar is just an ordinary one, without the ability to form a master-servant contract, merely a prop Lin Yi used to scare her. Partners are partners, pets are pets. I can distinguish between the two. But if Miss Yukino-shita insists on being my pet, I wouldn't refuse. Lin Yi touches his chin with his right hand, his smile widening. A beautiful pet, I think few men could refuse. Mr. Lin is among the very few special men. I think being like most men is also a good choice. If Yukino knew, she would be heartbroken. Ha ha ha, President Yukino-shita wouldn't be heartbroken because of me. After saying this, Lin Yi picks up his glass and drinks the milk. Haruno proactively refills it for him. The pure white milk emits a faint milky fragrance. So, where does Mr. Lin plan to go this weekend? I can make perfect arrangements for our first date. Let me tell you a secret, I've never been on a solo date with a boy before. Her face is only 10 centimeters away from Lin Yi's, her navy blue eyes smiling as they meet his. Lin Yi can smell the quiet, pleasant scent emanating from the girl, reminiscent of orchids. He even feels that if he just leaned forward a little, he could seize those tempting red lips. So, my first time will be taken by Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin must take good responsibility. That depends on Miss Yukino-shita's performance. If it's good, I might just take responsibility. How naughty. Haruno's slender index finger pokes Lin Yi's chest, her eyes still locked with his. Lin Yi glances down, catching sight of a certain sexy cleavage. Indeed, her figure has the scale to have such cleavage. As for her sister Yukino-shita Yukino? There's no helping it, after so many days, he still hasn't seen that from her. Macau. Huh? Haruno blinks, stunned. Macau. You're not going to gamble, are you? She thinks Lin Yi isn't going to Macau to gamble, but gambling is what Macau is most famous for. With Lin Yi specifically going to Macau for the weekend, Haruno can't think of any other reason. Guess right, it is to gamble. So it really is gambling. Does Lin Yi like gambling? She can't tell. Do I just need to provide the person for our cooperation? Mr. Lin providing himself makes me very happy. Then let's make Miss Yukino-shita even happier by injecting more funds into our cooperation. Is he planning to use the Macau casino as an ATM? Seeing Lin Yi's confident demeanor, Haruno can't help but feel that Lin Yi must have his reasons. Alright, I'll accompany you. I'll prepare the funds. Actually, inviting Haruno to the Macau casino has no impact on the outcome of acquiring funds. Lin Yi's purpose for inviting her is twofold. On one hand, it allows Haruno to understand his ability to acquire large sums of money independently. On the other hand, it lets Haruno receive these funds and use the Yukino-shita family's channels and connections to purchase the items and equipment he needs. Currently, he has no power or influence, lacks connections and channels, and even with money, he can't spend it to buy what he needs. What he lacks is exactly what the Yukino-shita family currently has. Lin Yi could choose other more powerful financial groups or families, or even join the officialdom, perhaps returning to his homeland to join the country's official institutions. But he doesn't want to be restricted, nor does he want to lose his initiative. Joining the officialdom has many benefits. By showcasing his strength and proving his value, he could gain endless support in terms of funds, manpower, and resources. However, he would also need to abide by certain rules and face related restrictions. But this is not what Lin Yi wants. And tonight, the appearance of Yukino-shita Haruno, in a way, fills this gap for him. The Yukino-shita family, neither too big nor too small, is just right. Most importantly, he knows Haruno's soft spot. Now, his cooperation with Yukino-shita Haruno is confirmed, with interest as the core connecting both parties. As long as this interest remains stable, the relationship between the two will become even closer. As for the possibility of Haruno's betrayal in the future, As long as he continues to grow stronger, becoming powerful enough to stand above this world, then Haruno will only become more obedient and loyal. A purely mutual interest relationship can make this partnership last longer. Miss Yukino Shita will be glad for today's decision. Then I look forward to it. I hope to make a big profit following Mr. Lin to Macau. Remember to treat me to a meal. Ha ha ha, anything you want. She leans on Lin Yi's shoulder, her seductive voice echoing in his ear. Lin Yi smiles and unceremoniously slaps Haruno's buttocks, feeling a wave of softness and elasticity. Naughty, always taking advantage of me. Haruno pouts shyly, using one hand to steady herself and the other to straighten her clothes. It's about time, let's go. Okay. After making sure nothing is left behind, Haruno heads towards the private room's door. Once the door opens, Haruno quickly steps out to settle the bill. After paying, she boldly links arms with Lin Yi again, and under the waiter's guidance, they enter the elevator. Welcome to come again next time. The waiter remains bowing until the elevator doors close. The elevator slowly descends, and they finally reach the first floor. Haruno still shows no sign of letting go, treating Lin Yi as if he were really her boyfriend. If Mr. Lin has no other plans, let me take you back. Sure. Since Haruno is willing to drive him, he won't refuse. Then, Haruno takes out her phone and dials a number. The Yukino Shita family's driver, after dropping Yukino Shita off at her apartment, returned to Chiba Mall to wait. A dozen seconds later, after clarifying their location, Haruno puts her phone away and links arms with Lin Yi again. Let's go. Over there. I'm willing, but if your driver sees this, are you sure it won't cause you trouble? Lin Yi glances at Haruno's current posture, not minding being linked arm in arm with a beauty, but he can't help but worry about attracting too much attention. As the eldest daughter of the prestigious Yukino Shita family in Chiba, Haruno's every move is still under scrutiny. No, Uncle Yamada won't talk. Haruno actually holds on tighter, showing her determination. Lin Yi says no more and follows the girl's steps towards the black car that has appeared in the distance. Meanwhile, not far behind them at the entrance of Chiba Mall, under the colorful lights, a blond man appears. He sees the figures ahead and instinctively wants to call out, but when he notices the familiar figure clinging closely to a man, he thinks he must be mistaken. I must be seeing things. There's no way Haruno would be so intimate with a man. The blond man laughs at the thought, but when he sees the two figures entering a black car, his expression changes. He recognizes that car. At this moment, his face turns pale, and he feels as if he's been dealt a heavy blow. Has Haruno already started dating someone? When did this happen? He hadn't heard anything about it. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Haruno waved goodbye to Lin Yi. After Lin Yi disappeared from sight, Haruno retracted her gaze, her expression slowly calming. Take me to Yukino's place, Uncle Yamada. The black car drove off slowly. Haruno leaned back against the comfortable seat, crossing her arms and closing her eyes. The scene from the private room with the wagyu beef immediately surfaced in her mind. The cold touch of the blade against her neck, the sound of the man's breathing behind her, and the collar on the table reflecting a chilling light. She only felt colder. Now that she was away from the dangerous Lin Yi, Haruno's sense of security had only recovered slightly. The driver, focused on driving, pressed a button, dimming the car's interior lights. He was curious about the young lady's special attitude toward that man, but he had no intention of asking. Beep beep. The black car drove on, finally stopping at the high-end apartment building owned by the Yukino Shita family. Uncle Yamada, thank you for your hard work. Go home and rest. I'll stay here tonight. After saying this, she got out of the car and walked into the apartment. Only after she entered did the driver, Yamada, drive away. Ding dong. Ding dong. Haruno pressed the apartment doorbell. After a while, the door finally opened. What greeted her was Yukino, dressed in a loose gray home outfit. Wow, Yukino, so cute. My sister is the cutest in the world. The moment these words fell, Yukino saw her sister at the door rush over and hug her tightly. She instinctively tried to push her away, but unexpectedly found her sister holding on tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. Sister, it's hot. It's April, how can it be hot? Yukino must hate me and doesn't want to hug me anymore. Yukino wisely chose to remain silent. She knew that if she explained, her sister would only find more reasons to tease her. It must be because you have someone you like, and you want to save your hugs for him, never giving them to your sister again. Boo-hoo, so sad, so heartbroken. As she spoke, Haruno rubbed her face against Yukino's, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing and sadness. But Yukino knew it was all an act, not to be believed. I didn't fall for Lin Yi just because he saved me, sister. Don't overthink it. Wow. I didn't even mention Mr. Lin. Yukino pushed Haruno away, her expression calm, not wanting to deal with this troublesome sister. Alright, my bad, sorry. I've already thanked Mr. Lin on your behalf for protecting and saving you. I treated him to the finest Kobe beef and even personally fed him fresh milk, serving him so well he'll never forget it. Tonight's experience was something Haruno felt she would never forget. Sister. Listening to her sister's exaggerated description, Yukino could only sigh. She was used to it. She didn't want to point it out or remind her sister to be more careful. She had done so many times before, but her sister remained unchanged, so she had given up. Your thanks are your thanks. My thanks are mine. How about making him a bando? Haruno suddenly suggested, use your superb cooking skills to conquer him. To conquer a man, you must conquer his stomach, make him fall at your feet. I believe you can do it, Yukino. Lin and I are just ordinary classmates, sister. Well, you were ordinary classmates before, but that doesn't have to be the case in the future. It won't happen. Really? Really? What a pity. But deep down, Haruno breathed a sigh of relief. What she wanted was for her sister to stay away from Lin Yi. But if she directly suggested or even demanded that Yukino stay away, Yukino would only rebel and do the opposite. So, what she needed to do was to clearly show Yukino her intention to matchmake Yukino and Lin Yi, further causing Yukino to actively distance herself from Lin Yi. This was Haruno's plan. Haruno sat on the sofa, and Yukino brought her a glass of water, placing it in front of her. No matter how many times I come here, it always feels so lifeless. Yukino, how about I move in with you? No. Right, if I came here, it would just trouble Yukino. It would also be inconvenient if Yukino brought a boyfriend back to the apartment. Facing Haruno's teasing, Yukino pursed her lips, remaining calm and composed. Tell me about the dog attack today. I'm curious how Mr. Lin bravely fought off 3 vicious dogs to protect you. Okay. Yukino didn't refuse. She organized her thoughts and briefly recounted the incident. However, she didn't mention anything about the X-ray vision. So that's how it was. Mr. Lin created an opportunity for Yukino to escape the alley, staying behind alone to deal with the 3 vicious dogs. Yukino didn't see the entire fight, only able to make some guesses and judgments based on the sounds. But Haruno, combining the fight's traces and the dog's tragic state, also imagined part of the scene. However, she didn't gain much useful information. She had hoped to learn more about Lin Yi's strength through Yukino's observations of the fight, but now that hope was completely dashed. A hero saving the beauty. Yukino, how about? Sister. Alright, I'll stop joking. But do you need me to stay with you tonight? If you ask, I can reluctantly agree. No need. Really? Back when Yukino was scared by a dog, you had to hug me to sleep. I'm not a child anymore. In my eyes, Yukino will always be a child. So, I've decided. I'll sleep with you tonight. It's been a long time since we shared a bed. Haruno pulled Yukino into the bedroom, but Yukino pushed her away. Go take a shower. Yukino insisted Haruno shower before sleeping. Okay. Yukino, why don't you join me? I've already showered. She had showered more than once since returning to the apartment. It was the discomfort from knowing Lin Yi had seen her body. She knew no amount of washing could change that fact, but not showering made her feel uneasy, her mind unable to calm down. Now, with her sister's arrival, she felt a bit more at ease. Splash splash. Splash splash. Haruno showered. The bathroom was filled with white steam, Haruno's figure half hidden, exuding a seductive aura. Yukino, bring me a towel. I forgot to bring one. A few seconds later, there was a knock on the bathroom door. I've put it on the floor. After saying this, Yukino left. There was no scene of Haruno suddenly reaching out to pull Yukino into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Haruno, wrapped in a towel, arrived at Yukino's bedroom door. Click. The door wasn't locked. Haruno smiled slightly. Although her sister said she disliked her, she wouldn't actually refuse her. Otherwise, Yukino would have locked the door. Yukino, I'm here. Haruno pounced. Wow, your skin is so white and smooth. The texture is amazing. Let me kiss you. I wonder who will be lucky enough to have you. I envy that man. I even wish I could be a man to have you all to myself. Yukino felt that agreeing to sleep with her sister tonight was definitely a mistake. Sister, you need to stop. She exploded, but it was no use. Haruno continued as she pleased, finally calming down but still holding Yukino tightly. The lights went out, the girl's bedroom fell into silence, the faint moonlight outside casting a serene glow over the room. Haruno hugged her sister, feeling the warmth of her body and the rhythmic thump-thump of her heartbeat, breathing slowly. Tonight, rather than her comforting her sister's fear of dogs, it was more like her sister was soothing her own fearful heart. Just for tonight, just for this one night, she would allow herself to be a little weak. Starting tomorrow morning, she would once again be the perfect Yukino Shita Haruno, working for her parents, her family, and her sister to create a better future, even if it meant dancing with the devil. And Yukino felt that her sister was a little different tonight. After her sister's steady, faint breathing sounded beside her, Yukino also emptied her mind, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Only then did Haruno open her eyes, gazing at her sister's blurred face. "I'll handle everything, sister. You just enjoy your high school life as peacefully as before. The only thing I hope is that you can keep your distance from Lin Yi, especially not to develop any emotional entanglement." Haruno suddenly wondered if Yukino had rejected Lin Yi's confessions multiple times because she sensed something. She didn't know whether to consider her sister lucky or unlucky. April 18th, Thursday, noon. After finishing his classes, Lin Yi headed to the service club. Today, Yukino Shita Yukino had taken a leave of absence and didn't come to school. The reason was simple: she didn't want him to continue admiring her body, which was like a work of art. Lin Yi could understand this. However, the only thing he couldn't figure out was why Yukino Shita Yukino would think of X-ray vision. He had spent the entire morning carefully recalling and searching for any loopholes in his conversation with Yukino Shita Yukino from the previous day. He found 2 points, but even with these 2 points, it shouldn't have led Yukino Shita Yukino to directly think of X-ray vision. Ordinary people wouldn't think of X-ray vision. Unless Yukino Shita Yukino herself had some special ability. Only someone who possessed or had been exposed to special abilities would immediately connect the loopholes in his words to X-ray vision. Whoosh! Lin Yi pushed open the door to the service club. The classroom was empty, and the black-haired girl was not sitting in her usual seat. Lin Yi went to his seat, and with a click, he opened the bento he had bought at a convenience store on his way to school. It was a beef bento, with salad and a small sausage as side dishes. The portion was a bit small for Lin Yi, but it was enough to get by. He decided to eat more tonight. Could it be that Haruno told Yukino Shita Yukino about something supernatural? If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for Yukino Shita Yukino to think of X-ray vision. Clang. The door to the service club suddenly opened. Lin Yi looked up and saw a black-haired female teacher in a white lab coat. Her striking figure showcased her charm as a woman, and even though she was nearly 30, she still had the allure of a young girl. "Miss Hiratsuka, please knock before entering." "Lin Yi, you've learned bad habits from Yukino Shita. Knocking is basic courtesy." Hiratsuka Shizuka walked over to Lin Yi. "Your lunch looks pretty good. Beef bento. Who made it for you today?" She knew that Takabana had brought Lin Yi lunch a few times. "Teacher, you can't tell this is a convenience store bento? I don't believe it." "Ah, ha ha ha." Hiratsuka Shizuka laughed and waved her hand, continuing, "Yukino Shita took a leave today. Do you know why? She told me she wasn't feeling well, but I don't really believe it. Teacher, do you trust my relationship with Yukino Shita too much? I'm wondering if you bullied her, making her too scared to come to school today." "Teacher, your intuition is spot on. Strictly speaking, his X-ray vision did count as bullying Yukino Shita Yukino. No, yesterday we helped Uegahama Yua find her pet dog, Sabure. You know about that, right? Uegahama was the one you introduced to the service club. Did something happen?" "Yeah." Lin Yi nodded. "Yukino Shita and I were attacked by vicious dogs while searching." "Eh?" Hiratsuka Shizuka immediately showed concern. As the advisor for the service club, and since she had introduced the client, if a student got injured during a club activity, she, as the teacher, would be held responsible. Then what? Is she okay? She couldn't have gotten hurt, right? "I ran away." Lin Yi thought about the situation at the time. He had indeed run away first to deal with the 2 Akita dogs. "Hiratsuka Shizuka? Are you even a man? Don't you like Yukino Shita? How could you abandon her and run away?" The teacher in the white coat was shocked, almost losing her composure. She never expected her male student to be so cowardly. "I created a safe escape route for Yukino Shita." "Teacher, don't rush. Let me finish." Hiratsuka Shizuka immediately noticed the amusement in Lin Yi's eyes and realized he was teasing her. "Humphrey, learning to mess with your teacher now? Seems like you're itching for a lesson." Crack crack. Hiratsuka Shizuka cracked her knuckles, making a crisp sound. "Teacher, violence is prohibited at school. This is my loving iron fist." Seeing Lin Yi about to shout, Hiratsuka Shizuka smiled and withdrew her hand, straightening her lab coat. "Alright, since you protected Yukino Shita, I'll let you off today. Did you get hurt?" "No, just a few dogs. I handled them easily." "Good. In the future, if something like this happens, you must tell me. As the advisor for the service club, I need to know if you encounter any danger during club activities." Hiratsuka Shizuka was very serious. "I understand, teacher. I'll make sure to inform you in the future. Good. I won't disturb your lunch anymore. Make sure to get along with Yuki no Shita. I don't want to hear about you bullying her. Let me tell you something, she has an older sister. Hiratsuka Shizuka felt it was necessary to warn Lin Yi. Yeah. She was my student 2 years ago. She's a total sis-con. If she finds out you're bullying her sister, she won't let you off easily. Teacher, that sister you're talking about was trembling in front of me last night. This is a friendly reminder from your teacher. Remember it. If her sister comes looking for you, don't say I didn't warn you. Under Lin Yi's slightly helpless but amused gaze, Hiratsuka Shizuka left the service club and closed the door. The small clubroom was now empty except for Lin Yi. He started eating his lunch. Meanwhile, back in the staff room, Hiratsuka Shizuka contacted Yuki no Shita again. I already heard about your situation from Lin Yi. Yuki no Shita? Did that jerk tell Miss Hiratsuka about his X-ray vision and seeing her body? Yuki no Shita Yukino felt a chill run through her body, her face pale, and she almost dropped her phone. She couldn't face anyone anymore. She couldn't go back to Subuhai. Her mind went blank, filled only with deep-seated fear. In the future, if you encounter something like a wild dog attack, you must tell me. I'm the advisor for the service club. How could you keep such an important thing from me? If Yuki no Shita or Lin Yi had gotten hurt, she would have felt even more guilty. Her conscience wouldn't allow her to ignore the wild dog attack from last night. She needed her students to understand that they could rely on her, their teacher, in times of trouble. Teacher, I'm fine. In the future, if something unexpected happens, I'll contact you immediately. Yuki no Shita let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa. For a moment, she had even thought about suicide. If she couldn't face anyone, it would be better to end her life. At least she wouldn't have to endure the shameful stares. Good. Rest well today and recover. Come back to school tomorrow. But faced with Hiratsuka Shizuka's request, Yuki no Shita hesitated. Teacher, I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I might need to take another day off. If Lin Yi continued to use his X-ray vision on her at school, how could she face him? After all, Lin Yi sat just to her right and slightly behind her. He could easily see her profile. Instantly, the shame she had gradually put aside came rushing back, overwhelming her. The thought of being completely seen by him for 3 whole days, from top to bottom, front to back, made her angry, furious, but mostly helpless. Because Lin Yi, the person who had done it, had also saved her and helped her. Alright. If you need to take a leave, let me know in advance. This was the privilege of being the top student in her grade. Moreover, Yuki no Shita Yukino had always been a model student who adhered to the rules. Taking 2 days off was no problem at all. I understand, teacher. I'll hang up now. Hiratsuka Shizuka sat back in her chair and stretched. As long as no one was hurt, it was fine. Dog bites and rabies were dangerous. She had heard that several people in Shiba had recently died from rabies. Who would have thought that looking for a dog would lead to a wild dog attack? What? Who got attacked by wild dogs? At the entrance of the staff room, a chestnut-haired female teacher with a faint smile walked up to Hiratsuka Shizuka. Takabana, who else? It's your favorite student, Lin Yi, of course. Ah. Is he okay? Hina Takabana immediately showed concern, even wanting to leave the staff room right away to find Lin Yi in his classroom. He is fine, perfectly fine. He even had the nerve to tease me. He's changed quite a bit since losing his memory. Hiratsuka Shizuka couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness as she thought about Lin Yi. At the same time, she felt it was necessary to subtly warn Takabana. Takabana, students can be quite gossipy, and rumors can spread easily. As a newly hired teacher, you might not have much experience with this. As your senior, I feel I should remind you. Thank you, Hiratsuka-senpai. Hina Takabana smiled and nodded, showing no unusual reaction, which made Hiratsuka Shizuka think she might have overthought things. After chatting with Hiratsuka Shizuka for a while, Hina Takabana left the staff room. Well, I should still be careful at school. Maybe I should have a check on him. After all, Lin Yi did save me back then. But then she thought about her bet with Lin Yi. If she let her sister take the initiative to approach him, it might actually lead to her sister actively pursuing Lin Yi. Wouldn't that mean she'd lose the bet? That wouldn't do. Hina Takabana hesitated. After a headache-inducing moment, the bell brought her back to reality. Takabana returned to her desk and opened her textbook to start preparing lesson materials. When the afternoon school bell rang, Lin Yi headed to the service club room in the club building again. Even though Yuki no Shita wasn't there, and he didn't have to go, he remembered something. The empty service club room was the perfect place for it. Standing by the window, Lin Yi gazed at the scenery outside. The tree-lined paths of the school were filled with groups of lively young boys and girls. He touched the bracelet on his left wrist. He had heard from Miyuki Kirishima that she wanted to visit his school. Today seemed like a good time. With only him in the service club, and with activities confined to this room, Miyuki Kirishima's presence wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Previous experiments had confirmed that Miyuki Kirishima could be observed when she appeared in the real world, though she couldn't be touched. He had tested this with cats and other living creatures. He hadn't tested it with other humans, but if even he couldn't touch her, then others certainly couldn't. Lin Yi called out. Soon, a figure appeared. A black-haired girl with long, straight hair appeared. She wore a beige-fitted top and a black gray-pleated skirt, her long, sexy legs wrapped in black stockings. The girl blinked, and upon seeing her surroundings, immediately realized where she was. Your school, Subuhai? Her calm voice carried a hint of surprise. Previously, she had only appeared in Lin Yi's apartment. She had always wanted to visit a real school. Nice. She looked around, then walked over to stand beside Lin Yi, gazing at the scenery outside. Compared to her current school, Icchi High, the youth and vitality here made her even feel a bit envious. Some things are only cherished after they're lost. Is that girl not here? Fujibayashi Ryo is a nurse. She works at a hospital. She's not a high school student. Miyuki Kirishima was taken aback. She had thought the two were the same age. So that girl is actually older than Lin Yi? She didn't look it at all. Lin Yi noticed the expectant look in Miyuki Kirishima's eyes as she gazed out the window, so he spoke up, "Want to go for a walk?" Miyuki Kirishima hesitated, not answering. "Let's go. We'll just walk around the club building. We'll come back a minute early." Now that Lin Yi had made the decision, Miyuki Kirishima didn't object. She followed Lin Yi to the service club room door. Lin Yi opened the door, but then froze. A pink-haired, bun-headed girl was standing there, about to knock. Lin-kun, and Yukino Shida. Huh? Uegahama Yua then realized that the black-haired girl standing behind Lin Yi wasn't Yukino Shida Yukino. The similar style had almost fooled her. If it weren't for the fact that the girl wasn't wearing Subuhai's uniform, she would have been even slower to realize. But this girl is so pretty, just as beautiful as Yukino. And her figure is even better than Yukino's. What Uegahama Yui was most concerned about was what relationship Lin Yi had with this beautiful girl. Could it be? Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? Lin Yi has such a beautiful girlfriend? Uegahama Yui was shocked. Chapter 99, Girlfriend? Yukino Shida's shock. Haruno arrives. Uegahama had heard that Lin Yi had confessed to Yukino Shida Yukino, but was rejected every time. Originally, when she saw Lin Yi in the service club and learned that he had become a member, she wondered if Lin Yi had launched a new offensive and gotten closer to Yukino Shida. Especially yesterday, when the three of them agreed to meet at Chiba Mall to search for Sable, she noticed that Lin Yi, who had arrived first, had coffee with Yukino Shida. This scene further reinforced her thoughts about their relationship. But now, seeing this beautiful, long-haired girl from another school appearing in the service club, Uegahama suddenly felt that she had overthought things. Why would Lin Yi need to pursue Yukino Shida? With a high-value, well-proportioned, long-haired beauty like this, whose cold demeanor was strikingly similar to Yukino Shida's, how could Lin Yi possibly still be pursuing Yukino Shida? Lin-kun, who is she? After a while, Uegahama snapped out of her inner shock, her words stuttering, as if she didn't know how to ask. Miyuki Kirishima, my friend. Lin Yi was also surprised. He had gone out intending to take Miyuki Kirishima for a walk near the club building but happened to run into the arriving Uegahama. Hello. Miyuki Kirishima's voice was soft and calm. This was her usual style. She had always maintained this cold attitude towards those around her, a distant and unapproachable ice queen. Hello. I'm Uegahama, a friend of Lin-kun. Uegahama took an excited step forward, but seeing Miyuki Kirishima take a step back, displaying her aloofness, made her instantly awkward. Sorry, Kirishima isn't very good with strangers. Lin Yi knew the biggest issue was that Miyuki Kirishima was untouchable. If Uegahama were to come into contact with Kirishima and discover her peculiarities, it would inevitably lead to a series of follow-up problems. It's fine, I understand. I'm like that with strangers too, ha ha ha. The pink-haired girl laughed twice, waving her hand to show that she didn't mind at all. Is Yukino Shida not here? She changed the subject. Yukino Shida-senpai took the day off today. I see. She sounded a bit disappointed. Did you come because you ran into some trouble again? No, just. After fidgeting for a while, Uegahama spoke up, I want to apply to join the service club. She wanted to join this club because it seemed interesting, and with the most famous school beauty in Subuhai, she couldn't help but want to get closer to Yukino Shida Yukino. You'll have to ask Yuki no Shita-senpai about that. As just a member, I don't have the authority to approve your joining. By the way, you can ask Hiratsuka-sensei. As the advisor, if she agrees to let you join, Yuki no Shita-senpai probably won't refuse. Really? Really? Hurry up. If you don't go soon, Hiratsuka-sensei might be heading home. Okay, I'll go find Hiratsuka-sensei now. Goodbye, Lin-kun, Kirishima-kun. Yui Uegahama bid farewell and turned to jog out of the club building. Under Miyuki Kirishima's gaze, Lin Yi closed the service club's classroom door. With less than 2 minutes left, there wasn't enough time to take Miyuki Kirishima for a walk around the area. Next time, I'll find a chance to show you around Subu High. She nodded. That girl just now was very cute. Huh? Yes, quite a few boys have written her love letters. Including you? No. Then who is Yuki no Shita? She leaned back against the windowsill, her slender and graceful figure bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun, her long black hair swaying in the breeze, creating an enchanting arc. Even though she was untouchable, why was she still affected by her surroundings? Lin Yi was curious about this question, but compared to the confusion it caused, he now only wanted to marvel at the stunning beauty of the girl before him. How many boys at Kyoto Private Elite Academy must have gone crazy for her? Can't you say? Noticing Lin Yi's reluctance, Miyuki Kirishima brushed her hair aside, her gaze shifting back to the scenery outside the window. Unlike the gray and black skies of Elite Academy, this sunset-painted sky was a beautiful sight she hadn't seen in a long time. She's my classmate and the current president of the club I joined. Lin Yi answered. Clubs, they're nice. She had joined a club before, but the ensuing swarm of suitors disrupted the club's normal activities, leading her to quit and leave school immediately after classes. It could be said that she had never truly experienced high school club activities. Next time, introduce her to me. Just kidding. She moved lightly, turning her back to Lin Yi, leaving behind a beautiful and alluring silhouette. The next second, her figure disappeared from the spot, and the sunlight outside the window directly fell on the floor of the service club classroom. Lin Yi scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat helpless. Why does it feel like an ex-girlfriend meeting a current girlfriend? He shook his head, trying to dispel that thought. Yuki no Shita wasn't his current girlfriend, and Miyuki Kirishima wasn't his ex-girlfriend. But if they really met, it felt like they might end up fighting, and Yuki no Shita definitely wouldn't stand a chance. So, it was better to avoid that. Lin Yi silently made a decision. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. There was a series of knocks on the service club door. Come in. Just as Lin Yi was about to say, service club president Yuki no Shita is absent today. He realized the person appearing was Yui Uegahama. Uegahama-san, you're back. Is Hiratsuka-sensei not there? The pink-haired girl looked serious, but when she didn't see the long-haired beauty, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but ask. Where's Kirishima-san? She went back. She went back, but aren't you going with her? Yui Uegahama was full of questions, but she didn't voice them. Lin-kun, I found out something from Hiratsuka-sensei. What is it? Did Hiratsuka-sensei not approve your joining the service club? No, Hiratsuka-sensei agreed, but the final decision depends on Yuki no Shita-san. Then. Tap tap tap. The pink-haired girl stepped forward with heavy footsteps, standing in front of Lin Yi. At this moment, she seemed less timid than usual, with a hint of determination and anger, as if Lin Yi had done something to wrong her. What's wrong? Yesterday. Yui Uegahama clenched her fists, feeling both frustrated and anxious. A faint mist appeared in her eyes, as if she was on the verge of tears. Lin-kun and Yuki no Shita-san arrived at Chiba Mall first and started looking for Sable. You even encountered a wild dog attack. Such a serious thing happened, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Weren't we supposed to be partners who would meet up and search together? Is it because I'm not a member of the service club, so? Exclusion. Yui Uegahama felt excluded by Lin Yi and Yuki no Shita Yukino. She had wanted to integrate into this group, to become a part of it. But yesterday's reality hit her hard, making her realize how unnecessary her thoughts were. This group didn't need her. She was superfluous. Uegahama-san, don't overthink it. I'm not overthinking it. You're definitely overthinking it. You're about to cry. That's not overthinking. Yuki no Shita and I arrived first, so we started searching. We didn't tell you because we didn't want you to worry. After all, we really did encounter a wild dog attack, and you tend to overthink things. I don't. Oh? Do you really believe that yourself? Seeing Lin Yi point at her face, Yui Uegahama lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She really had overthought it. Since you're not overthinking it, that's good. Our service club has also completed your request. I hope you're satisfied, Yuagahama-san. I am satisfied, but it would have been even better if you hadn't hidden it from me. She emphasized. Now she understood that Lin Yi and Yukinoshita had kept it from her to avoid unnecessary worry, but she still felt unhappy. You can go settle the score with Yukinoshita-senpai. It has nothing to do with me. Lin-kun, you're so sly. Yuagahama finally showed a small smile. Alright, it's about time. The president isn't here, so the service club will end early today. I'm going back. Are you going to visit Yukinoshita-san? The pink-haired girl stared at Lin Yi with curiosity. I'm going back to my apartment to rest. Oh. She sounded disappointed, as if she really wanted to visit Yukinoshita Yukino. I don't know where she lives. I do. I got the address from Hiratsuka-sensei. Lin Yi understood. This girl wanted him to accompany her to visit Yukinoshita Yukino. But he knew that Yukinoshita Yukino would least want to see him. I won't go. Yuagahama-san, you can go by yourself. But if I go alone, Yukinoshita-san might not see me. If I go with you, she definitely won't see you. Lin Yi reassured her, she will. Don't let Yukinoshita's cold exterior fool you. She's actually very kind. If you go visit her, she'll definitely be willing to see you. I guarantee it. With Lin Yi's assurance and encouragement, Yuagahama decided to go alone. Before parting ways at the school gate, she once again extended an invitation to Lin Yi. Lin-kun, won't you come with me? I'm still a bit worried. The pink-haired girl was still anxious, her heart uneasy. You can do it. Good luck. In the end, Lin Yi didn't agree. Yuagahama reluctantly accepted and bid farewell to Lin Yi before leaving. Lin Yi watched the gradually setting orange-red sun and headed towards his apartment. Today, he decided to walk back to the apartment. Arriving at the entrance of the luxurious high-rise apartment, Yuagahama felt even more pressure. She dialed Yukinoshita Yukino's number. The beep-beep sound felt unusually long. Hello? It's me, Yuagahama, Yukinoshita-san. Yuagahama-san, is there something you need? She had received a text from Lin Yi, saying that Sable had been found, and the request was complete. I wanted to visit you. Because of my situation, you ended up getting scared. Yuagahama's tone was full of apology. Yukinoshita Yukino immediately thought that Lin Yi had told her about the wild dog attack yesterday. There was no need to mention that. I'm fine. There's no need to specially visit me. I appreciate your concern. I'm already at the entrance of your apartment building. Yukinoshita Yukino fell silent. How did Yuagahama find this place? Did Lin Yi tell her? But how did Lin Yi know her address? Come up. 16th floor. Soon, the entrance door automatically opened. Yuagahama quickly entered and took the elevator to the 16th floor. Yukinoshita Yukino estimated the time and opened the apartment door, standing at the entrance to welcome her guest. Wait. Is Lin Yi coming too? That was highly possible. Just then, the elevator door opened. Yukinoshita was startled and instinctively turned to run back. Yukinoshita-san? Yuagahama was confused. Why did Yukinoshita-san look so scared? Was it her imagination? It's nothing. This way. Not seeing Lin Yi, Yukinoshita Yukino breathed a sigh of relief. That guy didn't come. When they reached the living room, Yukinoshita Yukino poured a cup of tea for Yuagahama, who was sitting on the sofa, and prepared some cookies and apples. Thank you. Yuagahama thanked her and gently blew on the tea. After a while, she took the initiative to ask about Yukinoshita's condition. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. I was really scared when I heard about it from Hiratsuka-sensei. Yukinoshita Yukino was stunned, realizing she had misunderstood Lin Yi. What else did Hiratsuka-sensei say? She said that such an important thing happened, but you and Lin-kun didn't tell her immediately, completely disregarding her as the advisor. Yukinoshita Yukino couldn't help but imagine the scene of an angry and frustrated Hiratsuka-sensei. Although the teacher complained, she was still worried about her safety. We just didn't want you to worry. Yuagahama hesitated but ultimately held back. Thank you, Yukinoshita-san and Lin-kun, for your help. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have found Sable. It was you and Lin Yi who found him. I had nothing to do with it. The person you should thank the most is Lin Yi. I've already thanked him. I thanked him yesterday. Yuagahama clenched her fists, psyching herself up. Yukinoshita-san, I want to join the service club. I want to become a member of the service club. Reason. It's interesting. Rejected. Wah. Yuagahama immediately let out a whimper. Why are you rejecting me? The service club I founded is meant to extend a helping hand to those in need. I won't allow anyone to join if they don't have a clear purpose. This was the club's principle, its core mission, and something that could never be compromised. I also want to help others. Just like how Yuki no Shita-san and Lin-kun helped me find my lost sable, I want to help other students in school who are facing difficulties. So. Her face was full of pleading, and she almost wanted to throw herself at Yuki no Shita and act cute to gain her approval. Please agree to my application to join the club. Please, Yuki no Shita-san, I'm serious. Silence lasted for 5 seconds. Yuki no Shita spoke softly, write up your application and hand it to me later. Yuki no Shita-san, you really are as kind as Lin-kun said. What did he say about me? That you're cold on the outside but warm on the inside, very kind. But Uegahama immediately felt a chill emanating from the cold girl across from her. Did I say something wrong? No, it's not your fault. Even now, whenever she thought of Lin Yi, her emotions became complicated, and she didn't know how to face him. Ah, right, I almost forgot to mention. When I went to the service club today, besides seeing Lin-kun, guess who else I saw? Uegahama got excited, eager to share this surprising discovery with Yuki no Shita. Hiratsuka-sensei? No, I think it might be Lin-kun's girlfriend. Yuki no Shita's expression changed. Her deep blue eyes flickered with shock. Girlfriend? That guy has a girlfriend? How? How did he suddenly get a girlfriend? And he even brought her to the service club? What was he trying to do? Show off? Provoke her? Hint that her body meant nothing to him? It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Yuki no Shita's heart was filled with an inexplicable restlessness. Who? Miyuki Kirishima. Who? Is there a student by that name at Tsubu High? She's not from our school, but that girl is so pretty. She has the same style as Yuki no Shita-san, long black hair, a cold demeanor. At first glance, I almost thought she was Yuki no Shita-san. But she's taller and more well endowed than you. As she spoke, Uegahama realized something was wrong, and her voice gradually became as soft as a mosquito's hum. She instinctively gulped. She had said the wrong thing. I'm sorry, Yuki no Shita-san, I shouldn't have commented on a girl's figure like that. I'm really sorry. Uegahama repeatedly apologized, even standing up and bowing to express her regret. But seeing Yuki no Shita still cold-faced, Uegahama felt like she was about to cry from anxiety. Yuki no Shita's gaze dropped to the trembling, bouncing buns in front of her, and her mood worsened. She wasn't angry about Uegahama's comment. She was angry that the guy had deliberately brought a girl to the service club, probably to mock her. I have such a well-endowed girlfriend. Your flat body holds no attraction for me, Yuki no Shita. Don't flatter yourself. Don't think your body has any charm. I don't even want to look at it. Yuki no Shita's mind was racing with these thoughts. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. I didn't even go to school today. Why would he specifically bring his girlfriend to the service club to mock me? This was the only question she couldn't figure out. Yuki no Shita decided to temporarily put this issue aside. Yuki no Shita-san, it's fine. I don't care at all. Uegahama wanted to cry. She could tell Yuki no Shita cared, otherwise, her tone wouldn't have been like that. Anyway, I'm sorry. Girls still have time to develop at this age. I actually haven't developed much either. She looked down at her own buns and realized her words didn't have much persuasiveness. She gave an even more awkward smile. Yuki no Shita stood up and picked up the teapot to refill Uegahama's cup. Splash splash. The cup was filled to the brim. Hand me your application next week. I plan to continue taking time off to rest at home tomorrow. She decided not to go to school for the rest of the week. Okay, I'll write it tomorrow and give it to you next week, President. Uegahama looked forward to her future club activities. Can club members make requests? Yes. Then, I want to learn how to make cookies. Sure, I'll teach you next week. She hoped everything would be back to normal by next week. Yuki no Shita silently wished for this. Chiba Elementary School, Kyawa Fujibayashi finished her work for the day but stayed in the office to continue preparing lesson materials. It was her 4th day on the job. Everything at Chiba Elementary School was normal. On the first day, a student named Rumi Tsurumi had kindly warned her. For the first 2 days, Kyawa Fujibayashi had been on edge, afraid she might encounter something supernatural. But 3 days had passed, and everything was normal. The small Chiba Elementary School showed no signs of anything unusual. However, elementary school teachers really do leave early. The pressure is definitely the lowest here. Being an elementary school teacher is the best. Kyawa Fujibayashi stretched, her purple hair swaying as she moved. In half an hour, I'll head to the supermarket, buy some groceries, and prepare dinner. By the time I get home, Ryao will probably be back too. Perfect? She praised herself for the well-organized schedule. Knock knock. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound echoed. Kyawa Fujibayashi put down her pen. After listening carefully, she confirmed she wasn't hearing things and got up to investigate outside the office. Huh. She saw a Chiba elementary student in a black uniform, facing away, using a small wooden hammer to knock on something. Hey, kid, why haven't you gone home yet? It's getting late. Whoosh. The child dropped the hammer and dashed into the nearest classroom. Kyawa Fujibayashi? Was the kid afraid of being scolded by her? I'm not the kind of teacher who likes to yell at kids. Is there really a need to be so scared of me? Kyawa Fujibayashi muttered to herself as she followed the child into the classroom. But why is this classroom so dark? She reached for the light switch. Click, click. No matter how many times she flipped it, the lights wouldn't turn on. Even the lights are broken? Kyawa Fujibayashi felt a headache coming on. Kid, come out. I won't scold you. It's late, you should go home. Your parents will worry. She took a step forward. Bang. The door behind her slammed shut. Kyawa Fujibayashi froze, then tried to open the door, but it was firmly locked. What's going on? Why won't it open? A bad thought crept into her mind. The warning from roommate Surumi 3 days ago kept replaying in her head. Could it be that there really is something supernatural here? And it's that elementary school student. Teacher. Play with me. A faint voice came from behind. Play with me, play with me. Gulp. Gulp. Kyawa Fujibayashi couldn't help but swallow hard, her body trembling slightly. She didn't dare to turn around. I'm scared of the dark. Let's go outside and play. Okay? Click. The classroom lights turned on, but they emitted a cold, bluish glow that sent chills down Kyawa Fujibayashi's spine. She was even more terrified now. Dictionary, where's my dictionary? I didn't bring it. It's on the desk in the office. Kyawa Fujibayashi regretted not believing the little girl's warning earlier. Play a game. If you don't play, you can't leave. Kyawa Fujibayashi turned around shakily, mustering all her courage to look in the direction of the voice. The moment her eyes met the source, her pupils contracted. It was a little boy with bruises on his face, bulging eyes, and a pale complexion streaked with bloodshot veins. The back of his hand also bore bruises of varying depths. Her heart raced faster, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She wanted to leave, to get out of there immediately. Ugh! Kyawa Fujibayashi clenched her teeth, the slight pain from biting her lip helping her regain some rationality and suppress her fear. What? What game? Let's play. How about a book-throwing game? Kyawa Fujibayashi suddenly interrupted. She realized she couldn't let the ghost choose the game. She had to pick something she had an advantage in. Throwing books. The teacher will get mad. The boy immediately lowered his head. I am the teacher, and I say it's fine. We'll play the book-throwing game. No one will scold you. If anyone does, I'll protect you. The little boy slowly raised his head. Really? Really? Kyawa Fujibayashi nodded vigorously. Then we'll listen to the teacher. Let's play the book-throwing game. The rules were simple. From a distance of 10 meters, throw a book onto the podium. It was a game that required both skill and luck. But Kyawa Fujibayashi was confident. Even without her dictionary, she was sure she could throw a book onto the desk. Let's begin. The two stood 10 meters apart and took turns throwing books. The little boy went first. Swish. A book flew in a parabolic arc and landed steadily on the desk. Ah, ah, ah. It landed. One hit. The little boy danced around in excitement. Kyawa Fujibayashi felt her hands trembling. You're definitely cheating, right? Phew. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Kyawa Fujibayashi gripped a textbook and threw it toward the podium. Under her watchful gaze, the book landed on the desk, with a small part hanging over the edge, but it remained steady. Teacher, you're so lucky. Kyawa Fujibayashi sighed in relief. 2 more throws to go. The little boy threw again, and without a doubt, his book landed perfectly on the desk again. Even in the same spot. If this wasn't cheating, Kyawa Fujibayashi would eat her hat. But even if she knew he was cheating, what could she do? All she could do was continue the game and try to win. With a nervous heart, Kyawa Fujibayashi threw her book again. This time, it landed squarely in the center of the podium. Now that she was familiar with the weight of the book, the distance, and the force needed, she was getting better. I can do this. With her self-encouragement, the little boy's third book also landed on the desk. No mistakes at all. The little boy had 3 perfect throws. How could anyone beat him? Kyowa Fujibayashi screamed internally. Teacher, I hit again. It's a tie. We have to keep playing. It's over, it's over. Kyowa Fujibayashi felt like she might never leave. I'm sorry, Ryao. Big sister might not make it back. Kyowa Fujibayashi gripped her book and threw it. Thud. The book flew through the air and, by sheer luck, knocked one of the little boy's books off the desk. It was the boy's book. So amazing. Teacher. You're amazing. This is the first time I've met a teacher who can beat me at a game. The little boy became even more excited, jumping around in joy. Kyowa Fujibayashi let out a long sigh of relief. Success. This was the only way she could think of to beat the little boy. But if he hadn't accepted it, she wouldn't have known what to do. Click. The classroom door opened. Teacher, let's play again tomorrow. No, I don't want to play anymore. Who knows what game we'll play next time? But refusing? Kyowa Fujibayashi didn't dare. It depends on whether I have time. Teacher will definitely have time. Tomorrow is Friday, not the weekend. You'll have time. Or I can come to your house to play. No. Let's just play in the classroom. The thought of the little boy showing up at her house and scaring her parents and sister Ryao made Kyowa Fujibayashi's face pale. She felt sick. Her family must not be affected. Besides, Kyowa Fujibayashi felt that the little boy, despite being a ghost and looking terrifying, at least followed the rules. He hadn't done anything harmful. For now, he was still within the realm of safety. Leaving the classroom and feeling the warm rays of the setting sun, Kyowa Fujibayashi had never felt so comforted and warmed by sunlight. Home, home. Kyowa Fujibayashi walked with slightly shaky steps, quickly making her way out of Chiba Elementary School. She saw a long-haired elementary school girl standing outside the school gate, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Rumi Tsurumi. It was that little girl again. Teacher, do you believe me now? For some reason, Kyowa Fujibayashi felt like she was being mocked. But looking at the girl's calm expression, she thought she might be overcomplicating things. Rumi, you must know something, right? Kyowa Fujibayashi crouched down in front of Rumi Tsurumi, speaking as gently as possible. I don't know. Teacher wants to solve this problem. I need your help. Can you tell me what you know? Please. Rumi Tsurumi was stunned, surprised by the teacher's confidence and determination. All the previous teachers had quit and run away as fast as they could after experiencing the supernatural. None of them had tried to solve the problem like this teacher. Even adults can't solve it. Huh? Rumi Tsurumi told her what had happened half a month ago. Kyowa Fujibayashi immediately thought those people must have been from some official organization. If even professionals couldn't solve it and just left it alone. Or did they think the threat wasn't significant enough and decided to leave it for now? This was too much. If it's so dangerous, why are there still other teachers continuing to teach? She couldn't understand. The teachers who ran away were all visited. Kyowa Fujibayashi? But the teachers who stayed and continued teaching. At least their lives weren't in danger, and their families weren't affected much. Then the teachers who quit. Rumi Tsurumi shook her head. It seems like newly hired teachers who quit and leave aren't affected. At least, I haven't heard of any of them being visited or scared. Or maybe they died, and I just don't know. How terrifying. This could kill people. What about you students? He doesn't target us students. So he only goes after the teachers. Generally speaking, if the boy had resentment, some of it should be directed at his classmates, right? Recalling the bruises on the boy's hands and face, she wondered if he had been abused during his lifetime, and if the abuser happened to be a teacher. That might explain why he specifically targeted teachers. But the boy hadn't killed any teachers. If he truly held such resentment, why wouldn't he kill them? Why just play games? Kyowa Fujibayashi couldn't figure it out. Teacher, just quit. I promised him I'd play games with him again tomorrow. Rumi Tsurumi thought Kyowa Fujibayashi was insane. How could she dare to face that teary little boy again? Good luck, teacher. This was the bravest teacher she had ever met, but she also knew that further persuasion would be pointless. Rumi Tsurumi left. Kyowa Fujibayashi didn't chase after her to ask more questions. Instead, she walked home, lost in thought. At the dinner table, her younger sister, Ryowa Fujibayashi, noticed her sister's unusual state and asked with concern, Big sister, did something happen at school today? No, there was a kid who wanted to play a game with me. I won, and he challenged me to play again tomorrow. He seems determined to beat me, so I'm thinking about what kind of game we should play. Is that so? Big sister, you're really suited to be a teacher. You get along so well with the kids. Haha, Ryo, you're also perfect to be a nurse. Gentle nurse Ryowa Fujibayashi, hee hee, it sounds great. But you have to make sure to rest well and not overwork yourself. I know, big sister. Don't worry, my health will always come first. Ryowa Fujibayashi assured her sister. Tomorrow was Friday, but unfortunately, Lin-kun already had plans. Ryowa Fujibayashi sighed. Friday afternoon, the 19th, Subuhai let out half an hour early. Outside the school gates, a beautiful woman with shoulder-length black hair stood waiting, as if expecting someone. Hiratsuka Shizuka's eyes narrowed when she saw her. Why is Haruno here at Subuhai? What is she planning? Could it be because of her sister's situation? Is she here to see Lin Yi? Chapter 101, You Can Play As You Like. Hiratsuka Shizuka had a deep impression of Yukinoshita Haruno. Among all the students she had taught, Haruno was undoubtedly the most special one. Her abilities were top-notch, first class, but her troublemaking skills were even more so, reaching the pinnacle. As Haruno's teacher, those 3 years were often nerve-wracking for Shizuka. She was constantly worried that Haruno might cause some major trouble. Being the eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family only made Shizuka fear that Haruno might act even more recklessly because of her status. Over those 3 years, Haruno was always stirring up trouble, but fortunately, nothing major happened. Although Haruno loved to cause trouble, she still had her limits and principles. Today, however, Haruno suddenly appeared at Subuhai, and Shizuka couldn't help but be extra cautious, worried that Haruno's intentions might not be pure. It's Shizu-chan. The black-haired girl with shoulder-length hair spotted the woman in a white lab coat at the entrance of Subuhai and immediately lit up with excitement, waving enthusiastically. Over here, Shizu-chan. Shizuka felt the strange gazes from the students around her and instantly felt that some of her authority among the students had been lost. She sighed inwardly and walked over. If she had encountered Haruno anywhere else, her first choice would have been to stay away. But this was Subuhai, and she suspected that Haruno's purpose for coming was related to Lin Yi. As a homeroom teacher, she had to protect her students from the harassment of ill-intentioned women. What brings you to Subuhai, Haruno? I came to visit Shizu-chan, of course. It's been 2 years since I graduated. Can't I come to visit my high school teacher? Haruno spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, but her deep blue eyes were filled with a faint, teasing smile. Shizuka didn't believe a single word of it. Sure, today's Friday, and I have some free time. Let's go grab a drink. Shizuka immediately took the opportunity to extend an invitation. You came to see me, right? Then let's go drink. A drink? No can do. Girls shouldn't drink outside. If I get drunk, it might give men an opportunity. As a good girl, I can't drink. Shameless. Last time, who was it that dragged her out for drinks and ended up completely wasted, forcing Shizuka to carry her to a hotel? If you're a good girl, then I'm a saint. How sad, why wouldn't I be a good girl? Haruno put on a sorrowful expression, her eyes even welling up with tears, as if she might start crying any second. Why did you really come to Subuhai? I really came to see Shizu-chan. The truth. That is the truth. Shizu-chan is the advisor for the club my sister founded, the service club. Isn't that related to you? So it was about that. Knowing it was about this, Shizuka actually felt a bit relieved. The stray dog incident from the day before yesterday, I only found out about it yesterday. I've already scolded Yukinoshita and Lin Yi. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and your sister is fine. I hope you won't make too big a deal out of this. The implication was that she hoped Haruno wouldn't cause trouble for Lin Yi or the one who made the request, Uegahama Yue. My sister was so scared she had to rest at home for 2 days. Haruno smiled, but her smile was devoid of warmth. I suggest you take it up with the stray dogs. Or better yet, use your influence to eradicate all the stray dogs in Chiba. That would be avenging your sister. Shizuka offered a solution, though it was highly impractical. That's not a bad idea. I'll consider it. Shizuka? Shizu-chan, I won't keep you. The person I'm waiting for is here. Shizuka turned and sought Minaguri, a second-year student at Subuhai, wearing the school's uniform. 2 years ago, when Haruno was a third-year student at Subuhai, Maguri was a first-year, and the two had a good relationship. During the school festival, the three of them had even performed on stage together. So she was here to see Maguri. Shizuka thought it made sense. After all, Lin Yi did save Yukinoshita. Haruno shouldn't have any reason to specifically cause trouble for Lin Yi, right? She said with a smile. But 2 seconds later, Shizuka's expression changed. She saw Haruno greet Maguri and then continue walking without stopping. Following the direction Haruno was heading, Shizuka saw a familiar figure, Lin Yi. This woman is still here for Lin Yi. Shizuka immediately started walking over. She had thought about leaving, but Haruno had pulled this stunt. Similarly, Maguri didn't leave either. After noticing Shizuka, she joined her and walked toward Haruno. Haruno reached Lin Yi and greeted him. Lin-kun, I've come to pick you up. When Lin Yi saw this woman at the entrance of Subiu High, he knew she was doing this on purpose. They had agreed that she would pick him up to go to Narita Airport, but she wasn't supposed to come to the school gate. Yukino Shita-san, thank you so much. No need to thank me, no need. Haruno smiled. Shizuka and Meguri arrived as well. Haruno, I just told you not to cause trouble for Lin Yi. Trouble? How could I dare cause trouble for Lin-kun? He's the savior of my sister, Yukino. I should be thanking him, not causing trouble. Haruno walked up to Lin Yi and nudged him with her elbow, as if reminding him. In gratitude for saving Yukino, I would even consider offering myself to him. Unfortunately, Lin-kun thinks I'm too old and unattractive, so he's not interested. Sigh. I can't compare two young, beautiful high school girls. Meguri-chan is so young and pretty, I'm so envious. This left Meguri feeling awkward. Haruno-senpai, that's not true. You're at the most charming age for a woman, more mature and feminine than high school girls. Only Shizuka felt like she was being hit repeatedly. No one mentioned her, but it felt like everyone was mocking her. Haruno, be serious. You're really not here to cause trouble for Lin Yi? Really, I'm here to thank Lin-kun. As an older sister, I should thank the person who saved my sister, right? Shizuka was still a bit uneasy. Her eyes darted between Lin Yi and Haruno, as if trying to find any hint of ulterior motives. Lin Yi was somewhat touched. He knew Shizuka cared for him. She had warned him before to be careful of Haruno, and now that Haruno had appeared, Shizuka was stepping up to protect him. Teacher, Yukino Shita-san wants to treat me to dinner to express her gratitude. I couldn't refuse. How about you join us? Yukino Shita-san, you don't mind, right? Shizu-chan joining us? Of course, I don't mind. I welcome it. The original plan was to take a flight to Macau from Narita Airport at 8 p.m. There was still plenty of time before then, so having a meal was no problem. Shizuka felt that she might have overthought things. Perhaps Haruno really just wanted to treat Lin Yi to dinner as a gesture of thanks. Although she would undoubtedly tease and question him during the meal, something Haruno would definitely do, and given that Lin Yi had previously confessed to Yukino Shita, this would surely pique Haruno's interest even more. Therefore, alright, I'll go. It's been a while since I had a meal with Shizu-chan. Meguri-chan, if you're not in a hurry to go home, why not join us for dinner? I don't have anything else to do later. I'll join you. Meguri quietly sent a message to her parents, letting them know she wouldn't be home for dinner. The three of them followed Shizuka to the parking lot. This time, they would be taking Shizuka's car. I thought Shizu-chan would be driving her sports car. If that were the case, I wouldn't know how to sit, and I'd have to sit on Lin-kun's lap. Shizuka rolled her eyes. Where are we eating? Let Lin-kun decide. Shouldn't Yukino Shita-san decide? Then Meguri-chan, you decide. Meguri was flustered, having no idea what to suggest. She was just a side character tagging along for the meal. In the end, after much deliberation, Meguri chose a Thai restaurant. During the meal, as Shizuka had anticipated, Haruno kept teasing Lin Yi, joking with him, and even subtly showing interest and affection toward him. Shizuka had seen this side of Haruno during her 3 years of high school. Countless boys had fallen for Haruno's enthusiastic demeanor, only to end up heartbroken with a good person card in hand. Midway through, Haruno went to the restroom. Seizing this opportunity, Hiratsuka Shizuka spoke earnestly to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, just take Haruno's words with a grain of salt. Don't believe her. That woman doesn't have a single truthful word in her mouth. Most importantly, don't develop any feelings for her. If you end up getting played and heartbroken, don't say I didn't warn you. Teacher, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Meguri pretended she hadn't heard anything, but she couldn't deny that Shizuka-sensei was right. Once someone fell for Haruno-senpai's enthusiastic and ambiguous demeanor, all they would reap in the end was sorrow and pain. For this junior who had caught Haruno-senpai's attention, Meguri wanted to help, but the thought of Haruno-senpai's terrifying nature made her shrink back. She didn't dare to openly remind him, fearing that if Haruno-senpai found out, she would be done for. Tap tap. Footsteps sounded. Haruno returned. From afar, I could feel Shizu-chan talking bad about me. Do I even need to say anything bad about you? Meguri-chan, was Shizu-chan bad-mouthing me? Caught in the middle, Meguri could only lower her head and remain silent. See, even Meguri-chan agrees. But Haruno didn't press the matter further and sat down to continue the meal. After dinner, Shizu-chan, you take Meguri-chan home. I'll take Lin-kun home. What, Shizu-chan, you still don't trust me? Think I'll eat Lin-kun? If anything happens, call me immediately. Shizuka patted Lin Yi's shoulder, then gave one last glance at Haruno, who was smiling brightly. It was both a reminder and a warning. Meguri waved goodbye to the two before following Shizuka. The two disappeared from view. Lin-kun, let's go. I'll take you back to your apartment first. Half an hour later, Lin Yi, carrying his backpack, left the apartment and got into the car. The black car drove toward Narita Airport. Haruno sat in the back seat with him. At first, the distance between them was normal, but as time passed, the gap between them grew smaller and smaller. Lin Yi glanced over and saw that Haruno had closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. Her defenseless appearance made it seem like he could do anything to her. He glanced at the driver, then closed his eyes to rest. An hour and a half later, the car slowly came to a stop. Miss, we've arrived at the airport. All right. After getting out of the car, Haruno took a black suitcase out of the trunk. The black car slowly drove away. It's all yours now, Lin-kun. The money's all inside. Aren't you curious how much is in there? How much? So boring. Haruno held up a hand. 50 million? Nope. 500,000. US dollars. To make sure you have fun, I not only emptied my own savings but also borrowed a lot from the family. If you lose it all, I won't be able to face the family. You'll have to take responsibility for me and support me for the rest of my life. Oh, and maybe take care of Yukino too. Lin Yi crouched down and saw that the suitcase had a combination lock. It's Yukino's birthday. 0103. Click, the suitcase opened. Inside were neatly stacked green bills, emitting a faint scent of money. I'll take it with me and return it to you once we're in Macau. Lin Yi touched the bills, and soon all the money in the suitcase disappeared. He thought Haruno had brought too much. He had only asked her to prepare cash, but this woman had gone all out. But this also showed how much Haruno or perhaps the Yukino Shita family valued this. So this is an inventory slot. It can store things. So convenient. Lin Yi shook his head. It's not very logical. One slot can only store one type of item. If I could store the entire suitcase along with its contents, that would be more convenient. I see. So it's not that logical after all. Maybe it'll change in the future. After a series of procedures and waiting, Lin Yi and Haruno boarded the plane to Macau. First class, exquisitely decorated, fully equipped, each seat had ample space, ensuring passengers could rest comfortably. This was Lin Yi's first time in first class. Compared to the cramped economy class, the experience was worlds apart. Sir, would you like a cola, milk, or juice? A beautiful flight attendant in the airline's black uniform knelt down and smiled as she asked Lin Yi. Her every word and action exuded professionalism and politeness, striving to give passengers the best experience. Juice. Of course, sir. The flight attendant poured a glass of juice and provided an assortment of snacks and fruits. After receiving Lin Yi's response, she respectfully stood up and left to attend to the next first-class passenger. The long 5-hour flight passed, during which the flight attendant occasionally came by to ask if Lin Yi needed anything. He simply shook his head. However, whenever he glanced at Haruno's side, he could always see her playful smile. The plane slowly landed in Macau. After going through a series of procedures, Lin Yi and Haruno successfully entered Macau and took a taxi to the city center. Finally, after more than half an hour, the two checked into their reserved hotel. So tired. Haruno, who had followed Lin Yi in, twisted her neck and stretched her arms to loosen up. Lin-kun, how about giving your big sister a massage? With that, Haruno unceremoniously lay down on the bed, revealing her slender figure. Whether it was unintentional or deliberate, her clothes had slipped down, exposing her shoulders and adding a faint pink atmosphere to the room. If you're tired, go back and rest early. Big sister can't walk anymore. Carry me back, or how about I sleep here tonight? She tilted her head, her teasing gaze meeting Lin Yi's. Lin Yi walked over and smackly unceremoniously slapped her butt, causing it to tremble and Haruno's face to flush. How mean. Haruno propped herself up. After all the trouble you put me through on the way here, you won't even give your big sister a massage. Terrible, Lin-kun, you're really terrible. Laughing, she walked past Lin Yi, but before leaving, she turned back and said, Lin-kun, if you ever want to come find me, just call. Big sister will always open the door for you. Haruno left, leaving Lin Yi alone in the room. He pulled open the curtains and looked out at the night view of Macau. The city under the night sky was adorned with colorful lights, outlining its vitality and prosperity. Old habits die hard. Even though he had threatened her, Haruno still showed her mischievous, teasing side during their daily interactions. But at this level, Lin Yi could fully accept it. The woman still knew her limits, and his previous warning had been effective. Though if Haruno became a docile lamb, she wouldn't be Haruno anymore. Lin Yi chuckled. In his cooperation with Haruno, he was now in the dominant position. The next step was to see how things progressed. This trip to Macau was also an opportunity for him to showcase a part of his strength. Lin Yi headed to the bathroom to wash up. Saturday, 9 a.m. Lin Yi was woken up by the doorbell. "Good morning, Lin Kun." "Morning." Haruno walked in and sniffed the air, no scent of a woman. "I thought you might have secretly called a girl over last night. I might as well have gone to find you," Lin Yi retorted. "Ah, I waited all night for you, but you never came. How sad. I don't have any thoughts about my partners." "Is that so?" But my partner's sister? I might consider that." In an instant, Haruno's heart skipped a beat. Although she often teased Lin Yi about rekindling things with her sister Yukino, she actually didn't want Yukino to have any contact with Lin Yi, let alone date him. Because Haruno knew her sister's personality all too well. There was no way her sister could keep a man like Lin Yi's heart. If Yukino really ended up with Lin Yi, she would probably be crying at home every day. "Lin Kun, you might as well consider that beautiful flight attendant from last night. What do you think? She had a great figure, right? Interested? I can help arrange something. A flight attendant, you know, in black stockings and a uniform, every man's dream." Haruno spoke with a mix of seriousness and jest, her smile never fading. Lin Yi could only sigh inwardly at how great it was to have money and power. He knew Haruno could actually make it happen. In his past life, as an ordinary office worker, he had heard about such things through the internet, but he had never experienced it himself, nor had he heard of anyone around him who had. But now, the gap between people could sometimes be wider than the gap between humans and dogs. "Not interested. I'd rather go back to school early and see President Yukino Shida." Lin Yi watched with amusement as Haruno, visibly frustrated, headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After breakfast, the two didn't head straight to the casino. Instead, they spent the day exploring Macau. Haruno had planned ahead, scheduling visits to the Macau Tower and the Macau Museum to pass the time during the day. For lunch, they enjoyed some Cantonese cuisine. The day passed quickly, as the sun set and night gradually fell. Lin Yi and Haruno purchased clothes, hats, glasses, and other accessories. At Lin Yi's request, Haruno also disguised herself to a certain extent. "So handsome." Haruno adjusted Lin Yi's collar, unable to resist complimenting him. Lin Yi was now dressed in a dark blue casual outfit, wearing large black framed glasses that obscured his face. The change in hairstyle gave him a stark contrast to his usual style. "Lying will get you struck by lightning. Lin Kun, you're really handsome." "I, Yukino Shita." Haruno, never lie. "Humphrey. Let's go." "Okay." However, the two didn't enter the casino together. Instead, they entered separately, 20 minutes apart. Haruno, who entered first, exchanged 2 million in chips and had already started playing. In less than 20 minutes, she had lost half of her chips. "My luck is so bad today. Macau's casinos are no fun at all." With that, she tossed another 10,000 chip onto the table. "Open." 223, small. "Ugh, lost again." Many male gamblers turned their attention to this Japanese woman. Beauty always drew attention, even though she wore black glasses that hid most of her face. Her demeanor and figure unmistakably declared her a beauty. "Miss, gambling requires skill. Brother here has already won 1 million today. The casino is my ATM." A man spoke in somewhat broken English. Haruno blinked. "Sorry, my English isn't very good. I can't understand what you're saying." "Ha ha ha ha. That's hilarious." The surrounding gamblers burst into laughter. Bad at English? That fluent English was considered bad? The man was so embarrassed he wished he could disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yi also stepped into the Macau casino. This was one of Macau's largest casinos, with a solid reputation. But caution and vigilance were still necessary. Even though gambling was legal in Macau, any industry involving vice, gambling, and drugs was never simple. "Exchange for chips, 200. "Sir, here are your chips." The staff respectfully handed over the chips. For the staff here, it was common to encounter ordinary people coming to the casino for the experience, and there were many of them. Their training emphasized respecting every guest, no matter how small the amount exchanged. "Thank you." Lin Yi took the 100 chips and walked into the gambling hall. The opulent hall was filled with the sounds of dice rolling, machines spinning, gamblers chatting, and the occasional burst of excitement. The vast hall was filled with men in suits and elegantly dressed women. Gambling held a strong allure for both men and women. Lin Yi wandered around for a bit before approaching a round table. About a dozen people, both men and women, were gathered around, and a dealer in a sleek, sexy black outfit was presiding. "Place your bets, please." The dealer smiled at each guest. This was a sickbo table, A game of guessing the outcome of 3 dice. Totals between 4 and 10 were considered small, 11 to 17 were big, and 3 of the same number was a triple. Lin Yi looked at the dice. His perspective ability worked without hindrance, and he saw the numbers inside, 3, 2, 4, 9, small. He placed 1 chip on small. Ding ding ding. Bets are closed. Open. The sexy dealer lifted the dice cup, 2, 3, 4, 9, small. Good luck. Lin Yi retrieved his chip and gained an additional 100 chip. The winners were elated, while the losers looked displeased, but no one left. They all waited for the next round. The second round began. The sexy dealer shook the dice cup. Clatter clatter. Clatter clatter. The sound of the dice echoed continuously. After a series of shakes, the dealer placed the cup on the table. Please place your bets. 2, 2, 3, 7, small. Lin Yi waited for the right moment and placed his 2 chips on small. All the guests at the table placed their bets. Bets are final. Ding ding ding. The sexy dealer gently lifted the dice cup, revealing the result. 2, 2, 3, 7, small. Damn, small again. How many rounds in a row is this? 3 rounds, 3 smalls in a row. The odds are too low. Big. Next round I'm betting big again. A few comments made it clear to Lin Yi that someone was getting carried away, stubbornly betting on big. He remained inconspicuous. In the eyes of the other gamblers, Lin Yi was just an ordinary young man, and his few hundred chips were nothing noteworthy. The third round began. The result, again, small. Damn, still small. Is this casino rigged? Miss Dealer, are you cheating? You're definitely targeting me, aren't you? Trying to fleece me? A middle-aged man was on the verge of losing his temper. Lin Yi's chips quietly increased from 4 to 8. Including the 100 chip he had exchanged earlier and hadn't even taken out of his pocket, he now had a total of 9 chips. The money was growing quickly. His initial plan was to lose small and win big, slowly accumulating money. It would take time and effort, but it was safer. But then Lin Yi thought about his goal of at least 10 million. Once his winnings reached a certain amount, the casino would definitely take notice. So, he slightly adjusted his strategy. 4th round, 5th round, still small. It was as if this table was locked in a battle with small. And the middle-aged man was now cursing loudly. The casino's security personnel, patrolling the area, were already casting glances his way, ready to intervene if he made any impulsive moves. Now, some at the table were starting to notice Lin Yi. This quiet, low-key young man had won 5 rounds in a row. Hey, kid, you've won 5 rounds in a row. A man in his 30s leaned closer to Lin Yi. 32 chips weren't much, but winning 5 rounds in a row, turning 1 chip into 32, was something else entirely. Perhaps it really was just a stroke of luck. Teach us your method. I feel like the casino is targeting him. Lin Yi pointed directly at the middle-aged man who was cursing loudly. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Just bet the opposite of what he bets, right? You bastard. The middle-aged man, who hadn't gone far, nearly lunged at Lin Yi when he heard this. Sir, please mind your behavior. The sexy dealer spoke up. The middle-aged man held back. Quick, start the next round. Originally planning to switch tables to change his luck, the man was now furious and ready to play another round. Clatter clatter. Please place your bets. I'm still betting on big. If you dare, keep betting on small. Go all in. The middle-aged man shouted angrily at Lin Yi. I think you're a casino plant. Middle-aged man? I'm a plant? You're the plant. Your whole family are plants. The other gamblers couldn't stop laughing. I won't follow your bet. Then hurry up and bet. Go all in. The middle-aged man was frantically egging him on. Fine. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Yi took out another chip. All in, 3,300, all on. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi placed all his chips on the triple zone. Everyone? Ha ha ha, triples? Are you crazy? You might as well follow me and bet on small. This round is definitely going to be big. The other guests were stunned for a moment before placing their bets. Ding ding ding. The bell rang. Bets are final. The sexy dealer lifted the dice cup. 3 dice lay quietly. 2, 2, 2. Triples. Holy crap. It's really triples. It's actually triples. Less than a 2.8% chance, and it hit. The table erupted in exclamations, drawing the attention of gamblers from other tables who crowded around. Someone had gone all in on triples and won at 18, 1 odds. It's just a pity the initial bet was small. If it had been over 1 million, this single bet would have netted 18 million. But what caught their attention even more was this young man's perfect winning streak so far. Haruno had already spotted Lin Yi and had joined his table by the 4th round. 6 consecutive wins, with the last bet hitting triples. Was this luck? Impossible. Clearly, Lin Yi had absolute confidence in winning, otherwise, he wouldn't have made a special trip to Macau. Haruno approached Lin Yi, her tone flirtatious. Little brother, you're amazing. Take me with you. I'll give you everything I have. I've lost so much today, nearly 600,000 to 700,000. Bet for me. If we lose, it's on me. If we win, we split it. She was practically clinging to him, which made the men who had been eyeing Haruno turn green with envy. Bet yourself. Ah, little brother, you're so cold. Lin Yi replied in English. The 7th round began. As bets were placed, the entire table was focused on Lin Yi. He had become the center of attention. Miss, are you going to follow my bet? Of course, I trust you, little brother. I'm just afraid you won't dare. What's there to be afraid of? Wherever you bet, I'll bet. I'm going all in. Haruno giggled. If you help me win back my losses, maybe I'll have a drink with you tonight. And if we happen to make a fortune, I might even fulfill some of your more excessive requests. Seeing Haruno practically glued to Lin Yi, countless male gamblers were nearly popping their eyes out with envy. The sexy dealer could tell at a glance that this woman in large sunglasses was a rare beauty. How excessive are we talking? As excessive as you want. Ahem ahem, ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets. Lin Yi placed his 60,000 chips on the triples zone. Miss, dare to follow? The entire table froze again. Triples? Again? You've got to be kidding. I dare. Haruno gritted her teeth and placed all her 300,000 chips on the triples zone. Seems like the lady doesn't have much money. I heard Japanese people are quite wealthy. Don't you have more chips in your bag? Haruno glared at him fiercely, then pulled out 10 chips worth a total of 1 million from her pocket. If we lose, you'll work for me for the rest of your life. If we win, tonight I'm all yours. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Haruno placed the remaining 1 million chips on the triples zone. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this woman crazy? 1.3 million chips all on triples? Am I seeing things? 2 rounds of triples in a row? That's impossible. If it's triples again, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Everyone was buzzing, and more people gathered around. 1.3 million, all on triples. This Japanese woman must be out of her mind. I get it now, this guy is deliberately scamming her. Got it, ha ha ha. But if they win, they'll be flying high. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets. Even the sexy dealer's heart was racing. In all her years as a dealer, this was the first time she'd seen someone bet 1 million on triples, and following someone else's bet at that. This woman must be loaded. Ding ding ding. Bets are closed. Everyone unconsciously held their breath, their eyes fixed on the dice cup. The sexy dealer's hands trembled slightly as she slowly lifted the cup. 3 dice lay quietly. 3, 3, 3. Triples. The sexy dealer's face turned pale. The entire room gasped. Triples. It's triples. 1.3 million, at 18, 1 odds, how much is that? To hit triples twice in a row? This is insane. This is madness, absolute madness. Is the Macau casino just giving away money? Even Haruno was stunned. Although she knew the result would be triples, the moment it was revealed, she was still shocked. At 18, 1 odds, they had just won 23 million. Little brother, you're amazing. Haruno planted a firm kiss on Lin Yi's cheek. Lin Yi adjusted the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Please call me the god of gamblers Jiao Jin. Everyone? Chapter 101, Who is this guy? A bizarre invitation gambling god? Damn, this dude is insane, daring to call himself the gambling god. Tonight, the name Jiao Jin is probably going to resonate throughout all of Macau. Winning 7 times in a row, hitting 2 leopards, I'd dare to call myself the gambling god too if I were him. The young man is still a bit naive, boasting so boldly just because of a bit of luck. Why didn't I follow and bet earlier? I regret it so much. That Japanese woman followed his bets and made 23 million in one go. The boss of Macau's Grand Casino must be crying today. The entire venue was in shock, and the chatter just wouldn't stop. Even though they hadn't won themselves, the outcome was exhilarating for everyone. Many looked at Lin Yi with astonishment and skepticism, while more people felt envy towards the woman, Haruno. 23 million. No dice table in any casino worldwide has ever paid out such a high chip in history. Lin Yi became the center of attention, with Haruno clinging to him, almost plastered against him. He held Haruno with one hand, his fingers gently caressing her delicate skin, savoring the moment. Beauty, what's the plan for tonight? Hey, whatever you want tonight, little bro. Maisie keeps her word, but you have to be gentle with Maisie, okay? Haruno kept cooing flirtatiously, her right hand teasing Lin Yi's cheek, her seductive demeanor making the men around them almost pop their eyes out, wishing they could be in Lin Yi's place. A beautiful woman is always the pursuit of men. Especially in such a public setting, a pretty woman throwing herself at a man greatly satisfies the male desire to show off. Without a doubt, Lin Yi was the winner of life at this moment. Then, a mature blonde woman in a black suit that accentuated her figure squeezed through the crowd, pulled over a chair, and sat down on Lin Yi's other side, close but not as close as Haruno. "Little bro, take me along to play, okay?" "Play?" Facing the blonde's playful words, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone light. "Play what? Gambling? Or wrestling with you, big sis? Naughty. If little bro can help me win big, I might just play wrestling with you." She gave a charming smile, even throwing a challenging glance at Haruno. Another flirtatious woman looking to make money together. Haruno glanced over, feeling quite displeased but not showing it. The men around were almost crying with envy, another stunning beauty. Many had noticed this blonde earlier, and several had tried to hit on her, but all had failed. And now, this goddess of their dreams was throwing herself at Lin Yi, even offering to wrestle. Who didn't know what wrestling implied here? Though not as openly explicit as the Japanese woman's offer, it was pretty much the same. Everyone was so desperate to win money, they didn't even care about face anymore. Many gamblers noticed that several women at the scene were visibly tempted, their eyes sparkling. If Lin Yi had more sides, even more women would probably be clinging to him. Lin Yi waved his hand, and the mature blonde moved her chair, slightly reserved but still leaning in. He unceremoniously wrapped his left arm around the blonde's waist, his fingers gently caressing through her sheer dress, crossing his legs, utterly at ease. With a beauty on each arm, he was the epitome of a winner in life. Countless gamblers were green with envy. Only Haruno, in an unnoticed corner, pinched Lin Yi hard. She knew he was maintaining his disguised persona, but daring to touch another woman in front of her was too much. Ouch! Immediately, Haruno felt the force of Lin Yi's right hand, his retaliation for her earlier pinch. "Beauty, aren't we starting the next round?" Lin Yi looked at the stunned sexy dealer. "If the dealer lady would grace me with a meal, I might consider heading back to the hotel early." This left the dealer even more at a loss. The higher-ups must have been informed by now, but why hadn't any manager or person in charge appeared yet? How was she, a low-level employee, supposed to handle this? "Deal. Keep dealing. Is your casino still in business? Hurry up. Deal quickly. I'm going to bet against this brat." That was the middle-aged man who had been cursing the casino for cheating earlier. He was also shocked by the two leopards and envious of Lin Yi's current situation. The gamblers started to clamor. Finally, the dealer's walkie-talkie buzzed. "One more round first." She began to shake the dice, rattle rattle. Swish swish. With a thud. The sexy dealer placed the dice cup on the table. "Please place your bets." But no one moved, all eyes were on Lin Yi, seemingly waiting for him to bet first. "Ahem, everyone staring at me like this makes me quite shy." He looked at the middle-aged man. "Uncle, why don't you bet first? If you lose, it's on me." Lin Yi tossed over a 10,000 chip. "All right." Seeing Lin Yi's attitude, the middle-aged man's mood improved significantly. "Big, I just don't believe it won't be big today." He placed the 10,000 chip on big. Lin Yi shrugged and looked at the others, still don't know where to bet? Though he had spoken, no one moved, everyone still waiting for Lin Yi to bet. Lin Yi took out another 10,000 chip and placed it on the leopard area. "Everyone? Still leopard? Are you kidding? 3 times in a row? That's impossible. I get it, this guy is a casino plant, definitely a plant." Lin Yi looked at the blonde on his left, patted her, and said, "Beauty, all in, push it all." The mature blonde slowly drew a question mark. Yuria Harudra, originally Julia Bardera, her father German, her mother Italian, originally a citizen of the Atlantic Federation, switched to Japanese nationality for work, and this time came to Macau purely to relax, as work pressure had been too high lately. Less than an hour after entering the casino, she had lost her entire savings, and to recoup, she even borrowed money, only to lose almost all of that too. She was about to give up and leave the casino when this man Lin Yi, who called himself the gambling god, appeared. Her desire to recoup her losses flared up, and she shamelessly attached herself to him. Faced with debt and the prospect of returning home in disgrace, mocked by colleagues and friends, she preferred to endure some liberties if it meant breaking even before leaving the casino. Now, she just wanted to break even. But this round, still leopard? All in? Are you kidding? How could it be leopard 3 times in a row? Beauty doesn't believe me? How sad. He looked at Haruno, who also played along, trembling, not daring to bet. So sad, Beauty, you don't believe me either? Didn't I win over 20 million for you? Ahem, little bro, Maisie thinks it's better to be cautious. Out of trust in you, I'm willing to bet 100,000. The rest, Maisie is saving for you, little bro can take it anytime, spend it happily. She placed a 100,000 chip on the leopard area. This round definitely isn't leopard, otherwise why wouldn't he go all in? Definitely not, that's why he only threw in 10,000. An 18x leopard, who could miss that? So, it definitely isn't leopard. Facing the crowd's intentional or unintentional provocations, Lin Yi nonchalantly pushed all his chips to the leopard area. 1.14 million chips, leaving only a few thousand in front of him. Everyone fell silent. This guy was expressing his confidence with his silent action. Dealer lady, it's not that I'm unwilling to consider your casino's interests, but someone has doubted my gambling skills. Since the day I, Jiao Jin, the gambling god, entered the world of gambling, my skills have never been questioned. After saying this, Lin Yi patted the blonde again, this time on her buttocks, feeling the firm and elastic tremble. Beauty, last chance. Trust me and hop on board. Under Lin Yi's gaze, the blonde, Yuria Harudra, slowly took out a 5,000 chip. This is all I have. She also placed her bet. If I lose, I won't even have money to return home. How about you lend me some, little bro? Not much, just 100,000 will do. She extended a finger. Do I look like I have 100,000 to spare? At this moment, Haruno immediately placed a 100,000 chip in front of Lin Yi. Maisie's money is all yours, little bro. With Lin Yi's consent, Yuria Harudra quickly placed the 100,000 chip on the leopard area. Madness, absolute madness. Many gamblers couldn't resist and also placed their bets on the leopard area, though the amounts were small, the largest being a 10,000 chip. But the small area remained untouched. The betting was complete. Ding-ling-ling. The sexy dealer used all her strength just to ring the bell, and her hands were trembling as she prepared to open the dice cup. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dice cup was opened. 555, 3 fives, leopard. Another hit. Gasp. A collective intake of cold air swept through the room, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Leopard, again a leopard. The sexy dealer was so dizzy she could barely stand. How could it be leopard again? This round, the casino would have to pay at least 25 million, and with the previous round, the total payout reached 50 million. Madness. Why didn't I go all in? I regret it, I should have trusted that handsome guy. Look at that beauty, even borrowing money to bet. 105,000 chips, that's 1.89 million. Overnight riches. That man bet 1.14 million, the casino paid 20 million. He really was holding back earlier. Too bad for the Japanese woman, if she had gone all in, the Grand Casino of Macau would have had to pay over 400 million. What a loss. Haruno pretended to be sorrowful, tears almost flowing. Little bro, you should have let me go all in. Woo woo woo. 400 million, gone. With me, do you still lack those 400 million? Seems like it. Haruno hugged even tighter, planting a kiss on Lin Yi's right cheek. Next time, wherever little bro bets, Maisie will go all in, absolutely trusting in your gambling skills. She shot a challenging glance at Yuria Harudra and snorted lightly. Yuria Harudra was still immersed in the joy of breaking even. Not only did she recover her losses, but she also made a little profit. So excited she wanted to cry. Beauty, aren't you going to show some appreciation? Lin Yi gave another firm pat. Ugh. Yuria Harudra initiative leaned in, struggled for a moment, then planted a kiss on Lin Yi's cheek. Don't forget about the wrestling tonight. You really have your eyes on me, huh? She mad, she wouldn't forget. Excuse me, make way. Finally, the casino manager arrived. Mr. Jiao, hello. I'm Manager Zhang from the Grand Casino of Macau. Your gambling skills are legendary, truly astonishing. Here are your winnings, the extra is a gift from our casino as a token of our respect. He pushed over 22 million chips, the gift was roughly 1.5 million. The message was clear, hoping he would stop here. Manager Zhang, you're too kind. Lin Yi thumbs up, would Mr. Jiao be willing to play around with me? I'm not really fond of playing with men. Manager Zhang? Ha 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 ha. He's got his eyes on that sexy dealer. We want beauties, we want beauties. Who wants to play with men? Manager Zhang coughed twice. Anna will take a day off tomorrow. Since when do I have a day off tomorrow? But she had no choice but to take a day off. Anna was the sexy dealer in charge of shaking the dice. She really didn't want to, but with the manager's order, she had no choice but to smile and nod at Lin Yi, though the smile was a bit forced, especially since just now 50 million was lost from her table. If she had to compensate for that, She'd probably be working for the casino for a lifetime without being able to pay it back. Little bro will have me to accompany him tomorrow. Haruno immediately declared her sovereignty. I don't mind having company. So mean. Little bro, Maisie just wants to have a world for two with you. She hugged and cooed. Lin Yi have no choice pouted. Seems like there's no chance to enjoy Macau's local customs and have dinner with Miss Anna, to enjoy this wonderful night. But since Manager Zhang has invited, how can I, Jiaojin the gambling god, refuse a challenge? How shall we play, and what's the stake? Rolling dice, whoever has the higher points wins, one round decides, the stake is 10 million, that's the highest fund I can allocate. Deal. Lin Yi agreed. Under the hint of the security personnel, the surrounding guests stepped back a bit, making some space, but all eyes were focused on Lin Yi and Manager Zhang at the gambling table. And Lin Yi, with a beauty on each arm, enjoyed the gentle of women. Yuria Haruta wasn't unwilling to leave, but she felt that if she left now, it would somehow feel like she was letting Lin Yi down. Rattle rattle. Rattle rattle. Manager Zhang shook the dice cup. Anna, you open it. Alright, manager. The sexy dealer Anna opened the dice cup. Clack. The dice cup opened. 556, 16 points. Impressive. 16 points. No wonder he's a manager at the Grand Casino of Macau, his skills are top-notch. All eyes turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi held the dice cup, shook it, and placed it on the table. Done. He looked at Anna. Please open it, Miss Anna. Little bro, so bad, let me do it. But Anna's hands were already on the dice cup, carefully opening it. 566, 17 points. Ah, a mistake, I thought it was 666. The room fell silent. Absolute skill. Admirable, truly admirable, Mr. Jiao. I concede defeat, your gambling skills have won my utmost respect. Manager Zhang waved his hand, and the staff immediately pushed 10 million chips in front of Lin Yi. Now, Lin Yi had 33 million chips in front of him. From an initial 200 yuan to 33 million, how long did it take? Less than an hour. This is just too fast. Well, Manager Zhang, you're too kind. I'm just on a lucky streak today, and I'm not done yet. Manager Zhang? Anna? Please, we beg you, stop playing. If you keep playing, our casino will go bankrupt. I wonder if Manager Zhang could arrange a car to take me to the neighboring casino for a look? Manager Jiang's eyes lit up. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. He immediately contacted his subordinates to arrange a car. I hope to see Miss Anna again next time. Lin Yi slid over a 10,000 chip. The dealer was both happy and not. Next time you have time, Anna will accompany you for a good time in Macau. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Looking forward to seeing you again, Miss Anna. Lin Yi waved his hand, with one arm around each, ready to leave with a beauty on each side. The surrounding gamblers were reluctant to see him go. They wanted to follow Lin Yi to continue winning big money. Especially after the last round of dice, many had bet, but only small amounts. Now that Lin Yi was leaving, no longer playing at this casino, they were filled with regret. However, a few of them thought of a solution. What does it matter which casino you play at? Just follow him. A few left the casino. At the casino, a middle-aged man in a black suit watched Lin Yi's departing figure with a beauty on each arm, then turned to his subordinate. Boss Li, the detector showed no reaction. The other party did not use any supernatural skills. This was the most advanced detection equipment borrowed from the Macau official authorities. The Grand Casino of Macau had considered purchasing its own, but it wasn't a matter of money. The equipment was of significant importance, and the authorities were unlikely to sell it to the casino at this stage. The heavy cost of borrowing at this time was also under the pretext of searching for supernatural players. Otherwise, the special department of the Macau authorities would not have lent it, as this department actually belongs to the Eastern superpower, not the Macau official institutions. So, the other party is not a supernatural player? Basically, it can be judged. There had been supernatural players who used skills obtained from games to make money at casinos, but they were eventually discovered. Since then, casinos have been vigilant about such situations. Today's appearance of this Jiaojin was clearly the target of such vigilance. Is it possible that he used supernatural skills but was not detected? The subordinate thought for a while. Yes, because so far, the highest quality skills reportedly appearing are only purple. Moreover, high-level skills have not appeared. If his skill level is high and the quality is high, it is entirely possible that it could not be detected. The subordinate looked at the boss. Do we need to arrange for someone to keep an eye on him? No, let's stop here. As long as he stops here and doesn't come back to our casino, we'll pretend nothing happened. This was no longer something he could control. If the other party was indeed a supernatural player with high quality, high-level skills, Offending such a supernatural player would be very unwise. I will report the relevant matters to the old man. He saw his brother's arrival and spoke. The arriving man nodded. Jiao Jin, the gambling god, who exactly is he? Meanwhile, Lin Yi, led by casino staff, arrived at the luxurious car arranged by the casino. Mr. Jiao, these are your winnings for today. A check. The amount was 35 million. The Grand Casino of Macau had proactively added nearly 1.5 million, rounding it up to 35 million. Haruno's check was for 26 million, and Uriahara's was for 2 million. Uriahara looked at the amounts on their checks and felt that her money was so little. This is our casino-related hotel's VIP card. Whenever you come to our Grand Hotel in Macau in the future, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment. The server respectfully left. The driver waited quietly in the car, with no intention of rushing. Two beauties, now that you've won money, don't think about running away. Looking at Haruno and the blonde, Lin Yi chuckled and urged them to get in the car. Uriahara gritted her teeth but also got in. She needed to go to the next casino to earn a bit more. Being in Macau, she had to make some money. The driver drove smoothly for 10 minutes to another casino. Lin Yi and the two women got out and walked over, where a middle-aged man in a black suit seemed to have been waiting. Mr. Jiao, welcome. Your arrival brings honor to our casino. The middle-aged man greeted warmly, then presented a check for 1 million. The implication was clear: we pay protection money, please don't cause trouble at our casino. I just want to play a couple of rounds. Another check for 1 million. I will introduce you to another more suitable casino. Since this casino was so polite, Lin Yi did not make things difficult for them. Alright. Lin Yi reluctantly got into the luxurious car arranged by this casino. Then, a similar scene played out again. Money, handing over money, the minimum was 1 million. Just like that, after visiting 5 casinos, Lin Yi received checks totaling 8 million. Uriahara was dumbfounded, and even Haruno was shocked. It seemed that the name gambling god Jiao Jin had spread throughout all the casinos in Macau, and no casino was willing to host Lin Yi anymore. I just want to play a couple of rounds. Why is it so hard? It's all your fault. Lin Yi slapped Haruno's butt hard. Ouch, little bro, I also believed that little bro would win. You didn't go all in on the last round. If I had, I don't know if I could have left the casino. How could I accompany little bro tonight? Casinos make money on integrity, how could they detain you and not let you leave? 400 million, the Grand Casino of Macau could afford it and wouldn't breach integrity for 400 million, but if this continued, their act might be questioned, and more forces would pay attention to them, although the current situation wasn't much better. However, if it were in Las Vegas casinos in the Atlantic Federation, Lin Yi wouldn't have this safety guarantee. There might really be killings and robberies for money, not by the casinos themselves but by the numerous black forces that rely on the casinos. The social security environment in Macau is much better. Spring nights are short, let's go. Next, two beauties, please take care of me. Little bro, you're so annoying. Uriahara also acted coy. The three arrived at the Grand Hotel in Macau, where Lin Yi presented a black VIP card, and the staff immediately arranged a luxury suite on the top floor. Led by the staff, the three arrived at the hotel room. Shall we shower together, or shall I go first? I'll go first. Haruno spoke first. She swayed her figure and walked into the hotel bathroom with a bathrobe. Lin Yi sat next to Uriahara. Beauty, I still don't know your name. Julia. Sounds like a fake name to me. Uriahara? This is my real name. Little bro, can you teach me your gambling skills? Teaching you my livelihood, what will I eat? Eat me, of course. I can eat you now. Lin Yi reached out. Uriahara coyly grabbed his wrist, continuing to see. Oh, don't be so impatient, little bro. Can I ask you a question? What? Are you a player? She leaned close to Lin Yi and whispered. What player? Nothing, I thought little bro was the kind of player who loves gambling. Really, can't you teach me? Depends on your performance tonight. Pinching the blonde beauty's cheek, Lin Yi smiled. At that moment, there was a loud crash from the bathroom, a heavy thud. Ouch, it hurts, little bro, help me. Oh. Coming right away. Lin Yi hurried to the bathroom, where Haruno had fallen, her skin exposed to the air, with white mist adding a layer of hazy. He supported and helped Haruno up, grabbing a towel to dry her off. During this time, he took advantage of Haruno more than once, eliciting bashful and annoyed glances from her. Beautiful lady, now comes our delightful spring night. Embracing Haruno, Lin Yi arrived at the guest room, only to find the blonde beauty had already vanished. Damn it, where's the blonde woman? Ran away? He immediately rushed to the door, but there was no trace of her. I hate people who don't keep their promises the most. Beautiful lady, You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Haruno shook her head vigorously. No, Miko will definitely keep her promise. Tonight, little brother, you can play as much as you want, until you're happy, until you're satisfied. Lin Yi looked towards the hallway. Through his perspective, he could see the blonde woman was right there. The blonde woman was very likely also a player of the mysterious game, and her real identity was probably not simple. Unfortunately, there were no relevant identification documents in her carried with her bag, otherwise, he could have confirmed her specific identity in reality. The chance of meeting again is very slim. Lin Yi was going to Japan, and the woman was European or American. They were not in the same place at all, with almost no possibility of interaction, unless they met in the mysterious game, but that could be who knows how many years from now. Seeing the blonde woman for a long time not leaving, with a look of concentration, he thought of something and made a gesture towards Haruno. Haruno was stunned, and although her face turned red, she agreed to cooperate. Ah. Certain sounds echoed in the room. After a while, noticing that the blonde woman had gone downstairs and left the hotel building, Lin Yi finally let Haruno stop. Did she leave? Haruno was very clever and clearly sensed that Lin Yi had noticed something. Yes. Although he didn't know what the skill of the woman suspected to be a player of the mysterious game was, generally speaking, the skills presented in the mysterious game have a time limit. The blonde woman's departure also represented her giving up on further confirming his identity. What is that woman's identity? Haruno realized that the woman's identity was also not simple. Originally thought to be just a woman who loved money, it turns out her identity is not ordinary. Suspected to be a player of the mysterious game, but it's not certain. As expected of Lin Kun, even players of the mysterious game are taken advantage of by you. Boo-hoo, I'm getting old and my figure isn't as good as that blonde woman's. I'm going to be ruthlessly abandoned. Boo-hoo. At this moment, Haruno was sobbing, and she was draped in a bathrobe, a flash of snow-white skin exposed to the air. Lin Yi remained unmoved, already accustomed to Haruno's pretentious behavior. Ignoring her was his best response. Seeing that Lin Yi had no reaction, Haruno returned to her normal demeanor, as if nothing had just happened. 69 million, converted to yen is over 1.2 billion, this trip has really been fruitful. Lin Kun is truly amazing. She praised with a smile. Seriously, betting to this stake was also a first in her life. Recalling the heartbeat in the casino, even knowing the outcome, Haruno still couldn't avoid the excitement and thrill in her heart. That's also because Miss Yukinoshita trusts me. Not at all, I'm just a foil. Without me, Lin Kun earning this money would have been a breeze. With this level of skill, making money is too easy. Recalling how she initially used 100 million yen to win over Lin Yi, Haruno felt like she had been a clown. What did 100 million mean to Lin Yi? Nothing at all. Generally speaking, this kind of money-making method only needs to be done once, at most changing locations, but Macau is definitely out of the question, and there's no need for it anymore. This amount of seed money was enough. Haha, after all, the casinos have directly offered tribute fees to you, Lin Kun, just hoping you'd let them off the hook. The thought of managers from various casinos proactively offering money at their doors kept Haruno in continuous laughter. It's just a wise choice, although I really didn't plan to slaughter the pigs, I just wanted to play a few rounds, to experience the feeling of gambling. Lin Yi shrugged and spread his hands. With X-ray vision and time-stop skills, winning was simple, but it took away a lot of the fun. He genuinely wanted to simply experience the experience later on, but as a result, other casinos were unwilling to let him in. Since they were stuffing money into his hands, Lin Yi naturally didn't force his way in. There was no need for that. Ha ha ha. Haruno's laughter was like the continuous ringing of silver bells. Lin Kun wants to experience the feeling of gambling, that's fine. I can accompany Lin Kun, we can play some exciting games, like taking off clothes if we lose? Very exciting, right? Little brother must like it a lot. She placed one hand on her collar, her eyes full of allure. Alone, it's not interesting. Haruno? Then I'll call Shizuka. PFFT. Lin Yi almost spat out his water. Don't talk nonsense. How about Meguri? Meguri listens to me, I'll call her over. Your sister is nice. Can we not talk about my sister? Haruno was frustrated, but she couldn't say it outright, knowing that doing so would only provoke Lin Yi's contrary nature. I'll go back and see who I can find, let's play a king's game together, guaranteed to make Lin Kun feel amazing. This woman really knows how to play a man's heart. Lin Yi suppressed the thoughts that had been stirred up. Seeing Lin Yi's current state, Haruno giggled and spoke again, Lin Kun. She changed her posture, her rosy cheeks showing a hint of a smile. Won so much money, shouldn't we celebrate? Huh? Play as you like. Miss Yukinoshita, I don't touch my collaborators. Lin Yi could guarantee that Haruno had ideas of trying to bind him using herself. But could he really be tied down? Absolutely impossible. It's so frustrating. I really want to experience the feeling of being ruined by Lin Kun too. She caressed her red lips, her eyes releasing a dazed expression. Lin Yi paid no attention. He sat on the sofa pondering what this sum of money could be used for. Making money from money is the key. With Haruno in charge, arranging personnel to handle practical matters, he could remain behind the scenes, only needing to provide ideas. And in this world, apart from the vices of drugs, gambling, and prostitution, what other businesses are very profitable? Legal and legitimate, yet also highly profitable, Lin Yi began to think. With money and people now, many ideas could be attempted and implemented. Lin Yi even thought of using this to push the Yukinoshita family further up, at least to have more say in Chiba. If they could enter the political circle in Tokyo, that would be even better. Failure is nothing, at worst start over again. Even in the worst-case scenario, if things fall apart in Japan, as long as he has his strength, he can return to the country and seek official support, serving as a safety net. Step by step, you can't become fat with just one bite. Unbeknownst to him, Haruno had already come behind him, pressing her entire body against his back, her elegant and refined breath continuous. So sad, not even a glance at me, am I not pretty enough? Just as he was about to answer, Lin Yi heard a ding notification sound. The mysterious game's notification sound rang out. Lin Yi immediately opened the mailbox. Mysterious invitation mission. The mysterious game had released a new mission. Chapter 102, The Joker, Super High School Level? Ding. As the player's reputation as the god of gamblers in the real world's Macau City begins to spread, a special invitation is extended to the player. Quest name, The Royal Casino of the Inner World. Quest type, Eerie Invitation Quest. Quest objective, win at least 50 Eerie coins, except failure to respond within 10 minutes will result in automatic rejection. Time remaining, 9:45. A casino? A casino in the inner world? Lin Yi scratched his head. It wasn't entirely incomprehensible why he had been invited to the Royal Casino of the Inner World. He won at least $10 billion from the Ao City Grand Casino in a single game of Sikpo, making the name God of Gamblers Jiaojin resound throughout all the casinos in Ao City. Wherever he went, casinos chose to avoid confrontation and pay tribute to avoid even greater losses. The reputation of God of Gamblers Jiaojin even spread to casinos in various countries in the real world. The casino circle is only so big. In today's world with developed internet, the spread of special events is very fast. Based on his reputation as the god of gamblers, the Underworld Royal Casino sent him an invitation. I didn't expect there to be casinos in the Underworld. This was a bit unexpected, but considering that bizarre games have many types, it wasn't unacceptable that there was a casino type. But compared to real casinos, Underworld casinos were obviously more dangerous and definitely not as simple and relaxed as those in the real world. Accept or reject? There were still 9 minutes left, no need to rush. Little brother, don't ignore me. You're making me sad. Yukinoshita Haruno, who was lying on Lin Yi's back, spoke softly in his ear, her breath constantly blowing on his cheek, her hair rubbing and stimulating, constantly teasing him. Lin Yi moved slightly and felt the wonderful touch of the soft mounds on his back. Slap. Lin Yi slapped Haruno's buttocks hard. Ooh, it hurts. Little brother, be gentler. She licked her lips. Get up. Okay. Haruno supported herself with her hands and got up immediately. Give me a massage. Haruno was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized something. Okay. She sat on Lin Yi's back, kneading and tapping with her hands. As the eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family, Yukinoshita Haruno had never done such a thing before. Her massage was very unfamiliar, and the strength she used was sometimes heavy and sometimes light, not well controlled. But this unfamiliar technique gave Lin Yi a different feeling. I didn't expect Lin Kun to like this kind of thing. It's a great pleasure to have the eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family give me a massage. Compared to you, what am I? My collaborator. Ha ha ha. Haruno laughed. Okay, that's enough. Next. Haruno just hummed in agreement and didn't say much. She was very obedient to Lin Yi now. I received a mission, and I'll be leaving in 3 minutes. Haruno froze, her massaging fingers stopped. Although she was not a bizarre player and didn't know the specific degree of danger, she understood the danger of each bizarre game mission just from the survival rate of bizarre players. I'll wait for you to come back. Haha, Miss Haruno saying that really makes me feel an increase in favorability. Lin Kun, has it increased? It has increased, by 100 points. Wow. Out of 10,000. You're bullying me. Lin Yi patted Haruno's delicate and elastic thighs, motioning for her to get up. Haruno slowly stood up, pulling on her bathrobe, her snow-white skin exposed, a beautiful and captivating sight. Lin Yi tidied his clothes and put on his black-rimmed glasses, but the moment he was about to put on his mask, Haruno grabbed his wrist. "Sending you my blessings." Standing in front of Lin Yi, Haruno lightly stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Yi hard on his left cheek with her red lips. "A kiss from a pure and beautiful girl will definitely bring you good luck." Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed, but he had to admit that Haruno really knew how to stir a man's heart. An ordinary pure virgin would probably fall for her immediately. Haruno put her right index finger on her red lips. "When you come back, where should I kiss you?" Her charming eyes and every move touched the sensitive heartstrings deep within a man. "I suggest letting your sister kiss my right cheek. One side for each sister is very fair." "No way," Haruno said shyly. And in the blink of an eye, the man in front of her had disappeared. Haruno's expression slowly recovered as she sat on the edge of the bed. In the luxuriously decorated bedroom, a beautiful figure sat quietly. "I sincerely hope you come back." Although she had had unpleasantness with Lin Yi, and she almost became his beautiful pet, by today, Haruno had understood the purpose of Lin Yi's actions at that time. Initiative. Knowing that he was exposed, in order to gain the initiative, Lin Yi chose to display his strength and tough attitude to let her understand their respective positions. Her gaze fell on the wallet, where 2 checks lay quietly, one of which was the $10 billion check he won today. From the moment she got this check until now, Lin Yi had never asked about it. That guy didn't care about this huge sum of money at all. An interesting and difficult man. Haruno licked her lips, a smile rising. "I'm looking forward to seeing how far you can go." Lin Yi's vision changed in the blink of an eye, but he was in a vast white space. Detected that the player has not yet filled in a nickname. "Please fill in a nickname. If you choose no, the player's real name will be used." Lin Yi thought for a moment and immediately filled in a nickname, Zero. "This nickname is available and has been filled in. Your nickname is Zero, Player 0. This is your first time being invited to perform a bizarre invitation mission after becoming an official player. You can now use fabrication to customize your character image in the bizarre invitation mission. The first time is free, after that it will cost 1,000 game points." Lin Yi quickly realized that this was a bizarre game to prevent many players from being tracked down in reality through their appearance in bizarre invitation missions. Privacy was guaranteed. Lin Yi wearing glasses and a mask was actually to prevent his appearance from being exposed and affecting his life in reality. For major countries today, it was not difficult to track down a person through their appearance. Lin Yi quickly operated and quickly created a face for himself, and by the way, he also made minor adjustments to his height and even changed his fingerprints. After pressing confirm, Lin Yi found his vision changing once again. The vast white space rapidly transformed, and a small conference room appeared. A resplendent conference room, illuminated by incandescent lamps, with light reflecting everywhere. A table was quietly placed. Besides Lin Yi, there were 6 other people. "Where is this? What's going on? How did I suddenly appear here?" A young man with dyed green hair and a somewhat roguish air kept exclaiming in surprise. His eyes swept around, and quickly focused on a middle-aged man in a suit with a slicked-back hairstyle. It seemed that his amiable smile made him look easy to bully. "Hey, uncle, where is this?" "Royal Casino," he said with a smile. "Casino?" The green-haired punk's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something very interesting. Not far from him, a female high school student with a single ponytail was a little nervous, seemingly unfamiliar with the current situation. Lin Yi quickly judged that both the green-haired punk and the single ponytail girl were new to the bizarre game. For invitation missions, bizarre games would choose newcomers to participate. He didn't know if this was to make up the numbers or for some other reason. "Okay, it seems that there should be many veteran players among us. I'm Jack." A red-haired, burly Caucasian man spoke, and immediately showed everyone his nickname and level. "Jack, level 3, I was playing in Las Vegas when I suddenly received an invitation from the bizarre game, so I accepted." "Bizarre game, that's not an urban legend." But before the green-haired punk could finish speaking, he was immediately glared at. "Veteran players are talking, newcomers shut up." The green-haired punk seemed very dissatisfied and wanted to explode, but the middle-aged man interrupted. Okay, we are all fortunate to gather here and play games together. It can be considered a kind of fate. I received the invitation in Hong Kong." He clapped his hands and revealed his information. "Brother Fa, level 4, level 4? He must have participated in many games and eliminated many bizarre creatures to reach this level." This amiable middle-aged man could not be judged by his appearance. If you underestimated him, you would definitely suffer. And a blonde beauty in a lady's suit, her figure outlined in an alluringly curvy manner, also took the initiative to reveal her character nickname and information. "Sophia, level 3. Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the blonde beauty who had made money from him but ran away. Is it the same person? It shouldn't be such a coincidence. he pondered. Ha 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 ha. The green-haired punk was the first to burst out laughing. The blonde beauty didn't care at all, her eyes cold as she looked at the crowd. Are there only 4 of us who are official players? The red-haired burly man Jack's gaze fell on the delicate girl with double helix black hair who had been quietly standing aside without making a sound. She had remained quiet from the beginning, completely unlike the mental fortitude a newcomer should have. Good day, I am Celestia Ludenberg. The girl in the Lolita dress pulled her skirt with both hands and bowed slightly to everyone. However, I am not a player. If you seniors are willing to teach me some useful information,